Welcome back, everyone, to the SMITE 2 Founders Series here in the HyperX Arena, Las Vegas. My name is Gormizer. Joining me, I got three handsome fellas. I got Chelly, Inbound, and Hazer. And we are moments away from the finals. We are moments away from a rematch. We are moments away from regions warring against each other. In SMITE specifically, not hopefully not anywhere else. As we go into it, 5M's and Team Risk are the two teams. A best of 5 separates one of those teams. And you know what? For 5M's, also maybe a best of 1 reset. That's worth mentioning up at the front. Separates one of those teams from being the SMITE 2 Founders Series champion. So there's going to be a lot on the line. There's been so much fun, so much that's already gone on this weekend. Gods that I didn't expect, gods that I have written down, specifically Aladdin, that I really wish we could see. Some that I just really like, that I wouldn't mind seeing, you know, Poseidon, maybe. And 5 games to try and get them down. These guys have been working really, really hard, of course, playing for a very, very long time. And if you're wondering, you know what, like, these guys have been in the Founder Series, they've been playing for however long, but like, I wouldn't mind trying my hand maybe competitively in the future. Maybe you just really like what you see. Anytime I watch a competitive anything, any tournament of any game, even football, if I'm watching it, go Bills, by the way, it's going to be an immediate, oh, I need to go try that. Turns out, most of the time, not as good as them. But if you want to try your luck, or you just want to have some fun, the good news is SMITE 2 is free to play. You can go to whatever platform you want right now and just install, get in, start playing. If you were watching that Titan Talk, you're going to be flooded with gods. It sounds like it's so much that you have to be able to learn. It is fantastic. Again, the game is amazing. It looks fun. It is fun. And of course, you can try to match what you see on stage, or just play your favorite god. I'm feeling the thumper coming back for Vulcan personally.
And you can play Aladdin. I mean, we haven't seen him yet on stage, but
if you're not in ranked.
That's true.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you queue ranked, might not be able to, but you could play Aladdin. You know, you could play up your assault. You can go into your duel. Chelly, you used to like playing a lot of duel, didn't you?
He's a joust player.
2.
Got you, bud.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
there you go. Now answer me again.
Basically, I said I play everything, so I just love SMITE 2.
There you go. Hey, you know what? This guy loves SMITE 2. You could too. Go get it, free to play. And then keep us up on the other monitor, because this is, again, going to be really, really phenomenal. These two teams, they've gone through a really tough matchup, Hazer, pretty much every single time. They've taken on a lot of other really, really strong teams, and it's going to be what they learn from those teams in order to continue rolling. If you're Team Risk, it's maybe keeping on what you did yesterday, because it worked pretty well then, and you knocked down 5M's in 4. 5M's had to knock out Food Trap, had to knock out Smoke Break, but they've got right back to where they wanted to be in the finals. Again, if they win, just as a heads up, it's a bracket reset, best of 1 after that. Whoever wins that one is the champion. If it is Team Risk, though, don't have to worry about it. The winner's bracket gets that advantage. You get 3, and you're done. You get to lift that trophy and have a lot of fun.
Did you plan that? You got it on a rhyme?
Did it?
Yeah. You said lift. Yes, you did. And
Nice.
I'm going to say you didn't plan it, but it ended up very good. And, you know, as 5M's, you're looking at Team Risk on the other side, who have dropped 1 game the entire tournament.
Yeah.
It's got to be a little nerve-wracking.
Just a little bit, right? And it's a little tense because, you know, realistically, you know, you look at those games yesterday, and there were a couple of moments, you know, we saw Theeks on Hecate versus BinnyQ, who was trying to make the Raw work, and it's like, okay, well, are you going to get those 2 games that you had last time? Like, is that Raw going to come back? Is it going to work better today if it does? And so there's a couple of questions of, like, repeats versus no repeats, things like that. And Hazer, I think that's going to be the really interesting thing, looking at a lot of these matchups. And today, seeing what 5M's does differently and how Risk replies to those.
Yeah, it's super interesting because we're going into the set almost with a set meta already defined. You go into a tournament with a tournament meta, and normally during a best of 5, that meta sort of evolves into a meta specific to the 2 teams. But we already have that. We've already seen a best of 5. We've already had that evolution of the meta to suit these 2 teams. And we already know Hecate, Thor are probably going to be above the priority that we came into this tournament seeing. And they're going to start off as a real top priority for these 2 teams.
I know we've got, and you're going to hear a lot of opinions from us throughout the day, but there are two other voices that you are going to be hearing, and maybe more importantly, because they're going to be over the game, we've got Dave and Agro to check in the casters for your finals, just to see how you guys are doing.
What's up, fellas?
Looking dapper, matching
matching
color ties,
ties.
it looks like, too.
We did a little coordination. You know, we had to get the synergy on point for the cast.
Is that any surprise, though?
No, of course it is.
You and I looked in the mirror, we picked it out,
We-
I chose the tie.
There were no words spoken. It was just kind of like some eye contact
And a
lingered
nod,
for a little
maybe.
bit. Yeah, and a small yes.
And that eye contact was long and it was steamy. I'll tell you what. Agro and I on the same page here today.
I don't think my wife's watching yet, and so he's right. Yes, I told her to tune in later than this.
Would you be surprised if she was watching?
No, and she would be jealous, as would any human being with a pulse. Yeah, that's correct. No doubt.
I'm
about it.
really excited about this one, though, Ryan. I mean,
Yes.
these two teams match up in the first best of 5 yesterday. Goes 4. I don't know if either team thinking they got a 3-0 in them today. It's going to take a pretty mighty effort to get there.
I checked in with PBM right after they won and got to the grand finals yesterday, and he said he didn't think that either team would sweep this series. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get. I think that the meta is going to develop, and I'm fingers crossed wishing for an Aladdin.
That's right. Yeah, I don't know
Well
if the
done.
lamp sign is down there, but the person in the crowd was. Oh, I thought it
Yes.
was- oh, it's literally
We gotta
right next to me. Got it.
little-
You guys
yeah.
can't see it, but I can. I appreciate it, Desk. Ryan and I have a little bit of time to stare lovingly at one another. We're going to do that. You guys can continue to set us up.
As Chelly and I can attest from last year's finals, that is like the best way to get in the zone, is just lock in.
Yeah, we had headphones and we were just locking in. And we kept going by and knuckle touching.
The knuckle, that's honestly, it's the physical contact that really does help ground you and
And
submit
Dave
you.
and Agro know that best.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. It has been, I mean, incredible. And I think what they were touching on inbound is really important, because when I look at 5M's, I look at Team Risk. If it was most other teams against them, my brain would probably be like, yeah, I could see it. But against each other, that's like one of the hardest things to do, is to try and take out a team that strong 3 times in a row without even slipping once.
Yeah, and I think Team Risk has kind of evolved back into the comfortability that they have. The early game doesn't particularly matter in terms of kills. They farm very well. But 5M's, I thought yesterday against Smoke Break, they kind of took that step forward that they needed to be able to match Team Risk. That's why I'm excited to see what we see here today. I actually think Team Risk played down a little bit from what I expected. I think Cyclone didn't have a great set versus Team Risk. I thought Streak kind of had that locked down. I want to see Cyclone take that step forward because he is a fantastic player. He can match Streak. But so far, Streak's been the best ADC in this tournament, and he's stuck out as the best. I want to see just a little bit from Cyclone to match Streak.
Yeah, I agree. I think the side lanes was the real difference in that first set we saw between these two teams. I think Variety definitely got the better
so well.
of Cherio over in solo. And I think Cyclone got some good practice against Chrome there in that previous set, maybe going to be able to bring up his level due to having some extra reps in.
It's going to be fun to watch. Realistically, duo lane was one that I think coming into a lot of Team Risk matchups we were already looking at. Yesterday, I know you kind of mentioned like Cyclone slower to start, finally got there, so maybe we'll get there today. I'm also really interested in this jungle matchup because I feel like what we've been seeing, like Lasbra and Scream really aren't playing, like they will play the hey, this is what's good, but Trelly, they'll also play I'ma do me, right?
Well, that was the thing. I was really impressed that Scream was able to play so many different gods, some of which are very supporty, some of which are, oh, I'm going to take the game and I'm going to run with it. Because Lasbra, he hasn't really been that style of jungler in a while, right? He likes to play more supporty. He will sacrifice himself for the team. He'll set up kills and then, die doing it, but it ends up for the betterment of the squad, so it doesn't really matter. I'm wondering what version of those junglers we're going to see here today, because if you're Team Risk, you know what works, right? You've already done this. You've already taken down 5M's. 5M's, they have to go back to the drawing board. They have to figure out how they're going to knock Team Risk off their game, and maybe it's putting Scream on the things like the Susano, like the Loki that can just hard carry the game away. It's difficult to tell. I mean, not a lot of teams have been able to upset Team Risk. They've dropped one game this entire tournament.
Yeah, and speaking of Scream, that Pele that we saw yesterday is now something that you have to be at least a little worried about if your Team Risk. It's obviously not a ban. It's not going to be in that top pick conversation, but it is something you have to consider because he looks so good on it. He bullied out the Athena, which is something Lasbra likes to play.
Yep.
He bullied out even, I think it was the Loki also, where if you're playing this Pele, which is also getting 9th, 10th picked, and you're playing it this well, that's something that you're going to be considering towards the top of your draft. You're going to pick stuff that can play well into it.
Yeah, I think leaving that pick till late for Scream has been really, really pivotal for 5M's. But if there's one guy who knows how to play against Pele, it's got to be Lasbra. It's the Lasbra pick. In SMITE 1, in the last SMITE 1 World Championship, he picked it in the final game and ran over the enemy team to win a championship. I mean, this guy has to know how to play against Pele.
Well, we've done some speculating. We've talked a little bit about the players. I'm really, really amped for the finals itself. And so to introduce your teams, we're going to go down to the stage.
4 months ago, over 140 teams tried to write their epic in the new Odyssey. But in the end, only 2 teams remain to claim that right. Through 5 stages of grueling competition, here are your competitors. Beginning with 5M's. In the solo lane, hailing from Egypt and bringing unmatched power to the Battleground. A force to be reckoned with and a Season 10 champion with the Jade Dragons. Give it up for Cherio! And in the jungle, an unstoppable force, a Season 4 world champion, and a name so legendary you can't spell it without 5M's. Give it up for Scream! And in the mid lane, the rising star hungry for his first championship, with his team rallying behind him and his support declaring this is his tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, Benny Q! In the support role, a fan favorite and a legend of SMITE Esports, putting the god in godhood. He's climbed the mountain not once, but twice. Cold as ice, 2-time SMITE World Champion, Polar Bear Mike! The carry for the team, another legend of the game. 10-year veteran who has conquered the Battleground on not just one platform, but 2 of them. Championship titles to his name. Make some noise for the unstoppable Cyclone Spin! And of course, laying the groundwork for the strategy, laying the groundwork for the hope of this 5M's team. Give it up for the coach, Kabam! And now, of course, for their competition, you got the NA side. It's time to introduce the EMEA Juggernauts, beginning, of course, with their carry. Ready to prove why he's a force to be reckoned with. And if you didn't know his name before, you certainly know it now. The Hungarian sharpshooter, Streak! the support for Team Risk, an unshakable pillar of the team. A master setting the stage for victory. He's no stranger to glory. It's in his genes. Walking down as a Season 9 world champion, a Camelot King, Genetics. And in the mid lane, wielding nearly a decade of experience and the precision of a champion, a king of the round table and Season 9 world champion, Deeks! In the jungle, the relentless predator who carved his path to victory as a dragon in Season 10, ready to strike fear into the hearts of his enemies once again. Give it up for Lasbra! And holding down the solo lane, a titan of consistency and strength, the final king on the team who claimed that Season 9 World Championship. It's the undominable Variety! All right, let's get these captains over here. Genetics, PBM, get over here real quick. Let's take a quick chat before we get started with the grand finals. Come on over, Genetics. Both of you guys, no strangers to this stage, no strangers to the grand finals. Now here in Vegas, PBM, you have a chance to add a third tournament victory to your trophy case. What's it like, and what's your secret sauce to constantly making it this far?
Getting carried by good players helps a lot. Just bringing the passion. It's cool to care, it's cool to try.
Genetics, you seem to always have the right idea on how to adapt, how to adjust, and getting your team in a position to win. You've done it again here, making it to the grand finals. You've beaten 5M's once. Do you think they even have a shot against you?
A swift 3-0 for them into a 1-0 for us.
He's saying he's going to take it 4-0. You're not even going to take a game. You got to respond.
No, he's saying we 3-0 him so he can.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I just wasn't listening there. Well, I got to say, both of you guys have shown incredible poise on this stage. And now, in this best of 5, what do you think makes your team better than Team Risk?
We just have less people with jobs than they do. I think we have a lot more time to grind, a lot more passion on our side of the stage, and I think that'll show.
Now, Genetics, I'm going to throw it right back at you. Why are you better than 5M?
Well, when you wake up at 6 a.m. every morning and put on a shift, it's really difficult to get timing for SMITE. So the amount of hours I have to play in SMITE, and I'm as good as him, it's embarrassing.
I love it. Absolutely great. Now, the NA versus EMEA, we haven't really gotten to see it in a long while. We got a little taste in that upper final. So I want you guys, final words to each other on that team. A little bit of trash talk is nice, but any final words to Genetics before you take your side?
Good luck carrying last. It's tough, man. It's hard.
Genetics?
No, I just have some good games to play against Mike in the grand final again, so hopefully I'll go my way this time.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. Good luck to you both. Fist bumps both. Give it up one more time for 5M's, for Team Risk. I'm ready for the grand finals. Brad, that's not loud enough. One more time. One more time. That's right. It's Championship Sunday. Let's start this thing.
Let's start this thing indeed. We're moments away from jumping into picks and bans with these guys. There's so much to try and touch on. First off, I love just the banter between it, and admittedly a nice little callback, because this is well, about a year later after the last time they faced off on a stage in a championship like this.
Yeah, and why did Lasbra?
Yeah,
catch
what the
stray?
heck,
Like, what
man?
did Lasbra do? He's such a nice guy.
He shared a team. Maybe he just latched onto who he could.
Yeah, he just had to say something, get something over there.
Lazarus sitting there in the zone. He just hears it's hard to kill. Like, whoa, what? I thought we were friends. And Lazarus had a heck of a performance, by the way.
Really
in that championship. Regardless, it's all fun, but not anymore. They're not friends anymore. They'll be friends when this matchup is done, and it's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, they hate each other for the next 3 to 5 hours.
Yep.
And then they can go back to whatever they were before. But now we can get ready, get in, and get started. It's game number 1 here of the finals for the SMITE 2 Founders Series. And Team Risk are your first pick team. Now, this is where things are going to get interesting. I've mentioned it before, but if you're just tuning in for the finals, we've got 2 bans per team now. Which means 4 gods are going to get knocked off.
There they are.
And you're going to be hearing the boos anytime Aladdin shows up at the bottom of the screen. I Dream of Genies. Fantastic.
A Ymir ban.
Mjolnir will give you a
Surprising,
kiss
it's
and
not
take
gotten to
your
really
teeth in
see
the party.
Pryout as a ban or a top pick. It's usually like that 2nd or 3rd slot. And this leaves open the Thor for
If
Team
danger
Risk.
sets foot
And
on my
variety on this
doorway,
Thor
I'll
yesterday,
destroy it.
part of the reason that
It's
they
quite
dominated
simple,
that set
really.
was variety, and it was variety specifically on this Thor. But it does leave open the 5M's Hecate pick, which Benny and Theeks, I mean, it's been the strongest mid laner in the tournament, but Benny and Theeks have really dominated with that character.
I wanted to see if 5M's were going to put Pride on this Uller pick, but, Cyclone's he's been wishy-washy on it. Sometimes looking unstoppable, sometimes not getting the full value. Oh, you hate that guy. That guy's terrible, you said.
Why do you say it, why do you say it like that?
Because he's been popping off.
He's fine. He's a fine character. He's no
been
Hecate.
fantastic.
He's no Hecate. He's
I'd argue
fine.
number 2.
I think he's going to get... I don't think this is a great Agni pick, really. I think it's a difficult matchup into Yemoja first off, and then there is a potential for a solo laner that can really just shut him down. I like the Bologna dive into it. I like that you now have that Pele opportunity also even lower. But 5M's have picked Athena, which means, there is potential for maybe Cherry, but it's probably going to Scream.
I would expect so. I don't think Athena is going to be the answer you want for this Thor. Still vulnerable to the wall, vulnerable to that dive in solo lane and those ganks. One thing I do want to know about this Team Risk comp is the range. All 3 of these characters have a range stun on the table. I wonder if they're looking to abuse frontline, poke them out, and maybe use some sustain to make sure that they can get an advantage in team fights.
If they really did take this gap, it would put, something different into Cherry. Does he feel confident going back to the Hades? Does he want to go to that Bologna that he had success with?
And I really like this get pick into what 5M's have drafted, because now that you have that jump, that Yemoja matchup is not nearly as detrimental as it used to be. You can just jump her wall. And then you also have the capabilities to shield the Athena dash taunt. This allows variety to play forward, look for those walls, to start fights like that. And the Geb doesn't really have to be the engage. I hate it. I hate it so much. The Hussars, it's such... with Hussars in the game right now, the passive capabilities of just not being slow, it's going to be really hard to kill variety. It's going to be really hard to kill also genetics. And then he's got the shield for your single target damage.
Yeah, but look at the benefit. I got to cross a god off my list.
There is a positive. There is a positive.
That's a
But
plus.
you got to remember, 5M's went to the drawing board last night. They probably had some dinner and they sat down and they probably cooked up this exact draft. Maybe they were curious about the Agni, that's a bit of a question mark. Besides that, they wanted Hecate, they wanted Yemoja, they knew Ulu was going to get picked, so they wanted the Medusa. The only question mark for me is the Athena and the Nem at the bottom, but I think they planned for everything here.
That means actually it's either Nemesis or Athena solo.
Athena solo.
And that means Cherry's going to be playing this Athena into this Thor, which, you've already stated, it's a really difficult matchup into that wall. It's going to be pretty easy ganks for Lasbra to play to that side of the map. I really don't know entirely what 5M's game plan is really going to be. You don't have solo Pryo. Your mid lane Pryo, you're not as strong as Agni. Once he hits that level 5, he has so much poke potential. I'm a little worried that 5M's might just be getting shoved. Yes, you have the possibilities to play through duo, but I don't think the Medusas looked that good, especially in comparison to the Uller.
I also think that this Athena is going to be very difficult to play into the level of CC. You look at the 2 teams, I think maybe to allow the Nemesis in the jungle, you need to have something heavy CC, especially if you're going with the Yemoja. You need an Athena in solo to make up that lack of CC elsewhere. But on the other side, Gebel, Fenriril, Agni stun, Uller stun, Thor other stun. There's just an unbelievable amount of CC to deal with for 5M's. They're going to have to play so careful with those beats.
Oh, they played each other once yesterday. The question today is who will come out on top and lift that trophy. So to kick off our grand finals, let's go over to our casters.
It's finally time, Vegas. It is the SMITE 2 Founder Series Grand Finals. A best of 5 with a potential best of 1 reset. Stands between Team Risk, your upper bracket team, and 5M's challenging, trying to find some retribution, Ryan, for a loss earlier on in the weekend.
And 5M's knows that they're going to have to work for it, because even if they win this best of 5, there's that best of 1 reset as the reward for Team Risk winning through the winner's side. So 5M's knows that they're in for a slog. They have to win 4 games one way or another today if they want to be champs.
3-0, 3-1, 3-2, you're still getting to a best of 1 no matter what. Team Risk can win it in 3. Ooh, Benny Q, careful, but now Theeks under some pressure from PBM. There's going to be a collapse around this Yamoja, however. Mike, more Omi, and no more fighting, it seems, but utility eats off of Benny Q.
And that's actually pretty relevant up against the Fenrir jungle. Even pre-5, just a stun, Hecate, no real mobility, just some extra movement speed, and look at what it's done to the start here for 5M's. Benny's gonna be a little bit late. It kind of leaves Mike. He had to move into a weird spot.
Oh, this is awkward. Cyclone spin. Blinks away. Genetics on the chase, but no more kill pressure.
Genetics loves these blink body block plays, and they are cool, but I don't know how valuable they end up being. You do get the beads, but that blink cooldown obviously a little bit longer. But that start for Benny, because he gets in trouble, pulled Mike over towards mid, and so it left Cyclone on his own. He gets that purple, but still ends up losing beads. I wonder if they would have felt like they could fight with the Yamoja. Obviously, Uller is unbelievably strong at level 1, but Yamoja's no slouch himself.
There's going to be an absolute brawl today in the duo lane. Streak been one of the most impressive carries here this weekend. Cyclone spin, an amazing start. Kind of got back to that in that best of 3 yesterday to get into the grand finals. Support, carry, always important. But these two in particular, a real treat to watch.
Yeah, 5M's duo lane was certainly more stable yesterday than the rest of their map, but it didn't make the most impact. I think Team Risk's duo lane certainly had their moments, and Streak in particular really, really excelled. It's been fun, man. I mean, Cyclone Spin, a name that anyone who watched SMITE 1 competitive knows very well.
Sure do.
And getting outplayed by a guy who, unless you were watching European SML, you might not be super familiar with, is exactly what it's so exciting about SMITE 2 competitive, watching these new players really rise.
Streak has been waiting for that moment. That moment is here. What a story that would be to grab a championship here at the SMITE 2 Founder Series. A little bit of conversation on the desk. Genetics, half HP, he'll be okay, and it looks like Cherry will be as well. A little bit of conversation about the jungle picks in this one.
A little bit.
You talked about the Fenrir. Bobby not letting his feelings be unheard. Not a fan. Not a fan of the Nem pick for Scream. Theeks will drop the damage.
I couldn't tell that Bobby wasn't a fan. But to be honest, I'm kind of with him here, Dave. I think that Nemesis does really struggle, though might have something here.
Variety could drop for first blood. Gets the wall and the beads, but a taunt in. Gives that Nem first blood in the grand final.
And that's why Nemesis was a great pick for Scream instead of anything that we were talking about on the desk. But this is where Scream kind of has to get a lead, because I agree with him. Hussar's Wing, now a new luxury item in SMITE 2, incredibly expensive, over 3K gold, but its passive is very simple. You can't get slowed anymore. And how does Nemesis kill someone who can't get slowed? And it's not like you have to wait until you get Hussars either. Stampede is the early item for supports. Junglers sometimes buy it, so solo laners often buy it as well. That makes you and your team immune to slows. So I'm with them. I think this Nemesis pick is incredibly risky. Scream might have to go with something like a more ability-based build, because the auto-attack-based build for Nemesis requires that she sticks on you a little bit, which she can't do as easily without her slows. Maybe it's Fatalis. I mean, it looks like he's going towards, what, a Chins as first item. I thought maybe you could do something with that's a little bit more ability-based with the Polynomicon or Hydras or both and get kind of split, but I just feel like it's going to be really hard for this team, for this Nemesis come late game to make an impact on the front line like she typically does.
Now, putting pressure on Variety, especially on this Thor, Ryan, it's got to be important. I saw what Variety did yesterday, carried some of those games, especially on this pick, and maybe shows you why this is where 5M's are putting their eyes.
It's Thor solo has been a great pick in SMITE for a long time, but it has a key weakness, which is he uses his escape to clear the wave. something you can do in order to remedy how strong it is once it starts to rotate and gets that base damage is gank him early.
Taunt out from Cherry, but that wall is lasting forever. Defender of Olympus will get Cherry out safely. Man, 5M's, Ryan, feels like have been on the back foot in a couple of these lanes. Cherry assists on that first blood. A moment ago, though, saw BennyQ in red HP having to go back to base. The poke damage is pretty heavy out of mid as well.
And I'm sure Risk fans are very happy to see that because Hecate has been the pick for Theeks, and he's gone to Nuwa otherwise. That looks good.
Now, I know Theeks has an Agni in the back pocket, one of the best kind of control AoE mage players maybe ever in SMITE. And this pick seems right up his alley as well.
Completely agree. There's no doubt in my mind that Theeks is going to have a great performance, which is why I think all of us were kind of shocked that he kept picking Nuwa yesterday, when he can play things much more impactful in the mid stages of the game. I mean, it was Benny who showed us how good this Agni can be. He really put in a Herculean effort yesterday on it in their matchup against Risk in particular. Didn't end up getting the W, but did everything he possibly could have, in my opinion. I like Theeks going to it. I think we're going to see this a lot, where it's Hecate and Agni or 1A, 1B, maybe 1-2 if you think Hecate is much better.
Righty doesn't have ultimate, but instead we're going to be fighting over on left. That's a River's Rebuke up. Streak trying to dodge out the damage that Cyclone Spin is dealing. Did well enough. That's 2v2 heats up.
And Mike's gone Glad Shield, so he does a lot of damage when in that all-in. But Genetics went Stampede, and we saw the slow immunity factor big right there. Those bouncing bubbles inside the River's Rebuke often set up for the stun, which sets up for the ultimate in order to collapse. Couldn't do it without that slow coming in, and the Stampede ended up coming up big.
Middle tower's under attack.
Grouping here from 5M's around the Gold Fury. Team Risk, 3 members over on the left side of the map. Lasbro was channeling a back, canceled it, but no real instant rotation over, and 5M's quick on the uptake. A 6-minute Gold Fury here in game 1. Variety taunted back from Cherry as well, and it could have been a 1-2 punch, but they'll take the Gold Fury, 5M's.
I was really loving how 5M's kept the pace high in this game yesterday, and especially in game 1, and it didn't convert into a win, but that's only because they made some questionable decisions down the stretch. I love that they're staying aggressive early in this match.
Anvil of Dawn up, so is Defender of Olympus, and so should be counteracting ultimates from the solo laners. And lets them know that Scream is maybe somewhere on this side of the map as well. Out-objectiving a Variety Theeks Genetics team difficult, but 5M's are going to have to do it today.
Late game, yes. Early game, not really the case. They're usually
That's
a little
true.
bit more
They've been up.
passive. But look, I mean, you think, okay, they got Gold Fury. That means they're up on the left side of the map. Look at the farm on the right side, Dave. And this is where 5M struggled yesterday.
Your right
Scream and
tower
Cherry
is under
were just
attack.
straight up outperformed by Lasbra and Variety. You can't word it another way. They're up a level and a half to almost 2 levels, both of them, on that right-hand side, and this was the pick in solo that I was most curious. Where is 5M's going to go? And Risk, no surprise to me, first picked the Thor, wanting to keep Variety hot on this pick where he was just transformative for this team.
They want the totem.
Yeah, they always do around here for these LAN events. I'll let them cheer, they do their thing. Okay, let's talk about the fun stuff. It's Athena solo, baby. It's
getting the totem.
Cherio played best on Thor himself, and I think that ability to affect the map a little bit earlier, to play front to back, and to be an initiator is what he excelled at, and Athena is excellent at all of those things. We've seen the Athena jungle look great in Lasbra and Johnny's hands. Just pick Athena solo and build the same build as Athena jungle, then you're gonna do just fine, and I love the pick for 5M's.
1 kill, 2,500 gold for 5M's at the 8-minute mark. Have seen some games this weekend that have fizzled out until 10, but it looks like the fire may be stoked over here on the left side of the map. Lasbra has found a jump, and the beads away from BennyQ open the gates as more of a delay tool because the eyes turn towards Genetics. BennyQ drops over on right, but nothing happens for 5M's on left. And it's a 1-kill pick for Team Risk.
That duo lane from Risk just keeps the attention of 3 members for 5M's, and once again, Scream's ultimate, we've seen 2 of them, has not resulted in a kill whatsoever. Stampede pop for Genetics. He's able to kite, make some space, get out of dodge, and BennyQ just gets jump stunned and open the gates. Can't go through the portal before he's picked up by Ragnarok, and easy pickings for Theeks.
I was wondering if we would see it eventually. Now both junglers clashing for the first time, both junglers with a kill apiece. You you wanted to see Nemesis get ahead. Has Scream done enough in the first 9 minutes?
No, but that's kind of the meta that we're seeing here, Dave, this weekend. It's been pretty passive in the early game because these side jungles are worth so much. It's just not worth the risk to go for a risky fight when you can just take your guaranteed farm. I think Scream going more basic attack oriented, Berserker Shield, a nice little hybrid item that gives him a lot of survivability when he gets low, but still building into attack speed scares me. I think Scream's argument would be, I'm going to be trying to hit the people who don't have Hussars in the late game. I'm going to try and get behind an ult, streak, or thief, and my slow will be relevant to them, and so my basic attacks are more likely to hit. But both Theeks and Streak have movement options. They both have hard crowd control. These are difficult gods to stick on for a god like Nemesis. And I'm just concerned that Nemesis is going to continue to find little value. The good news is, if you're a 5M's fan, the rest of their comp is set up for great success. I think they've got plenty of damage. They've got great area control. They've got plenty of CC with the Athena taunt into the chain CC.
Blink forward from Genetics. Gets the beads off of Cyclone Spin. Pyromancer respawns, but so does the Gold Fury. Big grouping from 5M's. Remember, Defender of Olympus for Cherry, full map pressure. And Billaton from Variety gets him out of danger. He'll dash backwards towards the safety of his tier 1 tower. So now Cherio has ultimate, Variety does not. 5M's aware of that fact on the map.
And Gold Fury's up, which is relevant timing. Good taunt onto Lazarus, preventing the CC chain.
Looks like he'll be okay for now. Theek's there to play Protector a little bit. So Variety's going to have to choose his positioning properly here in the next couple of minutes, knowing that Cherio can make that full map rotation. Could be a fight brewing, like just a bit shy on a couple of those Riptides.
As is Benny Q on that open the gates. Pretty big cooldown to go down if they're going to try and set up for a Gold Fury pull, but this could be the timing. There's a wave coming, I believe, in solo lane. You could just try and insta-pull it when you know Variety can't get to a teleporter and affect the fight quickly.
Yeah.
Seems like 5M's are happy to slow it down. I want to call some attention to the build for Cyclone Spin. We've seen some differentiation among first items for ADCs. What's been consistent is no lifesteal early for them, and he continues that trend. But instead of the Broggy's Harp that we've seen a lot, it's Death Metal this time around. And I love it with Medusa because she has such a potent stim with Viper Shot, and Death Metal is just the cherry on top of these next 4 basics are going to cave your skull in as soon as I press that act.
Lazarus leaps forward, Cherio blinks away, ult for Blink, ends up being the trade. And we have seen a lot of skirmishing over on the right side of the map, both junglers turning their eyes towards the solo laners, but only that one first blood onto Variety. He's been able to farm up, close up some of that gap a little bit. Taunt in and an ultimate from Scream. You'd love to get a second on the Thor. Again, you're going to be just shy. This has opened up the door though, Ryan. Team Risk to pull out this goal.
Cherry still has ultimate. Variety does as well, but he's pretty far away.
There's an ult from Cherry. That's on top of PBM as well. That's forced Team Risk to drop the Gold Fury in numbers advantage over on left. Looks like Team Risk backing away. Use some of those defensive relics. Genetics in on an ultimate and open the gates. Forces out. Purification. Everyone remains on the map.
A lot of actives used and not a lot of blood spilled, but still a pretty quick engagement is, I don't know, Theeks could be in trouble in mid. No, the taunt doesn't have quite the follow-up as I was expecting.
Whoa, is Sherry the one who's actually in trouble? No, for a moment I thought so. Now the solo laner's getting more active though. I mean, we hit that 10, 12 minute mark. They were isolated, now starting to make their impact.
And Variety now with the ultimate advantage, but unless we see another Pyromancer pull or something like that from 5M's, which if you watched their games yesterday, you know they could just decide to pull an objective at any point with nearly no rhyme or reason to it. So you have to be ready for that if you're Risk. 5M's attempted to sneak a couple Fire Giants against Risk. We're 0 for 2 for that play. But on the other side, they did sneak one away against Smoke Break later.
It's a brawl for the totem, jungle and solo versus just jungle for 5M's. Both junglers over on right. Starting to get to that point now where one big fight starts to tilt the scales. 5M's had a 2,500 gold lead. It shrunk up to now 700 or so. Risk have pulled themselves out of an early deficit. So some of those alarm bells of where is Scream gonna be come team fight time? Where is Lasbra gonna be come team fight time? Maybe starting to ring a bit loud.
Scream's got a nice lead for himself during this farming time. And Nemesis, not always the quickest farmer, but Scream always with the gold per minute on his mind. That's something that he's always taken into consideration. So no real surprise. He's gone Xe now, in for a penny, in for a pound on the basic attack build, I suppose. Once you've committed, you're in, so you might as well keep going with it. We'll have to see if it's going to end up working out. I think that the issues have been laid pretty clear, but that's why they don't play the game on paper. You know, you got to go out there and see what happens. So maybe this Nemesis could shred and make it all happen, and maybe just the ultimate is enough. Because now it's AoE, remember. You can group some people up with an Athena taunt and use that Athena ultimate, or that Nemesis ultimate, and it will hit in that area around the primary target. So he can do some pretty significant damage with it if the moment presents itself.
Man. Pyromancer and Fury have just been rotating, sweating, wondering when they're going to get to fight. It looks like maybe now for 5M. Scream and Mike pull the Pyro. Benny Q, your threat from Genetics. Open the gate. Cataclysm. Trade him out. Rotation, though, from Lasbra. You can see something out of this Fenrir. No. Pyromancer dropped, restarted, dropped, now restarted yet again. Bit more of a commitment from 5M's, but again, reset as Team Risk show their face.
Variety's ultimate is just such a threat. And yes, Cherio has his own ultimate, but it doesn't come with incredible CC on top of it in the CC chain. Mike did have Talisman of Purification, but it seems like 5M's is a little bit more hesitant on the objectives than they were yesterday, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. One thing to note about this Nemesis build is that even though it might be a little bit harder to make work, its PvE is excellent.
Ow. It was a one-on-one, now it's a 2v1, but now it's a 2v2 as Lasbra from off-screen jumps in. Deals some damage to Scream, but Scream stands tall until Theeks drops the bomb. Scream wiped, Streak Up still alive, and he's got some damage from Mike.
Benny's gonna have to do some damage on the way out here, I think, to stop the chase, but no, Mike's movement is going to be enough. I liked the idea from Scream. He knows that I've got Athena ultimate. I can just play aggressive, but the support was coming for Team Risk. Theeks and Genetics in the right place at the right time, and Streak. Good things keep happening around this guy.
Scrap in mid, but nothing of it. Is that a small glimpse at maybe some of the concern around this Nemesis?
Kinda, yeah. I mean, the ult did damage, the 2 did damage. He auto-attacked him twice, and my chins probably did a grand total of almost nothing, and so did the X's. It's just tough to stick and basic attack these gods that have so much movement speed and jumps from Uller and the dash from Agni. Geb Shield's coming through as well. It's going to be a tough game, I think.
I don't want to harp on it too much, but a sort of forward example of maybe some of what we've been talking about. That gives Team Risk now the slight advantage here in a game one that has gone back and forth, but also a game one that's sort of a trend for 5M's. Get out to this big lead. What do you do in the mid game? Team Risk have really been able to stabilize from an early deficit.
And that's something that they've always excelled at. No surprise. I mean, this lead in comparison to the lead they had, I should say, because now it's gone, was nothing in comparison to what we saw yesterday from 5M's and
5-6,000.
Yeah, this is now a completely even game, and you look to how these team comps are going to play out in more grouped engagements instead of these split off ones. And I'll echo what the desk said a few minutes ago. The amount of CC for Risk has got to intimidate you if you're 5M's. You've got hard CC on literally every god on Team Risk, and multiple of them have multiple hard CCs. So it's going to be difficult as long as Risk doesn't overlap their hard crowd control. Risk, if they can just space out their important abilities, their Thor stuns, their Uller axes, their Geb cataclysms, it's going to be hard for 5M's to get enough value out of just beads and Talisman of Purification. 3 beads plus Talisman is more CC immunity than I think we typically see in the matches.
Open the gates, dashed away by Theeks. Still, as Gold Fury stands, Pyromancer does as well, indicating either team liking their chances to sneak it away. Enough shred, got to imagine, on both sides to do it quickly. Lasbra hinting at a jump in. As the bead himself, only the one blink. It's Genetics, seeing that blink cataclysm a couple of times this weekend. Not just Genetics. Just fine at pairing it out. Pyromancer now pulled. This one looks like a commitment from Team Risk, and so looking at it for so many minutes, no commitment, and now it is, and Team Risk get the most recent of the neutral objectives.
Now they just have the damage, but no one picked up that runic bomb. Meanwhile, 5M's trying to take an opportunity.
Can Genetics and Shriek make something happen? They're sure gonna try. It's an ult in though from Cherio. That'll tilt the scales back. for 5M's. Taunt misses onto Genetics, but Genetic drops anyway, and 5M's have found their pick.
Good Phantom Shell from Theeks, gets both backliners out of that River's Rebuke. Meanwhile, Bennyq's in a bad spot.
Lasbra's in once more, and it forces out the Talisman. Hello, Theeks, and goodbye, Benny. And again, a Purification rings out over the battlefield and keeps 5M's on the map with 4.
This is that CC, Dave. It's just hard for 5M's to stay and fight. Streak still looking for more.
My goodness, just needs an axe. It needs a prayer, but he steps forward into a mountain of damage. Looks like he'll step away with his life.
Variety just uses Hammer, but Cherio must not have had a taunt. I was a little bit worried for the solo laner there. I mean, it's a great engagement from Genetics. He gets right on top of Scream, and again, Scream ults Streak. We get an Athena ult on top of him, and Streak just feeds and jumps. And now the Nemesis can't reach him. Genetics juked Athena taunt, which is nearly impossible to do, but really great movement. Unfortunately for him, didn't get rewarded for said great movement. It still ends up being a little bit of a win for Risk because Bennyq gets caught out by the wall and the hard crowd control of Team Risk. Just not able to get that open the gates off and give himself an escape whenever he was cut off by Variety's wall, which I think we have a replay of, though. A little worried that Cyclone Spin might get caught.
I'll keep my eyes down there.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So Variety knows that his backline's fine because they have Shell, and oh, what do you know? A lone mage all by himself.
He does step forward, but gets the ultimate out of Cherry. Up goes the Anvil of Dawn, down it falls onto Cherry in the meantime, and Variety has picked off Cherio in real time, but Cherry now on his rotation, and Cyclone Spin, who drops, so you need Cherry to deal the rest of the damage. Streak, just one more auto, and Scream's got it. Is there a taunt for Variety? No, instead it's found Laz.
And Laz has got Cherry, brings him right over to Variety, but I don't know. Yes, they got him.
And there's no help for Cherry, so it's Cyclone Spin who drops first. Cherry on that second taunt in, but ultimately enough damage for Risk.
Can you tell that they want to kill Streak in this game? It's been Nemult after Nemult on top of this cooler.
Man, there's your CC, Ryan, and all of it piles onto Mike. This one, no drama, and another one for the Agni, who's really starting to spin up.
And what is Risk gonna take? They could try and siege as tier 1 and go straight to Gold Fury. They could back and go straight to Fire. Theeks barely gets that back off, and Scream was trying to stop him. Could go just back and go straight to gold. You don't have Streak, so that is your consistent damage, but Fenrir's not too shabby in terms of objective DPS when it comes to junglers, though with this build a little bit more initiation oriented. It's not gonna be super easy for him. If 5M's get out of losing 3 for 1 and only lose Pyro, I think that's a pretty good trade, but Risk has prioritized Pyro over gold consistently during this tournament, specifically stacking Runic Bombs. This is going to be their second Runic Bomb in the inventory, and typically once Risk get 2, they start to be aggressive, whether it's on Fire Giant or on Tower Sieges or on Gold Fury. They aren't building Sunder. Mike has, so he's got the best secure on the map, but that's only a chunk of damage in comparison to the thousands of damage that the 2 Runic Bombs can do together.
Seems like
we'll
this
see.
5M's now, whether it's Scream having to position and auto attack and Cyclo's abilities perfectly. Mike is gonna have to find that perfect opening with the Sunder. Should go to steal it away. 5M's though, they're the ones who are grouping a bit more aggressively around the fire.
Gotta feel like they have to do something here if you're 5M's, but they're gonna look for one.
Something is onto Variety, but Variety, a double stun, has gotten him out. Open the gates, canceled out by the Anvil of Dawn. Genetics in alone on the front line. Back away. Both 5M's coming with relics on their side as well.
Exactly. The Talisman of Purification that Cherry picked up and beads from Scream and Benny all down.
Oh no, Mike. Maybe caught again by the stun, the axe, all of it. Tiles into the emoji, but starting to get a little bit more tanky, can survive that initial onslaught.
Hard to step up when you can just get bomb stunned into Uller damage or Thorwald into double tap Uller damage.
Whoa, this looks like it's going to be a jungle battle. Instead, Cherio ulting to the left side, a Talisman out from Risk, and a Petrify from Cyclone Spin. But Risk, really none the worse. Lasbra uses his ult, loses half of his health. They go back to 5.
With those 2 Runic Bombs in tow, Scream already backing Cherio so low, but with no ultimate, don't know if he's going to be able to get in there in time.
Mike, outside the Fire Giant pit, Variety playing separator. He can just throw up a wall, prevent Mike from stepping forward. And it looks like That's all Variety's gonna need to do. This Fire Giant a bit slow, but still standing for Team Risk. Wall used. Rivers Rebuke up, and that's Mike letting 5M's back away. It still stands, and the Fire Giant goes to Genetics. 5M's was in, and 5M's was short.
So close. Mike just not able to get in and use that Sunder. Tried at the very last moment, but the double bomb secure works once again for Risk. And I think you're just seeing this composition work as intended for Risk. Mike can't step up because he's just going to get CC'd into damage. So what do you do if you're 5M's? You have to just accept that someone is going to get CC'd when it's Mike. Instead of backing up that, hey, our support's taking a lot of damage, you have to blind trust that he is going to survive the CC chain and set you up for something. That you just have to take Risk's initiation and use it as your own, because they're all gonna step up and use buttons on the support. So that's where Cyclone maybe can get in there with a Petrify and stun out Genetics, who's trying to CC chain off of it. That's where Benny Q can maybe open the gates, give Mike the portal out, and bring the front line to him. That's when Scream, if he has a flank angle, you wait until they hit your support, and then you get into the back line. But right now, 5M's just feels like they're reeling. Every time this front line gets hit by a CC, they feel like they have to back up. And if that's gonna be the case, if we are just playing CC into poke damage, Team Risk is gonna stomp it.
All the while, Team Risk grab a Gold Fury, grab a mid-tier 1 tower as well. Still one on left, so left side Phoenix safe maybe for the time being, but Fire Giant buff forever now. I mean, 2.5 minutes or so. Team Risk, a lot to play with. Held on to a lot of that utility around the FG as well. Riptide has pulled back Variety. He's up into the Anvil of Dawn. Cheerio has found Feeks on a taunt, but Cheerio's unable to finish off the kill. Open the gate, pulls back two. Betty Q wags his finger, and Feeks is the recipient. Genetics left running, but the eyes are turned elsewhere. Instead, Variety's the target, but Variety escapes.
Lasbra jumped onto 2, and I don't know if he likes his odds, Dave. He's on the run. Benny chasing him down.
Not many of us like our odds here in Vegas, but Lasbra's not looking too good. Now it's a repositioning from Terry. Up into the side goes the dagger. 5M's rotating back through to mid. Benny Q, another in this fight. And 5M's surge forward.
Streak is the Obsidian Dagger king, man. He revives himself once again. He did it multiple times yesterday, and it saves what could have been a disastrous fight for Team Risk. They only end up losing 2, but what good patience from Cheerio. You saw him sneaking into mid lane once Team Risk had already started to shove past the tier 2. He Helm of Darknesses and probably jump scared Feeks, who doesn't have Purification Feed, and Genetics was not close enough to give him his own Talisman of Purification or the Geb Shield. That means the fight is instantly chaos because the backliners going, yo, I need help, I need help. And all of a sudden, the backline from 5M's can get up into the front line of Team Risk and make it happen. But it ultimately comes down to Benny Q just hitting to open the gates. And it feels bad sometimes in mid on that god in particular, that you're just tossing the fishing line in, right? You're just looking to hook the big fish. He caught him that time. Huge ultimate won the fight for 5M's.
Man, a break for 5M's. They still got a hill to climb here. Team Risk maintain a few of those FG buffs and maintain their lead, but the name of the game, maybe sow some discourse into this, create some chaos, and see if you can get Team Risk on the back foot a little bit. So you got 20 or so seconds on this FG buff, looks like, Ryan. Team Risk gonna step back, take a breather, maybe take their chances at the next FG. Got a tier 1 tower, and a momentary reset here in a chaotic game 1.
And Risk only has 1 Runic Bomb, so typically they probably want to wait until the second Pyro comes, because 1 Runic Bomb against Sunder is Risk. 2 Runic Bombs is much more guaranteed. You just overlap them. Wouldn't be surprised if they try and slow the pace down. Going back to that last fight, Dave, you gotta say, Scream joined very late. He was off kind of boxing on the right-hand side. When he joined, though, he looked pretty effective, didn't he? In mid, in the 1v3, he seemed tanky with the Berserker shield. He's got a Bloodforged blade to give him an extra shield when he wants to activate it, and some lifesteal. He's building some extra defense against this Cooler. It is clear that Scream's job is to kill Streak. And he's itemizing if he can stick to him, if he can basic attack him, I think he will be able to do just that.
Seems like Scream's MO here this weekend, the dive, auto attack, and heal style, whether it was the melee yesterday the Nemesis today. But once again, we'll make our way back towards the FG.
Scream has got a group though. He was late to that fight and it ended up working out, but he has been late to a lot of fights so far this weekend. He's pushing this tier 2. He can get it, but look at what Risk has now is complete dominance of the Fire Giant pick.
Maz was going back, but actually cancels it. Fire Giant pulled by Team Risk. Basbra forced into the bead. So again, some small wins here for 5M's. But watch out for the Anvil of Dawn. Watch out for Streak. And Variety eyeing his target, and his target is the backline. He's found Cyclone Spin, but not enough damage. And what has happened to Genetics?
What has happened to the left Phoenix here, Dave? Scream! Who cares about grouping? I'll just take the Phoenix. And 5M's plays that fight perfectly. They have to kill no one that fight, Dave. They have to contest nothing unless the Fire Giant gets low. All they need to do is let Scream cook. He can with the in-hand build. I got cut off when I was going to say it earlier, but the PvP seems a bit suspect potentially with this build. The PvE for Nemesis, when she can hit objectives, this build gives her excellent objective DPS. Scream has gotten the tier 1, the tier 2, the left side Phoenix, and the Gold Fury
and the
all
gold
to himself, and the gold lead, but this surely is too greedy to stick around for the knockout.
You would think. Team Risk again on the Fire Giant. Scream will rotate into this fight. Have not had a chance to go back and spend up all of that gold, so still a deficit on the map. Our 5M's, half HP on the Fire Giant. Aggressive positioning from Team Risk. Variety on the front, gets taunted back by Cherry. Not the same volley of damage though. Scream has sent out his ult from mid. Now we won't have that for the remaining fight.
But my man gets what he wants. It's the tower. That God Combat, no. We're looking for killing towers. Scream is still going in mid.
Wow, he is. I mean, 5M's dangling the keys, forcing Team Risk to look there, and instead Scream is over in the mid lane. Genetics all this time is down to half as well. A few channeled backs from Team Risk. Genetics has lost his health on fire, but Lasbra ults in. Instead, Team Risk now the ones backpedaling. Variety may have a target, but nobody is close enough to follow up.
And Streak is back,
but
I think it's too little too late, Dave.
No
Scream is just gonna do it all!
Oh my God, is he gonna turn it? Is he gonna get Streak? No, he'll have to leap away, and Cherio had the ult.
Now this is where it gets awkward. The rest of the team is on the way, but Scream has said, thanks for the support, Cherry. I'm out. Good luck.
And Cherry doesn't have ult anymore, so this may be the sacrifice that was never paid in the last 5 minutes. 2 Phoenixes, 1 Gold Fury. A hell of a lot of towers for now. What could be 2 deaths. Scream boxing with Feeks. And nearly taken down by the bomb.
Very close, and now the rest of 5M's is here to support. Scream, yeah, they get Hussar's wings. You know what can't buy items? Towers. And Phoenixes. And those things hate to see me coming, baby. He's coming down the lane, and he is not leaving. What an unbelievable turn now, because 5M's have so much map pressure. Risk.
They gotta get the fire now, right?
Have to, but I don't think they've got the DPS. That's what I was gonna say. Uller, for all of his strengths, is not great on objectives. A little bit better now in Smite 2 with that prot shred after he leaps. It looks like they actually do have the damage. I underestimated it, as 5M's did as well, but 5M's would take giving up fire to get 2 Phoenixes anyways. That's not a bad trade by any means. The map pressure is there for 5M's, and now Team Risk has shown that they seem a little lost on what to do on the split push. If I'm Scream, you know where I'm going? Right lane.
Yeah, I'll head on over to right.
If I'm the rest of 5M's, I might be with him. They can set a trap where they let Scream push all by himself and sit in that right side jungle. They would win a base race in this instance. They just have direct access to the Titan. Mike could stampede them past the Phoenix, and they could never interact with Team Risk again if Risk wants to try and push for the end. Look at how patient Risk needs to be with this fire. I think they're identifying the exact same thing, Dave. If we go to Siege, 5M's can just backdoor the Titan.
Well, remember, we talked about the strength of Risk, and it's this point in the game, the map control, the map presence, the objective control, being a bit outclassed here by one man on a Nemesis rotating through, and the price, again, was never
Who would win? One team with a lead and great teamwork versus one guy who refuses to group.
And instead of just putting 5M's in his name, spells out a sentence, but sure looks good. Looking good right now. He'll have to send out his ult. And pulled back is Scream, but there's an ultimate from Cherio to keep the Nemesis alive. Oh man, Feeks starting to rain some hellfire. He'll dash out as well, and he has gotten Cherry. PBM riptides a couple away, but he's rooted in place, and Mike will be the second.
They laid the trap, but it was late. The backline wasn't there, Dave. Benny Q and Cyclone were late, and so they get caught out.
Oh man,
and
it's a three-man swing. It's a three-man swing, and suddenly it is Scream and Cyclone Spin. Are they just sending themselves towards mid here, Ryan? Is this your only chance to chase down the Titan?
I think it is. Cyclone has that death metal, but Lasbro well aware of what could happen. Surely they don't have the damage to two-man the Titan.
Lasbro is going to try to jump in, find a target. No, they won't. They won't try. Scream and Cyclone Spin. They'll channel their backs. Lasbro none the wiser. So Jungle and Carry back in base.
Streak does have that Obsidian Dagger again, so he can play aggressive.
An unbelievable game number one. It's Team Risk now on the front foot against all odds. Streak kills off Scream, and Cyclone Sprint sends up a prayer, and I'm not sure it'll be answered. Jerry 10 seconds away, and Team Risk strike first blood.
Man, it looked like it could get ugly a little bit there for Team Risk, but they weather the storm that is Scream's split push, and they do what they did all game, Dave. Crush any team fight that came their way.
Man, Team Risk, they bought their time. This is a real unique one from 5M's, a style of game that I haven't seen them play yet this weekend. Works until it doesn't.
It's gonna be tough, man. I think that the way that this game should affect the draft is very interesting because it was clear that Variety all yesterday was the primary initiator on this Thor. 5M's banned Ymir because they felt like that combination was too strong. But I honestly think the Thor Geb is better because it allows Variety to be unpickable on his initiation. He can go up and fish for these Thor walls and set up for streaks, set up for Deeks' long-range damage, and it's impossible to punish him because the Geb shield is there. Look, Scream nearly ended the game, right?
Close.
But at the end of the day, you want to be able to win a team fight, and 5M's composition just was not capable of this.
Yeah, relying on, I'm going to do it all on my own, avoids a lot of what actually happens later on in the game of Smite. Team Risk, and this one's close. This one's fun, a whole lot more. Your Smite 2 Founder Series Grand Finals, game number 2, after this break.
I'm like actually losing my voice though.
Killing my time in the dark inside, it's a race to death for me. Try and unwind while I lose my mind, I got no place to be. Always blowing, the lights are showing, excuses piling up. I can't keep running, the end is coming. I think I need some, sunshine that would finally show. I might die if I stay in this cold, and I finally admit it, I gotta be committed to let this story unfold. I hear angels calling my name, and I better listen before I implode. I don't care for a minute if no one's gonna get it. Let's try selling our souls. Let's try selling our souls. Let's try selling our souls. Living in filth, can't look at myself, 'cause I know what I'm gonna say. The spirit I lost, the years it cost, the reasons I'm scared to slay. The will is spinning, the clock keeps ticking, I finally had enough. I can't keep running, the end is coming. I think I need some, sunshine that would finally show. I might die if I stay in this cold, and I finally admit it, I gotta be committed to let this story unfold. I hear angels calling my name, and I better listen before I implode. I don't care for a minute if no one's gonna get it. Let's try selling our souls.
when we win the tournament, we're gonna go out to a nice big dinner at a probably steakhouse in Vegas. I think that'll be very good.
Gordon Ramsay's?
Yeah, Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that.
We could try that. And then after that, hit the casinos, put it all on black.
Well, when we win Vegas, we're just gonna shave our hair, you know. I'm not. Shave our hair.
Shave our hair.
Yeah, shave our hair.
When we win Vegas, I promised our coach to pay a month of his rent.
No.
So I'll do that.
When we win the tournament, we're gonna go hit the casinos and make money. Double up.
When we win the tournament, I think we already have it planned out. We're gonna go to a nice Brazilian steakhouse, you know, celebrate with the team and have fun doing that.
When we win the tournament, we will put it all on black and hope for the best.
It's Vegas after all.
Yeah, I mean, when we win the tournament, we just put it all on black and just see what happens, right? You let it ride, let the hot hand ride, and I'm looking to get the prize pool back up to season 1.
I will take my share of the money and put it in a bank, and they can put the rest on black. I'm good.
Yeah. When I win Vegas, I'm gonna go Turkey, and then I'm gonna go back, and then I'm gonna go back to Turkey, and then I'm gonna go back to Turkey a third time.
Why are you going to Turkey?
Get the whole shebang, the nose job, the hairline, and the veneers. And then I put it all on black and then flip a coin.
Well, I'm gonna go in front of the crowd and do a dab.
I think mine's a bit better than yours.
Lazarus got big aspirations. What's he gonna do when he wins? Go in front of the crowd?
He better remember to do it now. If he wins, he better remember.
I feel like taking just my life savings and put it on red. They all said black. What's up with that?
That's like the normal saying is you put it all on black.
But there's 2 colors. Well, there's
I thought it was put it all on red. I feel like I've heard put it all on red one.
Regardless,
No, it's for sure black.
I don't know if they're taking the luck or the unluck, but I'm taking the over-under.
Whatever.
Well, the good news is, at least for the steakhouses, they didn't get swarmed. Maybe bad news. They would like business.
Good news for cows, I think.
For cows everywhere.
Cow
we have
stocks
done
are
a
up,
service.
baby.
Welcome back over to the SMITE 2 Founders Series. As you see, what's been going on? Scream has been going on. That seems to be like he is just every single place. Whether it was in a fight, but most of the time not in a fight, just anywhere on the map.
I like that he played, I don't like that he played the NEM, but I like how well he played it and how he played it. I just wish he was on a better character. I think Hussars was bot. It became very hard for him to make plays in team fights. There was a lot of CC. Every time that there was a 5v5 fight past the early portion of the game, he really just wasn't able to get stuff done. I would have preferred some semblance of CC, some dive, whether it's the Nemesis, whether it's the Pele. I just didn't really like that Nemesis pick. I think it threw their draft out of a loop.
Yeah, I think drafting yourself into a position where you cannot fight a 5v5 late game, I just don't think it can be a good draft. I think that Team Risk played against the split push about as badly as they could have. They lost 2 Phoenixes. It was kind of smart. You know, they had the Stampedes to disengage at fire in the 4v5. They had the emoji ult to create that space as well, preventing the fire burst from coming through. And Uller lacking DPS, definitely useful for them as well. But I just think Risk won this draft top to bottom, and it showed. Eventually, we got to team fights, and 5M's were unable to compete.
Yeah, a lot of the competition they brought was, well, 4 of us will distract you while that guy just ruins your base. And admittedly, it got him way closer than you would think. And definitely, I'd say, Charlie, way closer than an actual 5-on-5 would get, especially with that much CC.
Right, but that's the thing. I think if 5M's split pushed as they did everything right until they got those 2 Phoenixes down, and then grouped up for a solid defense or waited for the next firefight where they had the map state control, it would have been solid. But instead, they tried to just continue because it hadn't been stopped yet. So, you know, Scream steps up, goes for the split push. They're waiting in the grass. They sort of ambush. There was a couple times where Cherry ulted to try and help Scream. At that point, you let him die. Sure, Scream gets out and Cherry dies, but I just think when they had the map state at the point they did, maybe they just had that overwhelming confidence, like maybe we can step up here, but you probably just chill you got 2 birds down, and then you play to defend, and next time you actually fight 5v5, it looks so much better.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think the macro, like past that early portion, the macro started to slow down a little bit by 5M's. And when they did go for that split push, it wasn't a 5v5 fight that they looked for. The ADC, the mid laner, wasn't even close enough for the fight. It was a 3v5, and then Scream doesn't have the safety to get out. Cherry really doesn't have the safety to get out. I just want to see, and I liked the Athena. I want to see Athena again. Maybe even Aladdin. Shout out Aladdin too.
I actually think the Athena matchup into the Thor is the best attempt we've seen so far at combating that Thor solo. I think Cherry had a really good game, especially in lane. Had that one really great play with the Helm of Darkness initiating in mid into that follow-up ult from the Hecate. That was about the only good team fight moment from 5M's. But yeah, I agree. I really like this Athena in solo. It's another pick taken away from Laspra as well, although I think he had a pretty good game on this Fen considering he's had his Thanatos taken away and his Athena taken away. He's going down to what might be his 3rd choice jungler, and he's still playing really, really solid.
I'm still waiting for like, we saw the Nem, obviously, and that's a pick that we haven't seen so far this tournament, but I'm still waiting for a pick that no one has seen yet to just break open and make things like the Thor solo look obsolete. Like we haven't seen something like Odin, which, for good reason, obviously the Phantom Shell still does get immense value. Even when Odin was top of the meta, no one was going Phantom Shell. I still think it's a possibility. But there's got to be an answer because you're clearly not putting as much presence on the Thor as other picks, and it's still getting through, and Variety's still looking fantastic.
Well, the question is, what kind of adaptations are they going to make? The only way to find out is Picks and Bans, game number 2. Team Risk, first pick, 5M, second pick. Say it for you one more time, 2 bans per team. A nice addition lately. So far, everything's the same.
Don't do it.
Thana. Dot.
Man, Team Risk they love being the villains.
They've doubled down on
That's
it.
like genetics this whole thing.
It's working so far. I mean, I can't hate on it.
Ooh, the Emoja ban as well.
Yeah, switching it up. No Ymir this time. Ymir is let through. The Emoja is actually banned, and that's Mike banning it after he played it last game. Thor first pick by Team Risk. Going back to it makes a ton of sense. It looked really, really good last game. But this again, Benny Q gets that Hecate. Ymir is left open now, and I've really liked Ymir this tournament. I think he's very, very strong.
Would you say that streak was dealt with last game? Nope. Because that's what I'm saying. They let the Ullr through again. I think that streak kind of had a field day. Like, yeah, Scream was running him down early game, but most ADCs get ran down early game. Late game, he just acts and one-shot everyone. That's the whole reason you pick this guy.
His dagger usage is wild.
Phenomenal.
Like, you could go into a game intentionally for the next week, free to play, by the way, you could just do it, and intentionally try to repeat just once, one play he made, and it would be impossible.
We don't want that. Don't do that.
Oh, there's the Pele. We did want that. One of the signs out there is asking for the Pele, and ask and you shall receive. Not in the Genie fashion in this case. But anyway, Pele comes through, 3rd pick. I like this for Scream. More impactful in team fights with this Pele. Going to be able to get in there. This lifesteal build he's been going has been really, really impressive. He's able to just, you think you've got him. You've got him down to 10, 15% HP. He turns around on you. He burst heals back up, and you end up in trouble.
I don't want Cyclone Spin to go back to the Medusa. I think Medusa this entire tournament has looked at best fine. I'm almost fine just kind of, if you're giving Ullr to streak again, give him the Ullr, give him the pressure, just go for Jing Wei. Play for that later portion of the game so you can at least scale. Ymir helps you get to that later portion of the game.
Well,
and you also have that damage. I just don't like the Medusa because we haven't seen it utilized to get those kills in dual lane. That's Medusa's strength. Her early 2v2, once she gets 3 points, point into every one of her abilities, she's so strong, but she's just losing to Ullr.
Agni for Theeks. I wanted to touch on this in the pregame. We didn't have time, but I feel like he had a really, really good game in game 1.
Oh, yeah.
He was kind of getting pressured out, but he was able to slip and slide and dodge away from all of Hecate's abilities, and he farmed up, ended up top XP even when his team were behind. Got into team fights and absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, I've been saying, I think Agni's sick. I think he should go to him right after the Hecate. Last pick for 5M's is Sobek for Cherio. And this is a pick that I do like. I think this is exactly kind of what you want over in that lane. My one worry, though, is this Thor-Sobek matchup. Thor will out-clear you. Thor will out-rotate you. maybe not out-team fight you, but can Cherry keep up levels? We've seen Cherry fall behind when he doesn't have that same farming potential as the other solo laner.
You're right that he gets out clear, but I do think that Sobek can bully, right? Especially if he gets a little bit of a lead. It's going to be difficult, but if Scream does decide to play through Cherry...
Which he has done a few times.
Exactly. It's not like it's impossible to camp Thor. In fact, Variety usually, at the first sight of a gank, ults out. And sometimes you can even bait it, right? Like just step forward, oh, I'm gonna gank, okay, your ult's down, okay, cool, I'm gonna leave. I'll be back though, because there is a pretty fat cooldown on Anvil of Dawn, especially the way Variety's building. He goes into cooldown just a little bit after the first item or two. So it's possible to try and facilitate this. Sobek has a decent matchup into Geb. As long as you're not getting Cataclysm every pluck, you should be able to just say, hey, you guys have one traditional tank. Let's just focus out this front line.
I think I want to stay over in the solo lane. This Thor, once again, you've picked it up. And on the other side, characters who can get past the Thor wall, there are not many of them. Sobek has to ult. Not looking great into the Thor is this 5M's call.
Well, Team Risk strike first. Will 5M strike back? Let's find out in game 2.
Oh, and we're grouping right away. 5M sending 5 towards Team Risk. There's a blink, there's a pluck, and that's all she wrote, a beads. But a powerful beats from Variety.
Hey, Variety, you paying attention yet? You know, I know the game just started. Okay, he is, and we move on. But it's Mike on the Sobek instead of Cherio, which is what the desk expected, which I like a lot. Ymir, much better power farmer than Sobek. Your 2 is on a much lower cooldown. You can max it, clear those lanes easily.
Oh, it's still a 2-man grouping. Variety doesn't know that this is about to happen.
Smart.
But able to hammer away once again. Now there's a half-health Thor running around. But he doesn't have beads, and he's going to have to go back to base. How much can you make him pay? On a bit of a delay here at the start of this game.
Now, Scream probably did not get spotted going underneath. Maybe Theeks could see him with the way that he was walking and turning to look. Look at Lazarus doing the exact same thing, crossing in between the tower and the Phoenix. This is, I mean, Variety can't contest Ymir anymore. The hammer versus the Glacial Strike, just not even close in terms of base damage or cooldown.
This got me all topsy-turvy, all the red characters on the blue side of the map, all the blue characters on the red side of the map. It's going to be a stolen purple buff on one side, a stolen purple buff on the other, and it looks like jungler is splitting the same camps.
Yeah, the question is where is each jungler going to go after speed? Because you could cross back over in between tower and Phoenix once again, or in between towers, and really shut down the clear potential. But looks like with Benny Q and Theeks both heading towards that right-hand side, not going to be the case. Both junglers just taking away this extra Cyclone towards. This time, it shouldn't be Cyclone getting bullied. Now the kill potential is much higher over here for 5M's. And I like the adjustment that they made in picks and bans, which is when you're playing into Geb, when it's singular initiation from something like Athena Taunt, we're not talking about that.
Talking about what?
Exactly. The Geb shield gets all the value in the world because you can always cleanse the initiation. What you do against Geb shield is you overload it. You say, you could cleanse this, but not this or that.
That was scary.
No harm, no foul. And this is what 5M's has done. They have much more CC this time around. The Geb shield also will need to be used just to help the dive damage from Scream. I think 5M's composition is much better at PvP, not as good at getting units.
Variety yet again escapes death. Beads just now back off of cooldown. Lasbra on the Fenrir once again. Was a bit of a tumultuous mid to late game there for Lasbra. Trying to mirror Scream, but not really. Trying to group up, didn't know quite where to go, but gonna run back the Fenrir pick.
And I have no problems with it. I think it has a pretty solid matchup into Pele.
Good wall up. Scream level 3. And Beads from Variety yet again under threat. My goodness, this Thor has been the target early and often in the first 2 minutes.
And who could blame 5M's? They saw what happened to them whenever he got ahead in the sets yesterday. He was absolutely dominant, but Cherry's gotten picked multiple times this exact same spot where they try and make a play and then he goes for the solo invade. Scream's gonna maybe need to come down and help him, because here comes Last.
Lasbra's gonna be behind Cherio here. A lot of those cooldowns already get used. Hope the back camps are worth it there, Cherry, especially if you trade out your life. Freeze, Glacial Strike, and the damage not enough. Lasbra in on first blood. The slowest one you may ever see, but it's Team Risk up first.
And I'm sure Kabam is behind them pulling his hair out, because this he died exactly like this multiple times yesterday. Scream, if Scream just comes with him and accepts that it's going to be slightly less efficient for their timing, if they just duo invade and then back up, Cherry never dies in that spot. But because Scream tries to clear his own side, it ends up being an easy kill, and it could be another one.
Oh man, this is getting real bad for Cherry. His own wall will pole vault him away. Scream nowhere to be seen on this side of the map, so this is gonna be a chase down. Maybe the threat of a Benny Q rotation slows down Team Risk. Cherry dodges a lot, but not enough. And it's another one for Team Risk on the Ymir.
Oh, blinked over the axe. Mike nearly picked Streak. That was crazy, but Streak's beads ready to go. Still opens up that purple invade. But the Ymir pick I love for so many reasons. This is why, though, it's riskier than something like the Sobek, which is much harder to kill.
Genetics has found Scream, but so is Theeks. Scream, just shy of level 5, forces the dash out of Theeks, and Theeks gets caught, pulled back, but the damage not in, not enough from 5M's.
Scream also took the portal to try and go a different way, but Lasbra can easily leap over the wall. How much fuel does he have? Not much.
Oh, he hits level 5, however. Is he gonna turn the damage? No. Simply too many for Team Risk. A 3-0 starts 4 minutes in.
Man, it's so many decisions that I just feel like are unforced errors here for 5M's, and that's been the story for them this tournament, in my opinion. Yes, Risk won yesterday, but think back to Game 1 and Game 2 and the leads that 5M got in both of those games. They were massively ahead and then make some mistakes that cost them the game. It seems to be this right side of the map still struggling.
Oh my goodness, is Cherio gonna die yet again? Gets caught by the Anvil of Dawn, level 4 for him, level 5 for Laz. Lasbra is 4-0 in game number 2.
Yeah, no worries on the Fenrir pick, as I was saying earlier. Really happy to see Lasbra running it back. He is absolutely crushing it, and this is exactly what Lasbra has done during his career. He is often thought of as a team-first jungler. You know, he's picking things like Athena and Fenrir and not the hyper carries that a lot of junglers like to play. But he is active on the map early, and he's also an excellent team fighter. He's having an unbelievable time.
Scream farming efficiently, 1 level ahead of Lasbra. Lasbra's been doing a lot of killing. Scream doing a lot of attempted killing, but farming more notably. But the target has been consistent, it's been the same. It's been this Ymir, who's now a couple levels down over Variety, or under Variety rather. At level 5, Anvil of Dawn. Starting to see the threat looming for Team Risk.
It's real. It's a nightmare scenario for 5M's, but it's not as bad. Maybe, you know, maybe it's just a bad dream and not a nightmare, because look at the gold disparity.
Yeah.
It's not huge. Scream is able to farm faster on Pele than Fenrir can, and you know he's going to be focused on it, as we've already seen in this set. Duo lane is stable for 5M's. Benny Q is ahead in mid. It feels disastrous, surely. The jungler's 4-0, your solo laner's 0-3, and he's down a good amount. But Ymir is a character that is used to being down.
Yeah, right.
He's normally played support. You would have loved to get him ahead, don't get me wrong. Ymir from ahead out of solo is insanely difficult to deal with. He's tanky, he has CC, he has a lot of damage. But he can function.
Man, this is a Hail Mary call from 5M's, a bit behind in the game, but you mentioned up at gold, Benny Q gets a Gold Fury and the Blink out of Genetics, a dash in from 5M's. My goodness, Lasbra's on a rampage, and he's found Scream for the second time this game. Mike falls as well.
Hungry for Genetics, and 5M's just bite off a little more than they can chew, but Lasbra hasn't seen a bite too big all game. 5-0-1. Streak once again on this cooler, looking incredibly potent. And yes, 5M's get the gold, so it's not the nightmare that it could have been. Lasbra is just not done. Look at this, Dave. He's on a great flank.
Cyclone spin, got 3 looking at him, uses the beads, but what does it matter when Streak Up has Lasbra in his corner? A 7-0 start to game 2. 5M's gotta find a way to deal with this Finn.
Lasbra has fist pumped every time he's gotten a kill, and his arm might be getting tired. Just 7 minutes in. Good thing he hits the gym, brother, because he is working right now. But again,
there we go.
All of that being said, he's down a level. He's down a level.
Sure.
Scream is just farming. He is farming and then maybe sprinting it a bit and then going back to farming. We're in the farming stage for him now, and so Lasbra should be keeping an eye on the fact that, hey, I'm not as strong as I feel like I could be. This should be turning into a good amount of gold for him ultimately. but it's not translating to an XP lead currently, and that's because he's killing players who are now worth less based on their death rate.
Cherio's caught up a little bit over in solo as well. Fighting. The Naga, Genetics in. Oh, but there's an open the gates as well. That'll be an easy pick for 5M's. Is there more of a fight on the other side, however? No. And the Queen Naga goes to 5M's. So little incremental wins here and there for 5M's keeps an aggro recontextualize a pivotal game 2.
Yes. As we know,
game 2,
game
the
2 most important. Yes, thank you.
Go down
Goodness.
2-0, and especially here with the best of 1 reset.
Yes.
It's not that you had to win 3 in a row.
You have to win 4 in a row. Yeah,
if you lose this one in your 5M's.
That seems monumental. And yes, every game becomes more important as a best of 5 goes on. But that means that inherently game 1 is the least important, as we all know, of course. Mike just not quite long enough on that dash. But again, 5M's, they're technically in the lead. Like, what is...
Feels weird to say.
It does feel awfully weird to say, but it is the case. And 5M's is a team that is experienced enough to know that, hey, just because it feels like we're losing doesn't mean we actually are. Bit of anti-synergy there between Mike and Scream.
Benny Q has gotten killing this game and avoids now his first death. Like working in the water, so a couple ultimates exchanged over in mid, namely PBM's. Got a little messier earlier in this game. A lot of it was over on the right-hand side, but now that's started to trickle out to the rest of this map. I think Cyclone Spin and Streak probably okay to be, or prefer maybe, to be left alone for a little while to farm.
Yeah, I mean, especially Cyclone Spin. With how well Streak has been playing, he's been following up on everything nearly perfectly so far this game.
Oh! Goes up, down, forces the blink away from Cherry. Who is here? It's PBM. Variety just consistently shoved back over here in this solo lane. But 0-0-3, considering how much pressure has been on this Thor, for Variety to have not yet died, impressive.
Ooh, the wall
stopped
stopped
the wall
him.
Stops the pluck, and Variety escapes death once again.
Yeah, just because he was lined up with it. A little serendipitous there, I'd say, for Variety, but you take what you can get. Scream has not let off the pressure. He's still here contesting on this backhand.
Love to duel out with Lasbra. So often we've seen an Athena somewhere in the game turns those 1v1s into a 2v1. Well, now it's about to be a 3v2. It's only Mike and Scream on this side of the map, but Cherio slowly lurking in behind. Should a fight break out, the mid laners are going to collapse in on this as well. This is that awkward moment as a mid. Can you rotate in behind the opposing jungler? Where do you find your opening? It's onto Genetics with the pluck and the freeze. And a little bit of damage, but simply not enough for 5M.
Stampede, just too much movement speed. Genetics in again!
Whoa, man, he's caught out too! And forced the ultimate from PBM. Is there a pluck though on the other side? These walls from Variety have just separated out the fight. Mike forced to blink away. In a tense moment, fizzles out.
Yeah, just not enough damage to get this Gev down yet. Ymir being behind ends up being pretty relevant there. The base damage just wasn't enough.
The Variety's literally hitting them onto a target or just separating out a fight. This Thor has felt impressive over on the right side of the map. And you know, after the earlier, I mean, Variety was doing the 5-0, 6-0 thing on Thor in a set earlier on this weekend. I was wondering if we'd maybe start to enter ban territory.
Yes.
5M's feeling like they've got an answer for it now in back-to-back games.
There is something to be said that if Variety is playing really well, then it doesn't matter what you put him on. But I think there was a pretty noticeable drop-off from him going to Ama, the one game they lost in that set, to something like the Thor. I liked the Athena pick in the last game. It just didn't end up working for the overall team composition at the end. But I think that the Thor is very good. But in a world where you only get 2 bans, you're playing against a world champion.
You only get 1 ban because 1 is
Aladdin,
of course.
Well, not for 5M's. It's been Risk that has consistently banned Aladdin so far. I feel like you just have to accept. You know, sometimes you've got to hit on 16. No one likes it.
I say every time.
Good. Some of us have to just play a little bit more aggressive and accept their fate, and that's what they're doing.
Have a little bit more gusto, maybe.
Yeah. I didn't want to say it, but I'm glad you did.
That's all right. You gotta own it. You gotta wear it like a shield of armor. It can't be used against you. Someone wise once said that. Cherio's caught up a little bit over here in solo lane despite the 0-3 start. And a Gormizer favorite is, you know, Ymir's gonna do Ymir things. He'll throw up the wall, he'll freeze you, and that's what you're talking about earlier in the game. And so I think for Cherio's sake, mentally, the onslaught has sort of slowed down. he's going to have to match the pace of this Thor that we were just talking about. And those rotations are going to have to be well timed.
And it's going to be hard for sure. I mean, Ymir more mobile than he used to be, but still not exactly a track star out there by any means.
I don't know if Genetics is going to have the gap close on a Cyclone Spin, who has ultimate and beats. Genetics no blink, and so largely slows down his initiation.
Something I'm going to be watching for once we start grouping up in team fights, Dave, is no beads for Thieves in this game. And that is, he did it last game and it worked well because it was against Yamoja and they needed that Phantom Shell. Now you feel like they need that Phantom Shell to get away from the Ymir wall. But now there's a Sobek here for PDM. And so Genetics has two forms to cleanse it. It's the Shield and the Talisman of Purification. But if he is late on either of those and Theeks gets hit by Charge Prey, 5M's should be able to kill him off it. He can die before he hits the ground, basically, with the amount of damage that they have. Scream is going this Bruiser Pele build once again. He did this a lot yesterday.
Yep.
I liked the Reaper rush from a little bit more, just even if it's not the Reaper, just something a little bit more damage than Jotun's into tank items, but he typically then starts going some damage after these, what is going to be Gargoyle. And getting to Gargoyle off of the pluck is really nice.
Pyro, who drops it. Oh, it's Theeks who walks in and steals it away. 5M's had the positioning, but Team Risk, the luck in this moment. Now 2,000 gold and a Pyromancer up.
They're gonna, and as we covered last game, getting multiple Runic Bombs is the game plan for Team Risk. They're not gonna get aggressive until they have them.
Now I'm curious, you're talking about Scream's build. Is this Yell, Scream, the same split push style that we saw? Is there that potential, or has he got a different mindset in this game?
He never has a different mindset. Let's get that clear first and foremost. Right. Scream is looking to farm #1 every single time, but his split push potential is significantly worse with this build. It really is not close. The attack speed that Nem has on objectives in particular, getting that passive proc and the prot shred from the XC was really, really strong. He's not going to be nearly as much of a split push threat. That won't stop him from doing it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Spin is over here on the right side of the map. That's left streak to go back over on the left. Maybe fishing for a member of Team Risk, just a bit overextended, but now Cyclone Spin will go back and find himself a reset. Death Metal start again, which in the past has meant early objective pull and shred, but a bit slower here for 5M's, though. The 1 Gold Fury in their pocket.
Now that Cyclone has XE, though, that's when they usually get aggressive.
Cherio has avoided death for a little while, but it looks like it may have rejoined his doorstep. But once again, Ultimate's traded out over in solo, and Cherio will live.
As soon as Cyclone gets XE, look at what 5M's do. Go straight to an objective. The thing is, they can't afford to let Risk get around behind them.
That's right, they're trying to flank Team Risk are, but it's read out. Genetics has to blink away. Open the gates, forces an alternate route out of the fight. Petrify slows him. And a Cataclysm, all of it for Genetics, and all of it connects.
They get him, though, and that's a huge loss because now
whoa, that's a blink, it's a pluck, and it should be a kill. It is. Mike hits it, and 5M's find it.
No cleanse, no beads. Mike immediately locked in. Where is Theeks? Because he's food for me now.
A Gold Fury, an afterthought, a Fire Giant priority. Freeze, blink, all of it. What in the world? No chance, no shot, no life. And out goes Variety. 5M's back to the fire.
Lasbra's been the hero so far, Dave. No way he can throw his hat in the ring and steal this away. No Sunder, though, for 5M's.
It's running in Team Risk's blood right now to leap in and hope you can find something. 5M's now got it low. Lasbra roars, leaps, steals it! Oh, it's disaster for 5M's. They get the kills. They lose the fire. Lasbra can do no wrong.
Unbelievable. He gets every kill early, and then his team is just sprinting it, and he goes, guys, don't worry, I'm red hot. Double down on the jump in and steals away the Fire Giant. And what a turn. Look at the gold, Dave. 5M's look like it's going to start to run away. You can feel the crowd momentum. It feels like it's all going their way. And Lasbra just completely shuts it down.
Unbelievable. I'll keep my eyes on the bottom left while you tell me what happened.
I thought that it was going to be a drop, and I'm just surprised that 5M's continue to DPS. What are they worried about? Genetics coming in? I mean, it's just too late. It was down to less than 10.
In the meantime, a Gold Fury gets pulled and Gotta hope for a secure, and it is for 5M's and Cyclone Spin. Take it out of life though. Cheerio lumbering away. And a much better outcome on this objective for 5M's.
Gotta get that one, but that does mess with their tempo a little bit here, Dave. This is gonna allow Team Risk to pretty easily start to siege mid while everyone starts to back up, but Scream not interested.
Petrify, waiting around the corner. Should Cyclone Spin find that opening? Variety's farming up the left side of the jungle here. He's got Fire Giant, 5M's grouping with Tier 1 tower. Variety, you know, you could receive some pressure, but he's just gonna ult away. 5M's unconcerned with their left side of the map. Lasbra sent it on over towards right. What should be a Fire Giant push and a regain of map control for 5M's has now turned into defensive questions.
Just, man, I'm still picking my jaw up off the floor from that steal.
Unbelievable.
So crazy.
You can just sense it a little
I know.
bit. You know what I mean?
I know, yep. You can
just
feel
sense
it.
it.
You can feel them. The hairs on your arms start to stand up a little bit.
It's the opposite of I get the ace,
yes.
the hand of blackjack, and you just know a 2 or 3 is coming out after that. Right?
Dave had a tough morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a tough night last night.
And the night before.
And the night before. So you can excuse his
what just happened to
trauma
5M's
dump
has been happening to me all weekend long outside of maybe night number 1. 5M's now got to find a way back in though, Ryan. Again, it's not a massive gold deficit, but it should be a gold lead. So compared to what could be, it feels bad. But what is not the end of the world. 5M's had a moment of momentum, had a clear identity. Got to regain that here for the next Fire Giant, for the next neutral objective.
Yeah, it just feels like it couldn't have gone better for 5M's, right? They kill off the Geb, and then Theek's in a position to get plucked. They kill him, then Streak goes up down by accident. And they kill him. How many more times is Streak gonna make that mistake? He won't again. Today.
That was a gift.
That was a gift. And sometimes you don't need the gift receipt. Sometimes you eat the gift receipt. If you catch my drift, I mean it is.
Well, when you like the gift.
When you like the gift,
you gotta eat the receipt.
You don't need the receipt. That's exactly right. But you're right. It isn't too bad right now for 5M. It's just that they have to recreate that magic that we just saw. And I think that trying to kill Genetics it has the potential to continue to be successful. But now he's got Sona Binding, so he's a little bit tankier. He's not much tankier than he was, but you saw how long it took to kill him, how many ultimates it took to kill him. Can you do that when everyone else is around and punishing you for that attack?
Variety, a toe off the line of the open the gates, but he knew that. No worries, Benny Q lets one fly. Comes up just a bit short. Team Risk has been able to regain from some difficult positions here this weekend. Now that double runic bomb, and the push you would imagine there shortly as well. What do you want to see around this next fire from 5M's? You want to see some aggression. You don't want them to be deterred. You want to send Scream to the left side and grab a Phoenix. Where do you put your chess pieces?
No, please God, no. You want good pull from Beads on Variety there on the Benny Q. I think that 5M's, this composition cannot afford to be late into the pit. That's been the problem. When Scream is split pushing this long, it means that 5M's can't group up and gain control of the Fire Giant pit, get their ward vision down, and hold that space. This composition for 5M's is so good at ambushing you out of bushes and controlling the space and making it very hard for you to walk in. If you have to start with Sobek Pluck on Variety or on the Geb who has people around him, it's going to be much worse. I think they need to be earlier to these objectives, establish that vision dominance, and then play the corners. Because you saw the blink freeze from Cherry was phenomenal. Mike can get a priority blink. They need to be grouped earlier and use Scream's position to gain advantage in their own positioning as a team, and in their ward coverage primarily.
Ward coverage for 5M's a little light on the bottom side of the Fire Giant.
No, and they have no sentries left. They only have 2 regular wards in inventory. These health chalices on your front line, I get, are great, and you feel like you need them into things like Agni Cooler, which are excellent at poking frontliners, but it does come at a cost. Even just having regular and sentry wards to drop gives you a lot more information around the fight. Right now, Mike is kind of stuck. He doesn't have health chalice charges. He can't go back, because what would he get? You know, maybe he can finish his item, but doesn't have the gold to do that either. Needs to place these regular wards and then come back, but Risk has been so much better at this, controlling the vision around the objective.
Asbra off to, what was it, a 4-5-0 start. Slowed down a touch since then, but ever pressure.
And look at the inventories here for Risk real quick. They've got 2 Eye of the Jungle, so even if 5M's get in a bush, they could get spotted.
Variety walled and frozen, but no damage. What's happening over on the left? It's Blink, it's Cataclysm, and there's an Anvil of Dawn shortly. Variety finds a few, but can he find the kill? Ever so important in the back line is Lasbra, but Scream flips it, and 5M lives.
And Cherio just keeps everyone else from Risk at bay. That is what 5M's has been missing in these sets. Cherio has often died in that spot, or gotten baited, or allowing Risk to get around him. There with the Ymir, he just controls that space and says, yeah, your guy's back there, but all of my guys are back there too, and we're gonna let him have some alone time.
What's next, Fire?
Yeah, Fire, you got to, but because the guy is dead, who can steal it from you, right? In all actuality, still 2 bombs here for Risk, and the key thing is no cleanse available for
Surely not again. 5M's are able to grab the FG. Team Risk steal away the first. 5M's secure the second.
They're a little late to get out the door there. Couldn't quite get it opened up. Great wall from Variety to keep everyone else from cutting Genetics off. He should be fine. Don't think they'll be able to catch him.
Roll away. And now what can you do? This is where 5M's struggled in game 1. You've got an advantage on the map. Play it properly. Grouping up as 5 seems to be their answer. Remember, they got some gold to go back and spend as well. Yeah, 5M's regaining some momentum here, regaining some control in the game and the momentum on their side.
You get this Pyro Bomb, open up your siege a little bit. One thing that I think Medusa is much better at than Uller is jumping in and out and hitting the Phoenix. The Uller Hydra's procs are very good at just getting 1 auto into the Phoenix at a time and kind of stepping in, stepping out. But the Medusa with the Viper shot, you come in, put 2 or 3 shots into the Phoenix, step up and reset. I think that 5M Siege looks pretty impressive to me, Dave. You've got Ymir Wall to stop any follow-up on the frontline engagement when Genetics goes in. You've got Mike who can pluck anyone who gets out of position. And then you've got that quick burst on the Phoenix itself coming from Cyclone Spin. The question is going to be, how do Cherio and Scream play on this dive? Because they have struggled on being on the same page on Phoenix Sieges in particular. Their Phoenix Siege, or lack thereof, lost them a game against Risk yesterday. This is not a position where they can go, well, we're strong enough, we're just going to do whatever, and it's going to work. They need to be calculated. Are Cherry and Scream on the same page? Are they diving together? Is anyone going to dive at all with Scream? Scream's job is the hardest on this siege. Playing Pele on the siege is difficult. He cannot afford to get too excited and go too deep.
So, as it was in game 1, game 2, the positioning, the timing, ever pivot for 5M's. Dagger in the back pocket of BennyQ, just need to keep your eyes on. Should a fight break out, Kate will have a second chance, second lease on life. That's what 5M's has needed in this game. Lasbra had one early with that miracle steal away, but 5M's regained.
They've got to be careful here, Dave, because look at where Scream is.
Scream off on the side.
He's not grouped, and look at how it forces 5M's to back up. I don't like Scream being split here at all. On the Phoenix, it's hard for him. On the tier 2, it's not. Yeah, on the tier 2, he can loot. I think this is a mistake.
Variety could be caught out here. Variety stuns 3. Looks great. What does it mean, though? Anvil of Dawn! Oh, he doesn't get into it! And 5M's get away with one. Scream able to push down on right. And now, this does pay off.
And look at this. He's escorted the wave for the rest of 5M's
Just as we said.
to start their siege. Without Variety, the fight start is difficult for Risk. 10 seconds on Genetics blink, he might have to be the one.
Lasbra has the route. Keep your eyes on the back line of 5M's. Lasbra massive, but spotted out. And big stuns from Feeks. As this Agni, difficult to siege into, rains down, pours on the damage, but the sustain still there for 5M.
But you can't get scared by bomb damage, Dave, because it feels like when you take a lot of damage and reset, all it does is let him get another bomb.
Right.
He was out of bombs, he's got 1 left. They should go.
Right, take it on the chin and go in. That's what 5M's is thinking. Mike, though, in, but he's alone. Now in the back line, it's still Scream, and he's found some damage onto 1. It's Phoenix confirmed on right. It looks like that's all 5M's won.
Variety up in 5 seconds, so we hit the eject button on 5M's. They get the Phoenix, and they get out, and that time Scream is much more measured in his engagement. He lets Mike lead, he lets Mike tank, and then he goes in with the ultimate, really just there to buy space. Scream has teleported over here, surely to get some farm.
It's a little short on gold. 2,800 in pocket.
Maybe he was trying to get enough for both.
So it is, we'll see what he ends up buying, but it is a now slight gold lead for 5M's, but there were 3,000 gold in the pocket of everyone there, so that's not fully realized until right now, when the player's been able to go back, spend up, Fire Giant falls off. So not the perfect Phoenix to get if you're 5M's. You love the left side, but you get the right side. But still a more commanding position you would assume around this next fire.
And again, that should allow them to get vision dominance and play the corners that their comp is so good at. That requires us to get grouped. I'm worried that Scream is leaking towards that left-hand side and where he wants to go. We'll have to wait and see. Something to keep an eye on here too, Dave. Cyclone's gone crit. And typically, an ADC player sees a Geb across the way and they go, well, oh, my crit items can't work anymore. I like Cyclone sticking to it. It's better objective DPS. The burst can be there. He popped Death Metal, and that's what got Variety killed whenever he tried to get up into the air. And yes, the Geb shield now provides the Geb passive, but you can chunk through it with some damage from Benny Q, and then your crits can still matter. I like Cyclone going crit.
And you're gonna like what you see in the ward columns of 5M's, just totally stocked up on wards. They're almost empty now, our team Risk on their side of the map. Just a step forward, you gotta watch out for that Anvil of Dawn that's now back up from Variety. Lasbra, remember beads, no blink, so little moments like that important. And while on a freeze, just misses.
No beads for Scream. Lasbra could look for the 1v1 because he knows Ragnarok is going to land and allow him to carry, but I don't know if that is enough to let him win the 1v1 against Scream. I don't think it is with this build.
He's sneaky. He's invisible. Cheria does hit it, but no follow-up from the rest of the team. It's 2 Runic Bomb to 1 advantage for Team Risk. If Variety and if Genetics are able to get into the fight. Whoa, Lasbra! Oh, he jumps right into a wall and open the gates. He's gonna force out some cleanse from Team Risk and a good opening from 5M's.
And it got the Talisman of Purification from Genetics, which is big. Now Theek's in trouble. If you can just get Genetics' attention elsewhere, and then a Mike in 60 seconds can blink pluck onto the Agni. Just like there, you saw how much damage Lasbra took. He had a Screeching Gargoyle and a Shifter Shield, and he still almost died with 2 jumps. Imagine that onto Agni. If you can take Theeks out of this fight, it makes your team fight so much easier. Theeks' damage and CC has been difficult for 5M's to deal with.
Scream over on the left side of the map. So is Cyclone Spin. 3 members of 5M's here around the Fire Giant pit.
Yeah, why? They're trying to sneak this away. They've been trying to do these sneakier objectives where they split a lot. And if they can do it
a go button though for Risk?
Yes, absolutely.
The moment they hear this.
Absolutely, yep. And they know now just from Mike's position, right? But this concedes vision control.
And Cyclone is going back to base here. Team Risk immediately pull the Fire Giant, but we're gonna get a damage check on Team Risk. A blink forward. That's forced out lurking in the waters from Mike. Genetics blink. Ult Mike. Ult away.
Man, it's so funny how it looks like such a bad dash from Mike. Like he dashed in and he hit nothing, but he just instantly ults and he baits blink ult from Genetics. And it's all of a sudden a massive win for 5M. Now, the engagement for Risk is extremely straightforward. Variety or Lasbra on the flank. That's it. All you have to do is space the Uber Bomb.
Well, I was gonna say, Scream's got the flank. We haven't seen chaotic jungle 1v1s much throughout this set, but we might see one over here in the jungle. It's gonna take a little bit of time before we get there, but Lasbra maybe just delaying. Scream getting back to the rest of his team. It's just 4v4 over here on right. Lasbra maybe a bit better positioning to get to this fight should he want to. Scream gonna be a bit delayed. Half HP on this Fire Giant. Luck in from Mike, and that's forced Genetics down to half. Anvil of Dawn is up. And Variety looking for a dunk.
Lasbra on the way as well. Variety forced back.
Whoa,
the damage!
Petrify! Cyclone Spin starts it. And Lasbra has found a graveyard when he jumps in, but Streak has flipped it around. 1 carry down, and Variety dead for Risk.
And what do you know? Where is Scream? Right in Scream's backyard. Left side Phoenix down.
And the right side Phoenix is so low here, Ryan. I think the minions are gonna get it. Oh man, but our eyes are on mid, and it's a double free. freeze, and maybe a double kill from 5M's on the precipice of a loss. They have flipped it, and it looks like they'll get a chance back here in game 2.
This should be it, Dave. No way Lasbra and Theeks can do it. But remember, Benny was able to defend with Cyclone 2v4 on this Agni pick yesterday. Can Theeks repeat the heroics?
Theeks, he's got some range, and he needs every bit of it. He'll step forward, but there's an invisible Ymir forward as well. 10 seconds on Variety. And this is slow from 5M's. All three Phoenixes down, and not liking their odds, we will go one more as 5M's break open the base.
Wow, I'm surprised though, Dave. Benny's full health with beads. No Cyclone though. That's a huge amount of your DPS. It's just difficult, man. It's very, very scary to go for it with Variety coming up, and this should be a fairly guaranteed Fire Giant if they get there fast enough. But this double freeze, man, Cherry has been by far the best at blinking mid-animation on his abilities at this tournament, and look at the dynamic play it allows you to make, man. Another blink freeze.
And you know, my eyes are crossed. I'm watching Scream on one side of the map. Now I'm watching Fire Giant on the other side of the map. No way, Lasbra does it again.
I was about to crash out.
I know. That would have been brutal, but Lasbra does not jump in, and 5M's get themselves another Fire Giant now with an exposed Titan.
So now what do you do if you're Risk? You've got 3 Phoenixes up, and they aren't coming up anytime soon, and you've got a full Fire Giant duration to do. The question more is 5M's just has to wait a little bit here, I think. 50 seconds on Scream's beads, I think that still would have all 3 Phoenixes down. Do you wait for that cooldown? That's the one that I could see 5M's waiting for. 15 seconds on Cyclone, he's ready to go. All the beads are gonna be up from Team Risk. They're gonna have almost everything. It's just Genetics blink timer. How close has 5M's tracked that blink timer? Do they think they can get in there before it comes up? It doesn't look like it. Ancient Fury does nothing for them in this spot, right? It doesn't debuff the Titan, so there's no Phoenixes to debuff. They're just being careful, making sure that there isn't an ambush planned, and by they, I mean everyone but Scream. This Gold Fury, or this Ancient Fury, I think is a waste of time, and I agree with 5M skipping it. Now they've got the beads up for Scream. Don't think you want to wait for Mike's blink. Just got to get all your waves pushed in. They did not do a good job pushing right, but they feel like they can't split and potentially get picked.
Now we have put a lot of emphasis on the initiation in the front line for 5M's, as we should. Benny Q this whole time has just found all of the damage, but Scream has as well. Streak has to leap away. This is aggressive, it is fast, and it is correct from 5M's. Down goes the carry.
And now that's a great starter to this. Just collect your waves and waltz on in. No ADC means a huge loss in DPS.
We deserve more than 3 when these two teams play. And we are maybe moments away from guaranteeing a game 4 last-ditch effort from Variety, but 5M's are too strong. Variety pulls one back, but it sure doesn't matter because 5M's find the win and tie us up.
The extra CC for 5M's makes all the difference. It looked like a disaster start. Lasbra is just God on the map. He kills whoever he looks at for the first 7 minutes of the game. He kills their momentum. After it looked like they got it, he steals away their Fire Giant, but the heroics from Lasbra just aren't quite enough. I think the pick of the Ymir for Cherio was excellent.
Unbelievable.
Mike, I know he hates playing Sobek, but sometimes you gotta take your medicine, man. If it makes you better, you gotta do what you gotta do. That Sobek pick, I think, was excellent. And it was just a control among these objectives. The heavy CC, overloading that Geb shield, made all the difference there for 5M.
I said it right towards the end of the cast. Deserve more than 3 when 5M's and Team Risk play.
Oh yeah.
4 the other day, at least 4 here today, maybe some extra smite a little bit later on. We're tied up, a pivotal game number 3. 5M's, Team Risk, coming up next.
I've been used by the useless. My whole body's covered in bruises. Consumed by the clueless. So full of lies and excuses. I've let you take enough from me. I'm jumping ship to watch you sink. When you look back and I'm still standing. Remember every time you tell me. It makes me stronger than before. When you tell me. It fuels the fire even more. So give me all you got. I can't wait to watch you rock. If there's one thing you should learn about me, don't ever tell me. Now you're gone with no traces. You might as well have been faceless. Expose all your weakness. I'm getting back to the basics. The smoke is clear, I'm seeing red. I won't stop fighting till I'm dead. When you look back and I'm still standing. Remember every time you tell me. It makes me stronger than before. When you tell me. It fuels the fire even more. So give me all you got. I can't wait to watch you rock. If there's one thing you should learn about me, don't ever tell me. Now you're stuck treading water in the ocean alone. Let out light for apologies. How about a rope and a stone? Take enough from me. I'm jumping ship to watch you sink. When you look back and I'm still standing. Remember every time you tell me. It makes me stronger than before. When you tell me. It fuels the fire even more. So give me all you got. I can't wait to watch you rock. If there's one thing you should learn about me, don't ever tell me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the SMITE 2 Founders Series, and we have a set on our hands tied 1-1 up front. Of course, if you watching anywhere happen to be thinking, and this again happens all the time, you get that competitive itch.
Yep.
If you are itching for some esports action of your own after all of this that has been going on, I've got some good news for you. And I'd like to point out some of the community tournaments that are going on. So we've got the Olympus Smite League. They just announced the OSL Season 6, which is the first OSL draft league in Smite 2, a league where you sign up as an individual player and you get drafted to a team. So you can play, you can meet new friends in competitive Smite, and of course all ranks are welcome. So you can just go ahead and join anywhere there. We got the Kings League, an NA2 division auction draft league, which has announced their Season 2. Tanuki Smite League announced an EU draft tournament with a €200 prize pool. And of course, Dilo and the Sewer Squad, they are running weekly casual pickup games in their server. And again, any ranks are welcome there. So make sure that you check them out, any on the social media, and hop into the Battleground. It's free to play. You can do it whenever you want and get some, I guess, competition on? Is that it? Yeah, get some competition on. Sure, why not? Speaking of competition on, it sounds stupider the more I say it, but
I liked it.
All that matters is we're tied 1-1. We've got Risk on one side, we've got 5M's on the other, and this one, Trelly, I mean, insane.
I loved watching what 5M's went to go for here. I mean, we were worried about Stream kind of split pushing too much in game number one. He did fantastic in getting the structures down, but then they never really did anything with it. I saw just the right amount of split push this time around, as well as we were a little bit worried at the early game, watching Cherry just get absolutely camped by Laz, but this Fenrir ended up being so impactful for the early game. But as it turns out, Cherry knows how to farm. He knows how to, just weather the storm. And he was still able to make some huge plays. Those freezes, those walls were detrimental to Team Risk's mental.
Yeah, and I think pointing out the split pushing is a good spot because they had the capability to fight with this Pele. She's such a better 5v5 character than Nemesis is right now. And Paul, can I ask you something? Is Hecate good?
I think she might be pretty good. She absolutely crushed it. Benny had a fantastic game. I think supported by that pivot they've done in the front line. Umoja plus Athena could not get things done. They couldn't make any danger really for the enemy team. And in this game, I felt like that Ymir plus Sobek combo was so scary to play into. Anytime you're even slightly out of position, you're walled off. And if you hammer out as the Thor, for example, there's a Sobek chasing you down, blinking, plucking you back into the danger zone. And there was just no good way for Team Risk to deal with that duo.
And even doubling down on that, if you do dash away, Open the Gates is right there. We saw a lot of Open the Gates just catching somebody right after the dash is down. No beads on that Agni. The only real chance he has to live is if Genetics is shielding him or using that purification. And they just kind of played to bait it out. I thought it was really well played by 5M's in their team comp.
There was a lot I feel like they set up for themselves and realistically had baited out. Like that was just the goal of, okay, you know what? We're gonna wait until you engage. Now you're out of position. Cool, here's a wall, here's a freeze, here's something to keep you engaged when you don't want to be. Because it's 0, 3, and 10. But that 10 for Cherry is very important. Also, it's one of those moments where you get kills kind of spread throughout everywhere, but BennyQ 6-0-7, like that is a really, really good game from the mid laner.
Very solid stat line. I don't think it can happen if the front line isn't playing as well as they were. So already shouted out Cherry, but Mike, love the aggression from this Sobek. It is just so insane to me how every single time I see one of these tournaments and I see Mike there, what's this on all about?
Happy birthday, Jaden.
And who would that be, Gore?
He's working here right now. Can you not read the sign?
You think I can see that sign? You're insane.
Oh,
I was hoping you. I was hoping you.
He was literally begging for help right there, and Gore's just like, you can't read?
Guys,
loser.
Guys, I've already been told who Jaden was. I just wanted Gore to repeat it. I'm sorry.
I just like reading. No, but happy birthday.
Happy
I appreciate
birthday, Jaden.
the work that you're doing, especially on your birthday. Like that's
absolutely.
That's different.
It's hard, honestly. Well, I guess it depends. I feel like the older I get, the more likely it is that my birthday lines up with the day that I am working. Turns out that's just working.
Turns out that's just adulting. But
hey, happy birthday.
Absolutely. And what I was saying, we keep getting baited, or at least maybe 5M's keeps getting baited into putting Mike on these supports to like chill in the back line. I love it so much when he's on the things like, you know, the Sobek that could just blink in, start a fight. Even level 1, he was blink plucking, which puts your duo lane down tremendous clear-wise. But you're pulling rucks, you're getting those beats down, you're making BennyQ's job infinitely easier because Open the Gates has so many more targets to go for without that immunity.
I do feel like it's a good point to harp on there. These level 1 fights and going into the first 5 levels of the game, I feel like Risk, both in this set and the one we saw yesterday, are putting themselves behind through the early game. I would really like to see them to adjust these starts, try and contest the early game. If you could be ahead going into the mid game, that's going to make your 5v5 playstyle that much more powerful.
Well, Picks and Bans game 3. Someone is going to go up to 1. A reminder, if it's Team Risk, then they are 1 win away after that from lifting up a trophy. If it's 5M's, they've got a best of 1 reset that they'll have to go for. Afro, Thana.
Oh, brother!
Last time it was Umoja. Prior to that, it was Ymir. I don't know if we have enough Y gods that you can keep that going, but it's going to go right back to the Umoja. And inbound, it feels like they just kind of want to roll right back to where they were.
Yeah, and it leaves open the Thor again.
Wow.
They're defaulting away from that Thor, and they're going towards this Ymir. I've really liked the Ymir so far. I think there's a little extra value that they hadn't flexed, and it was something that they could throw into solo lane. First picking this Ymir, again, granted, very good character. I like it. But then you're giving up you're giving up Hecate and you're giving up Thor. 2 very, very valuable characters. A little bit of flex potential with the Thor. I get the Ymir value, but I'm worried that you're giving up too much for that.
And this is another pivot. They didn't take the Uller here unless they're driving both, which clearly they are not. They're also going to take away the Sobek.
Man, they really liked 5M's draft last game.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see if Cyclone Spin goes to Jingwei and just gives up the Uller Medusa dance, or says, feed me this Uller, I'm ready for it.
Well, Uller Hover coming through. I wonder if there's the similar flex potential here for the Ymir on the Sobek. I don't know if Genetics, we've not seen him on the Sobek so far. We've seen the Ymir go into support, but I wonder if that's something that Variety has over in the solo lane. He's definitely performed on it previously.
The rare 6th
I had no idea Hindu had an M on his chest.
They're like just switching comps this game. The Fenrir, the Uller, the Thor, all ran by Team Risk. Ymir, Medusa, Showback, all ran by 5M's last game. My issue though, Hecate is...
Yeah, who's the big differ?
Pele locked in for Lasbra. Again, my issue is still though, there's so much value in this Hecate. Benny played it so well last game, and I've not liked the nuance so far for Theeks. I don't love giving up this Hecate if all you're getting is Nuwa. It's not something I'm in love with.
Dang, he said lose, bruh.
I get it.
That's messed up. I'd boo that sign too.
They're chanting lose, bruh.
Lasbra is such a nice guy. Like, you can root for 5M, but you don't gotta put down Lasbra. He's just so kind.
I mean, speaking of Lasbra, that last game, how far ahead did he get? Finally, Hades for Cherry, though.
Wait, the Thor's not here to take Hades away from
No, that's Mike's Hades.
Oh, is it?
That's support Hades.
No, surely
it has
not.
to be.
Surely Mike's on the Fenrir.
Yeah.
I guess, but he's played the Hades before and he really likes the Hades in support.
I think Mike takes the Fenrir, you let Cherry grab Hades, and you put Scream back on his Thor. His screeching gargoyle Thor.
Yeah, I could see that too, but there is a very real world that the Fenrir is going to the jungle. Scream likes the Fenrir. Thor goes over to soul lane. It's played very strong over there. And then Mike is one of the few players that likes to play this Hades support. And he's pulled it out a few times now.
Yeah,
Not in this tournament.
I wonder, we just saw this Thor into Ymir matchup in solo. That was something that Cherry clearly wanted to play into.
Right.
And I wonder if this is now being avoided on the other side. I wonder if he wants to make sure that Thor isn't in that lane against the Ymir being pressured out.
Well, I'm just thinking about if you're 5M's and you have a Hades and an Uller, do you want to line up into a possible Ymir Medusa lane? I don't think so. Hades is just god-awful at level 1. You just can't clear, right? You're going to step up to the wave and press 3? I don't think so. So you got to stay so far back. That's why you take the Fenrir. At least you have your leap. At least you can get aggressive.
Well, there's a little bit of flex potential here also. We haven't seen Variety play the Ymir yet. He's played Sobek a lot. There is potential that this is just Sobek solo, Ymir support.
Variety's not a Ymizer. I'm not calling it. He's not going for it.
Well, you know what? We can just go ahead and find out as we jump over to our casters to find out who goes up one more in Game 3.
No matter what, this set will not end this game. We've at least got a game number 4, game number 3 between 5M's and Team Risk kicking off right now. And we've got some breakdown to go through here, Ryan. You seem really convinced that you were right. PBM, Fen support up against Genetics' Ymir.
Yeah, I think that it's, for all the things that Trelly was just saying, I'm just in complete agreement. It allows you to be more aggressive. It allows him to be more aggressive throughout the mid to late game. And Cherry has just been so good on both Thor and Hades, but I really like Cherry getting this Hades back. I will say on the other side, there are a couple things I don't like for Risk. I don't like the Nuwa. That should come as a surprise to no one. But I don't like Variety taking Sobek instead of Ymir. Variety's played Ymir in the past, if memory serves. Yes, he's played more Sobek, of course. Every solo laner has. But I just don't think Sobek can keep up and farm with Hades. I think that Variety is going to fall too far behind in this game. And just like the Ymir conversation we had for Cherry last game, it's Sobek. He's used to playing from behind. His kit functions well with less farm.
Minions have
They didn't need to do it this way. They could have let Genetics take the Sobek, but Genetics is the Ymir player on this team, and
Streaks in
makes
mid.
sense.
Streaks in mid alongside Theeks. Benny Q's got to avoid stepping too far forward here. Could be some damage awaiting the mid laner should Benny Q get slightly out of position. The root was charged up, the beads were there, but it doesn't matter. The trap sprung in Team Risk at 30 seconds already with first blood.
Love that play. Haven't seen it for the Nuwa. Normally it's Nuwa does nothing early. Well, what if she did do something early? What if she did impact the lane right away? Benny gets to teleport back. It's not as disastrous as it is in Smite 1 to die on wave 1, but it's a great trap set and a new start for Team Risk. They have not done before. This is not a mechanical. This is not a mechanical one. It is just a misplay though from Benny, there's no reason to be on that side of the lane. If he just walks down the other side of the lane away from the bush, they can't kill him nearly as easily. A positional mistake, a little bit of a mental misstep.
And really it just shows you how high a level players have to think about this game.
Yes.
I mean, I certainly never, just wander down mid, see what happens, but you gotta always be aware, especially when you don't know everything that's going on all across the map. Now, regardless, Benny Q has hit level 3 first, and now Theeks has lost his beats over in mid lane. We saw the Thor over in solo lane throughout the weekend this weekend, but it'll be back in the hands of Scream, who has played it to mixed success. I think it was a win because of, in spite of, I'll let you be the judge, but Scream pretty storied on the Thor pick.
Yeah, didn't have the best performance when it came to the ult percentage rate, but made a play to win the game because he dunked on the back line at the very end and got a double Screeching Gargoyle off. So I think that with how Scream's played today, you never know.
It's got an avenue here. Choose not to take it. Pele, Lasbra, around the back of the dual lane as well. So maybe an opportunity there for Scream. Chose not to take it. He'll head back.
I'm a little surprised to see Mike go Blink instead of Sunder. I think I would have preferred the Sunder on the Fenrir support because it's so mobile. It's so easy for him to get into a Fire Giant or Gold Fury pit and steal it away, and it allows him to be much more aggressive on the invades. It tells me that Scream wants to keep the pace a little lower because otherwise, if Mike's in the jungle, that means Scream's got to be in the enemy jungle. That means Benny's got to be getting lane prio, and it means Cyclone is going to be on an island. Because Mike goes Blink, it tells me that they're going to be less aggressive in risk side of the jungle.
Freeze and wall from Genetics. Cyclone Spin has got to be quick on the transformations leaps away, especially now because Lasbra's over on the left side of the jungle as well. But Cherio is teleported over here.
Level 5
from Solo. Dash in. Pillars of Agony frozen away, but there's a blink. And pulled back in is Genetics, and Cyclone Spin's got the damage, but in is Laz.
Laz level 4, but with support from Theeks, it's enough. Cherry fall.
Oh no, but Streak maybe still has some gas in the tank. Mike has got to blink away. Streak dashes in, and the Brutalize secures the escape.
I think Cherry was just so greedy on his jump in there, Dave. He tried to auto and then fear Genetics. If he just jumps in and immediately ults, then Genetics can't freeze him. He can't buy all that time. It took too long to kill the level 3, I believe at the time, Ymir, because I said Mike didn't go Sunder, Genetics did.
Ooh, Theeks pulled back and you open the gates. Benny Q has just been on it on this pick. Just not enough damage from Scream. And Bill of Dawn down, so no follow.
And bringing back to this Hecate, I mean, we didn't call Benny Q's name many times in terms of how much work he was putting in last game, and that was an oversight for me without a doubt. He put in an insane amount of damage, and I think that it's something to note with Hecate in particular is that I think she gets better with better frontline dodge because so much of her damage comes from the 3, from that shield that does the explosion whenever she puts it on someone, and when you can put it on a Ymir or a Sobek who's right on top of 2 or 3 people, then you can you just did 1,000,000 damage in that fight. And even though it felt like it wasn't from the Hecate, that's why her damage numbers keep going up and up and up. Yep. It's about that shield value. This game, Hades, excellent to put a shield on. Fenrir, excellent to put a shield on. Thor off the dunk, excellent to put a shield on. I expect another big damage game from them.
And what a battle between Benny Q and Theeks just in general. 2 players who have stepped up massively for their teams. Ate has traded hands back and forth. If you're looking at another 50, 60K damage game, we go that long, it's tough to beat.
And when you get actual value out of the magic damage shield that the 3 provides, it's not just loving the damage, but it prevents something like a Nuwa ult from killing someone, or the Ymir or Sobek damage from being quite as relevant on that frontliner of yours who dove in. Then it just keeps getting better. Then you're just loving every minute of it. Yeah. So I really love the Hecate pick, and I think it's another reason why the Nuwa pick is even worse into it, is because that magic shield is actually really relevant against the ultimate at all stages.
Cyclone Spin on the ruler, builds Transcendence. So not that death metal that we've seen a couple of times that really threatens super early objectives. So that's something maybe off the plate. Team Risk, maybe for now. Both junglers, Ryan, they hit level 5. Lasbra, of course, has the dash in. The Anvil of Dawn for Scream could catch some members of Team Risk by surprise. Axe well timed from Cyclone. And the leap away makes quick work of the Genetics gank.
Well, now this has been the opposite a lot, right? It's been Cyclone on Medusa and Streak on Uller, and it felt like Streak was the one with pressure. Now Streak's on Medusa, Cyclone's on Uller, and it feels like Streak's the one with pressure.
Still got pressure.
Doesn't it? And Cyclone is a player who is notorious for understanding that he doesn't need to be winning his lane to be winning the game, right? He is not someone who will ego push the wave and try and fight you. If he knows that, if he thinks that his win condition is going later, then he'll just wait, and he'll be very patient. It's one of his best strengths as a player, but I think it is also telling that he is not looking to contest or fight up against Streaks, regardless of the matchup.
Hang back, farm up. You've seen the Fenrir support from Mike once or twice. And Ryan, admittedly, I'm used to the Fenrir support being hyper-aggressive, doing a little bit of this, jumping in, pulling beads. A little bit of utility pulled away, could open the door for a Scream Dunk here, who's also on the left side of the map. Lasbra's over in mid. Instead, just some pressure on this purple buff, so beads away from Streak.
And now I would expect Cyclone to play a little bit more aggressive. But Genetics has also been in this lane consistently. So he's aware of that.
Pele's over on the left side of the map as well. Could be getting a 3v3. Freeze out of Genetics, who's half HP. Lasbra also takes a big chunk of damage. So early trades over here on left, going in the way of 5M's. Both teams a little bit more cautious, though, in the early goings. I say, as Scream is walled off Genetics, missed the Anvil of Dawn. Genetics, none the worse off. As a matter of fact, will step forward and eat an axe from Cyclones.
That Stampede movement speed, man, it just makes it really hard to land your skill shots. And Genetics has been willing to use it early and often in engagements, and I think it's been to the benefit of Team Risk.
So if Genetics can stand tall, he'll be feeling A-okay. But can he stand tall when Scream is over here on left? Wall has stopped Streak from getting away, but it's only for now. A blink back forward. Is there enough damage? Oh no! Mike doesn't think so, and Streak agrees. Gotta trade out one here, and it looks like 5M's will, and Scream will not one. Whoa, Jerry has made his way left as well.
When did Cherry get here? I saw the Variety teleport, I saw Scream and Lasbra coming, but Cherry is in the right spot at the right time. 2 for 1 in 5M's favor. And these solo laners, Variety, I like the decision to try and rotate over. He's falling behind in farm. We knew he would. It's just the nature of his gods versus the Hades. But Cherio, instead of getting greedy and just saying, yeah, good luck, I'm going to get ahead over here, always willing to rotate early. I think it's one of Cherry's greatest strengths as a solo laner. Pays off right there.
Now, I'm going to put some context here if we maybe have a second. If you're a fan of bonus Smite, 5M's win this one, guaranteed at least 2 more games. They'll be up 2-1. If they win game 3, we'll go to a best-of-1 reset. Team Risk, though, could win 2 straight and then just win the grand finals there. So we get a seriously extended afternoon if 5M's are able to win this pivotal game number 3. And I think catching Team Risk by surprise is a great way of getting it.
Yeah, so Cherry did end up taking the tall side teleporter, just a little bit higher up on the map. It cost him everything, Blink and Ultimate, but I think it made a big difference.
Oh, Gold Fury for 5M's a consideration. And that is a Ragnarok back. Genetics, simple for 5M's, and nobody here from Team Risk to contest.
Stampede doesn't help you when you're dropped right on top of everyone. All the movement speed in the world isn't gonna do it. Genetics needed to immune that with Shards of Ice. Instead, as soon as he gets picked up, he's toast, and Risk is just not in a position to come and help him. Another early Gold Fury for 5M's. They've been much more dedicated to stacking those
and
gold
an early gold lead.
And an early
from
gold lead.
5M's. It's been the story throughout the weekend. Team Risk has been great at playing back into that lead.
But I think their comp just utilizes this lead so much better than some of the other ones they've had because they have that ranged CC. I'm sure you're all sick of hearing me talk about how good having Thor Wall is or how good having Uller Axe is, but it really is just the best thing that I think you can be doing in a comp setting is just CCing the people in front of you and letting your damage dealers get to work. Take the risk out of it. Take the ability to juke skill shots out of it. Your fight just gets so simplified whenever you've got that crowd control to start a fight. And 5M's have it this time around, and their team fight is still good with the Hades ult. That Hades can struggle if he's the one who has to engage, but when you've got Fenrir and Thor Fenrir support in particular, it allows the Hades to be a little bit more patient in these fights. So Cherry will need to be patient.
A couple pivotal active items for Mike. Stampede, Screeching Gargoyle picked up, so consider everything that this Fenrir can do once that blink is back off of Fear Down. So now it's about buying time with your 5M's. Cyclone Spin. You can secure a little bit more farm, get that Transcendence stacked up after an early kill on the BenQ. An early kill, 4 feats, a couple as a matter of fact. Have not seen much emphasis towards mid.
No, and that's to Risk's advantage, I would say, because you've got the new
Well,
wall.
here's your emphasis.
Every time Pyro's up, where is Risk? On it.
Oh, but it's an open the gates onto Genetics, but where's 5M's? Not there, not home. So an ultimate feels good to hit for Benny. Nice stun. Doesn't end up changing much. Stuns from Cyclone Spin delay Lasbra's engagement, but Cyclone Spin stepping forward, a leap in from Polar Bear Mike. A Ragnarok has forced the beads away from the Pele. Down to half HP is Lasbra. He still stands on the map, but Genetics potentially caught out here by 5M's. It's been an ugly Ymir game to start. And down goes Genetics for an 0-4 start.
Now Streak left alone, dashing towards his help in Lasbra, but help's not coming.
It's another blink in, an axe and a kill. 5M's notch 2 in the last 10 seconds, and they are starting to roll across the map.
A rare positional mistake from Streak, but I think you can attribute that death to Genetics and his positioning, which is way too far up in the enemy jungle. And once you're there, and then you get Thorwald, and you get Hecatimez, it's difficult for Ymir to run away. Stampede was on cooldown, and Genetics ends up being in a bad spot. Streak steps up to help him just a little bit, and it's an easy kill.
Doors of Agony cancels out some of the initiation from Team Risk. You need to get one in here if you're Team Risk, but not gonna be able to chase down Cherry.
Lasbra is a great Pele player. Hazers brought up his history of it in Smite 1. He was, when I think of Pele players in Smite 1, he's one of the first names that comes to mind. But how much has he practiced it for this tournament?
And build of Dawn. Target, question mark. Purple Breath, answer, Scream. And more active over on the dual lane side. Mike, man. The stun leap
That's
in
hammer.
from Fenrir have been big. But the hammer now down from Scream. Can he buy time? His health bar is not moving at all. 5M's have just been faster than they've been better.
That Hecate shield, it goes on him, and all this Ymir damage is just completely negated. Oh, and Benny did a couple hundred to Genetics at the exact same time. Screams that tanky Thor build that he's been going. Looks good yet again. And Genetics on this Ymir now 0-5 in this game. Ymir looked great for Cherry last game, even though he fell down 0-3.
That's right.
Now it's up to see if Genetics can bounce back the same way that Cherry did over here as a solo lane. But like I was saying, did Lasbra expect to play Pele in this tournament? Probably not. I didn't hear any rumblings that Pele was a jungler to watch out for. It was Thor, it was Thanatos, it was Loki, it was Fenrir. Those are the gods. And once Scream makes it look this good, he feels like he's got to pick it up. But he hasn't done much with it yet.
Enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Maybe a jump in and a steal, this would be fun. No, won't even try it. Gold Fury in the meantime. Second of the game for 5M's. Jorby's been keeping track of the Pele win rate.
75%
now. A lot of that's got to be Scream, right? If not all of it.
I believe all of it.
All of it may be Scream. See if Lasbra can flip this game around and improve it. Map control across all of the objectives here for 5M's. The rest of the carries have been able to farm up and sustain. Cyclone's been handed a few kills. This Uller an axe or two away from melting health bars. It's a long climb back in for Risk.
And it feels like the first game in this set where Cyclone is the ADC with the advantage, doesn't it? Where it feels like he's the one impacting fights early more than the opposition. Streak now down a level and a half to Cyclone. Cyclone's off to a great start, 3-0-2 on this Uller. And you saw Risk completely forego it. They had the chance to pick Uller. They picked Medusa instead. I have to imagine a lot of that was due to objective damage, and that they felt like their objective damage was too low, and they couldn't punish 5M's for their split push. They wanted to pick something that could burn fire a little bit better. Medusa does that, and still can do that, even being a little bit behind. But it does mean that 5M's get all the Uller benefits. And the way that they've been playing, where they aren't trying to burst objectives, they're playing these hit-and-run guerrilla warfare fights in the jungle. Uller is better than that, better at that than Medusa.
Man, every little thing going the way of 5M's. Beads, ult needed. for Theeks to stay alive. Oh no, Mike, half HP though as well. Team Risk now jumping back forward, up, down, goes Scream, but he's blocked on the opposite side of the wall. Benny Q swings, and Benny Q connects, but Genetics is finally traded. It's a double for the Hecate, and Benny Q on a warpath.
Man, that peel from Genetics was just awesome. It completely threw Scream off of his scent in getting that kill, but then Benny Q comes in, and what do you know? Places a 3 on top of Scream, gets that last burst damage, and secures the kill on the Thief. It's a 2-for-1 for 5M, but Streak does get that tower on the left-hand side. Plus the Pyromancer for 5M's now. That's big for slowing down what Risk likes to do in their set play of double Runic Bomb. Now 5M's has it on their side.
So now you're starting to wonder about Fire Giant. Where's your burn stand? Can Team Risk step up? Because Fire Giants, not only this set, but this weekend in general, have just not been guaranteed.
Your
it feels
right
like
is under
we've
attack.
seen some massive momentum shifts, whether it's in a team fight or just a steal, around the big objective over on the right side. So, vision control, ward coverage, can 5M's gain control of this right side?
I think they should be able to with this type of gold lead. And Scream now with a pick that even if he's pushing mid, can quickly affect the fight, and something that Risk needs to respect on a quick rotation over. Losing the tier 1 mid tower is big for that as well.
This could be sneaky from Team Risk. 5M.
Cherry should hear it.
Yeah, maybe aware of what's going on here. Admire the thought, the creativity, see if there's a reaction. There was. 5M's, well aware they cannot afford to let a Fire Giant be snuck away.
No one loves to pull a random fire than 5M, so they're aware.
Cherio, he's got 3 looking at him. Delay with the dash, but look at the rest of 5M's. Everyone but Cyclone Spin rallying through the jungle. He's invisible. He'll take a little bit of damage. And up goes Thor. Where is Scream gonna land? He's got a wall. He's trapped off 3, but Scream essentially all alone.
No, now it's Streak that's all alone. Cherry following him. Streak nowhere to go.
It's Cherry who opens it up. Everything following up Scream. The wall also connects on the back end of this fight. Variety forced to dash away once more, but guess who? It's Mike on the Ragnarok in the tier 1 tower, left by the wayside. Benny Q drops the hammer. 5M's, they'll add a few more.
PBM's out. Genetics looking for more. Good wall onto Benny, but it's a Nuwa. The follow-up is anemic.
It is, but is there follow-up here with Lasbra? Cherio low. He'll dash away to the rest of his team. And so it is a clean play for 5M's, a few kills and a tower.
And uncharacteristic for Lasbra to not be present for that fight, Dave. Typically, he is one that is early to fights for this Team Risk squad, but Risk lose that fight just 4v5. They didn't have their jungler there, and you have to imagine that Lasbra's presence would have made a massive difference. It was a great separation from Scream. He doesn't land the dunk, but it's really a positional ultimate in order to get the wall. Everyone from Risk goes south underneath the tower, where Streak goes southeast, and that little change of direction is all the difference.
Fire Giant massive here. Anvil of Dawn. It's up from Scream. Where's the Thor land? Oh, it's right behind Genetics, but Genetics well timed with the purification, forced out that massive cleanse.
So that's still Talisman of Purification and Stampede down from Genetics. Those are big cooldowns. Cost 2 ultimates for 5M. Still don't hate it. It's going to be harder for Genetics now to get in and contest an objective if they want to pull 5M.
Instead, it's Pyromancer now pulled for 5M's. They'd get a double Runic Bomb if they're able to secure the objectives. Looks like they will. Team Risk not close by on the Pyromancer, so a second Runic Bomb. Cyclone Spin deals the killing blow. Now you got the Gold Fury, you got the Fire Giant. Can you sneak one, pull the other? Instead, maybe it's Scream who should be concerned here. He doesn't have his ultimate. Used it in that last team fight. But this is just Variety on the Crocodile chasing him down. And a good reset moment for 5M's.
So 5M's have choices now. They can go towards this Gold Fury on the left-hand side. They've typically been very willing to split the map. Send 2 people over to Gold, 3 people to defend a fire pole. I just think they're so strong. I'm wary of going for Gold, even though I think getting that 3rd Gold Fury bonus is excellent when ahead, because it makes sieging so hard to stop. Just getting 50 procs when near a structure is really hard for a team who's behind to chew through. So getting that 3rd bonus would be really nice, but I also just don't want to let Risk set their feet at fire. I think it's a tough call to make here for 5M's. You could go fire over to gold and then begin your siege, but then you're delaying your fire giant. But you can tell from my options is that I don't see a contest being really in the cards from Team Risk. I think Risk should be looking to trade an objective at this point. Take the Gold Fury if they'll give it to you, because you're down almost 10K.
I'm glad you bring it up. This has been one of the widest margins we've seen this set. It's been 2,000 or 3,000 gold. Momentum has really been the talking point. Genetics
has Sunder.
And a bomb. Gonna be a little bit early to this. To jump in to avoid the freeze. Scream goes up. Genetics not gonna have a chance to steal it away. Variety scared running, and he should be because Scream chose him as his target. Open the gates, forces out the ultimate from Variety, and right back to fire goes 5M.
Look at Lasbra's positioning. He did it last game. He is the one
Come on.
who could make it happen here potentially for Team Risk.
Lasbra's got to get it done once again.
They're resetting.
But there is nothing to get, as 5M's have not stuck on this fire giant. Instead, will shove out a win.
This surprises me, Dave. Maybe they're just coming over here to heal and then go straight back to fire, but yeah, okay. That was the play. It's fine, you know. It buys Genetics time to get out of base. If he has teleporter cooldown up, he could potentially get here in time.
Lasbra way behind 5M's right now. Scream is looking the opposite direction. Lasbra, not sure he's been spotted. Can Lasbra do it again? No, he can't. 5M's get the fire giant, and now Lasbra has to hit eject. Oh, a blink in from Terry. Catches him once again.
Yeah, nice try, but Hades now basically the most mobile god of the game when he's got blink up and ultimate. Chased down, and Lasbra ends up falling, and now that's a staggered death. That's the risk of going for a fire giant steal like that, Dave, is you already were 5v4. Now you just came back to even strength, and you're immediately on the back foot, numbers-wise, once again.
My goodness. 5M's on the precipice of no matter what, pushing us at least 5, and they're going to spool up that goal.
Don't forget, though, game 1 of their set yesterday in the best of 5 looked a lot like this, didn't it?
How did that end?
And it ended in a Team Risk win because the siege got completely scuffed on the left side for 5M. They are clearly more patient. I wonder if 5M's of Saturday try and get mid-Phoenix on that push. This time, I love backing and getting that third Gold Fury. Just makes it so much easier to siege. The bonus damage and the procs are going to be tough for Risk.
Team Risk. They'll at least get their second runic bomb, what they always look out for, but they've been on the back foot. They haven't had an option to put it anywhere near anything important. 5M's plenty of time here. These long fire giant buffs give you those openings. You thought the Hades was fast enough. He's got a
middle enemy
tower. It's so difficult to run away from Cherry, who's really come into his own this set. After a struggle on the Ymir, won that game. Never really struggled on the Hades, but certainly has made his impact on the initiation.
What was the takeaway from set 1? The right side of the map for 5M's needed to be better, and they have been better in these last 2 games. There's no doubt about it. Mike has also just completely controlled the pace of these games. And Benny Q is not getting enough credit because Hecate stuff isn't always that flashy, but he just doesn't get caught out. Remember, he was first blood in this game. He died literal wave 1, 3-0-7. Since then, near the top of the player damage chart, has been critical with his, he's been patient with the shields, and that has made a big difference.
5M. To win this one, you need 2 more. Ragnarok, it has been hitting from Mike. Where does Scream go? Could be Genetics instead. Maybe it's over in mid. Variety lurking in the waters. He's lived, but a wall connects and the double hammer gets it done from Scream. He's had the angles all game long.
This left side Phoenix is not going to be easy to go. Well, how did he get here?
What in the world happened? Lasbra has picked Scream, and it's left 4v4.
Wow, did Scream take the fort? I mean, I have no idea how he got back there or why.
Wasn't his hammer
there. Not great in that moment there for Scream. 5M still plenty healthy. The rest of them all in very good states in terms of their relics and their cooldowns. But losing Scream is a big loss. That wall has been huge.
Genetics learning that nowhere is safe. Oh man, Lasbra's gone in. It's a last-ditch effort, but it has not paid off. They've lost more health. They really cared to wager. This is giving 5M's now a power position in mid.
One day I'll get used to tank Pele and not expecting her to one-shot everyone she just hit.
That day is not today, not for me. In goes Cherry. Ultimate out, mid Phoenix now down, left and mid off the map.
Says a lot that 5M's lost a member and then just still brute force their way 4v4 to the mid Phoenix, especially when that guy is the one who's doing a lot of the setup for the fight, like Scream has been doing. 5M's, man, they are in complete control. And Risk is now just looking for something like a pick in the jungle. I do want to go back and see what happened to Scream and how he got there underneath the Phoenix, because it looked like he was out, right? They kill Variety.
His hammer is here.
Open the gates gets used, and then he's walking out. Okay, he's out, and he ports in. 10 to 1 odds. He was trying to jump away and just used his interact key and got ported in. Yep, those are the betting odds. Please place your bets among your friends.
Ken, here in Vegas, the odds looking good
Yeah,
for
we'll get it on the
5M's
book.
here in game number 3. They'll push us to a guaranteed 2 more. We're to Risk win them straight. Could be 3, depending on how the dice fall for us.
Destroyed the pyro.
5M's would just need 2 more wins to crown themselves SMITE 2 Founder Series champions. But Team Risk, they are in that position. The rest of this set, no matter what, 2 more wins gets them the crown. Working in the waters is Variety, and that is an easy pick, and you hate to see it coming. Now it's simple for 5M's headed right down mid.
They don't have Fire Giant anymore. Scream is here to stop backs.
Whoa.
But he died too quickly. I don't know if they can end.
Oh, the wall from Genetics slows things down. Could this be disaster from 5M's? It's not at least at the start. The rest of the chips fall, and they are in the side of 5M's. The Titan looked at, up goes Theeks, the last ditch effort, not enough. Now this Titan is slow, but not too slow. 5M's will take game number 3 and guarantee us 2 more.
This is the 5M's I think we expected to see yesterday. They are formidable when they are working in tandem like this. Cherry and Scream starting to look a little bit more like themselves, and look at how much easier it makes the rest of the game. The backline that game for Benny Q and Cyclone Spin played the easiest game with SMITE they've played in weeks, I bet. I mean, it felt like all of the front line was just in the perfect position. They played front to back. They started every fight by killing Genetics or Variety. Those were the first deaths every single fight. And as soon as the front line from Risk fell apart, the rest of the team can't do much. And that's why I think Nuwa is a difficult pick for Theeks, because it doesn't help frontline. Right. When your frontliner is getting attacked, Nuwa does very little to peel, to CC, to burst damage anyone in front of her. The front line for Risk was the reason they won in the earlier set yesterday. Now, Variety needs to get back to what he was doing. Genetics needs to get back to what he was doing. The frontline difference is clear to me so far.
Non-factor in game number 3. Cherio and Mike came to play in game 3. Benny Q, Cyclone Spin, and Scream able to follow up. Man, 5M's, they are rolling here. We got some good SMITE still left to go. Game number 4. Up next.
What I would always tell people when they ask me on my stream what I think of SMITE 2, the quality of the game is just higher. It just feels better to play SMITE 2.
I personally think SMITE 2 is better in basically every way than SMITE 1. Everything seems more smooth and more crisp. The changes, the one relic, everything about it is just more fun.
At the start, I was a little bit confused of which direction they were going to go with the game. But with the addition for active items, for my role specifically, it changes the whole game with matchups. You can turn into a boar, you can fire Lifebinder, you can stampede everybody, you can cleanse everybody. The way you can play the game is completely different, and it's opened up role variety massively.
All this stuff was not in SMITE 1. You couldn't do stuff like this. Yeah, sure, you had relics, but you were mainly beats, Aegis, Blink, TP. Like, you didn't have a lot of options. But like now, in-game, you can adapt a lot. You can, a guild with no CC can suddenly have a knock-up or have a silence, and I think that's really cool, and I'm always wanting stuff like this in SMITE.
There's a lot more like new interactions happening, and you have to adapt a lot faster, which is kind of making it more fun to play.
Like being able to use like the relic every time you can is just like so fun actually. Like you can like start to cast an ability, blink to catch up. Like it's just so fun.
Having matchups that I've played for a decade feel different in some way is really cool to me. That's kind of weird to have to rewire an old man's brain like mine and have to relearn things. I think it's exciting.
At this point, I like it like a lot better. I think the game's just has a lot more variety, especially with like active items. Like team fights feel pretty much different every time I play it. So I've really been enjoying it, especially like competing in it.
They're just pumping out so much content like every week or two that literally I think at the start of next year it's already going to be kind of comparable in terms of replay value.
It's killing me, seeing what's killing you. Don't know what to think, can't believe it's true. It's killing me, seeing what's killing you. It's killing me, seeing what's killing you. It's killing me, seeing what's killing you. Know how I can be when I'm stuck in my head. Disappear into the night where I try to repent. I'm sorry for all the time that I never spent in the
back, everyone, to the SMITE 2 Founders Series here in the HyperX Arena, Las Vegas. My name's Gormizer. Again, joining me are Chelly, Inbound, and Hazer. And of course, as I've mentioned, not only are we getting fantastic games, but you at home can get some fantastic stuff for yourself. Not only is SMITE free to play, but if you want to become a founder, I've got good news for you. You can go to smite2.com. You can pick up a Founders Edition. Now, one of the things that you're going to get, first off, everybody's got that SMITE 2 access now. It's free to play. You can just join it whenever you want, however you want. But the things below that, they're kind of important. All 2 SMITE gods forever. That is worth so much value. Did you listen earlier when they said they were adding a god a week? Yeah, guess what? You could have just all of those immediately and never have to stress about it, never have to think twice about it. 2 times your legacy gems. You can get the cross-gen Night Stalker Neat skin. You can get the Tier 5 Fallen Zeus skin. You can get Ascension passes for either 11 or 23 gods, depending on which edition you get. It's a lot of content. It's very worthwhile. The Ascension passes, I keep going in on these, but realistically, it's because you see those words, and if you don't know what they are, it doesn't mean too much. You get so much for bang for your buck in that one. And so it's absolutely worthwhile. But really, that all SMITE 2 gods forever, especially after today's announcements, probably doing more of the heavy lifting than it has ever done. But right now, heavy lifting, I mean, you want to talk about it, 5M's going up 2-1. Now, it is interesting, and we'll get into this a little bit more. But again, this is a team coming from the lower bracket. So depending on how the next game goes, there would be a reset if they win, which means it's not quite over yet, right? Even if they win the best of 5, they have to win the one game after to get the true championship. Hazer, you had mentioned wanting to talk about some of the drafts that we saw coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like Risk are kind of hamstrung in these drafts. They've been banning Afro and Aladdin on both sides in every single game. And when you have 2 powerful characters like this that you've shown you're unwilling to either pick or leave open for the enemy team, you're not willing to play against them, you're not willing to play them, it means that you're so limited in what you can get rid of. And I think that we're seeing the limitations here. They keep having to play against this Hecate, they're not getting the better end of these drafts, and they're getting pressured out because of it.
And they had the opportunity to take that Hecate last game. They picked that Ymir over it, and I mean, realistically, this Ymir did not look too well. They weren't able to get stuff going. The dual lane, they maybe had a couple plays early game where they got a kill for Streak, but it wasn't a ton of value with the Ymir. I think there was a... that was ridiculous. You got to unbind the jump key, Scream.
I did it on purpose just to see what would happen, but there's no way.
That's really is the most unfortunate scenario for him. Team still won though, so I guess he's not feeling too bad, but going back in, that's a big reset.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at the builds there, we've got a Sobek in solo with Ankh first item. He just had negative pressure, negative impact. We saw the Sobek and the Ymir run on the other side, but the Ymir was running solo. A little bit more pressure, a little bit more opportunity to make plays. This Sobek for Variety, it looked unpracticed. It looked like it was a takeaway, and I really, really didn't like it.
And remember, Variety was the one who absolutely shut down Cherry early on in the tournament on this Hades, but he was playing the Thor, and that was not an option here. The Sobek does not have that same level of CC. Variety, when you have access to the Thor wall, Cherry builds very linear. It doesn't change. He goes full damage and a Helm of Darkness. So the Thor wall into blow up happened every single time. The Sobek plug was not bringing that same level. It's not that instant CC. There's a bit of wind up, which can be silenced, it can be beads, it can be blinked. And we saw that so many times. Cherry was unstoppable this game.
And I had a slight issue with the Nuwa also. The damage is just not able to be following up with the Ymir and the Sobek. We saw that last game with 5M's, but they had the Hecate. There's a lot of damage potential to follow up off of it, and there was just nothing with the Nuwa. I just don't like that pick, especially when you compare it. You could have had it first pick.
Yeah, and you've got it into that Hecate. So even when you get somebody low and you want to put out that Nuwa ult to maybe finish them off, the Hecate shield comes through, effective on magical damage, stops the Nuwa ult, cleaning up kills. The Stampede as well, looking fantastic for 5M's. They're really running these fights down, and it feels like Risk, with the drafts they're going for, have no answer to the momentum that 5M's are bringing.
I mean, that is the biggest deal. Right now, you need to stop them, and control them. And we've been looking at it. You continually go for the same things. I mean, to the point where last game they played 5M's draft back at them, save for the Hecate.
The best part of the draft is what they didn't have.
I think we're going to see the same exact run back except they pick Akate first. That's got to be the choice,
hope.
right? I think that's going to be the call. They're going to give up the Ymir. It's still going to get value, but that's got to be it.
If they do that, though, do you imagine, top answer? Well, I guess we'll find out in just a second, but I was going to say, do you imagine, like a Ymir Sobek or something like to pull away 2 more of those picks towards the top? I guess we'll find out. Hey, picks advance game 4.
Ooh, a switch up. We're not going to have Afro Aladdin. One of these gods is getting through. Are we finally going to see Aladdin?
Is this it?
I don't want to build it up.
This might be the Aladdin.
I don't want to build it up.
Hold your breath.
Because they don't play Afro.
No way you're giving Mike.
Oh!
Well, Afro it is. Afro's the one that's left through. Aladdin banned with that Thor. Thanos still for 5M's.
Oh, Mike's rubbing his hand. He's
because Mike thinks he's getting Afro unless Team Risk brags him here. Yeah,
he is.
Mike knows he's getting Afro. He's so hyped about it.
The Hecate first pick. At least you have value in mid lane now. Again, Afro is very valuable, but there's no mid as powerful as what Hecate brings. But you know what? Benny likes to go to when Hecate's gone. He likes to go for that Agni. I expect that Agni third. Cherry's able to go this Ymir, take that over to solo lane. I like what 5M's have decided to do in this draft.
Yeah, they're limiting what could be picked on the other side as well. I mean, this Afro deals with single target damage very well. They do go for the Ullr anyway, but Afro gonna have answers to that axe finally. And we have a Hades for Team Risk. Is this a variety god, do we think?
I mean, it's gotta be. That there's this solo pressure now that I think that you have. Ymir is a very good fighting solo laner where he plays to fight very well. He's also a lot of utility coming out of that solo lane. But I'm worried that it's not a character that could slow down Hades farming. There is a possibility that, again, we see Cherry fall behind 2-3 levels on this Ymir into the Hades. Bellona for Scream. We saw it earlier in the tournament with that aspect. It looks really, really strong in team fights. The 5v5 that 5M's is crafting right now, delaying this Agni pick till bottom because it's not a worry it's going to get picked or banned. I like what 5M's has decided in this game 4.
Bellona, Medusa.
Oh.
The loaded. Maybe, well, I might have to cross another god off the list if this gets clicked in, and we have not seen a lot of this. Shelly, do you like it with the cage?
I did bring up the Odin in our pre-game desk, but...
And what'd you say with it?
I said that it was going to be decent depending on the matchup. Afro, that would be a great counter to you. Phantom Shell still gets immense value.
Finally, we have arrived.
Oh, Morrigan. Mori support. Yeah, got to be Mori support. Odin jungle, Hades solo.
They're going back to this is like the globe comp. This is the Morrigan, the Hades. They have this really strong dive. And the problem is, this dive is difficult to pull off into an Aphrodite. Aphrodite's job is, you come towards us, I'll keep my team alive, and then you overextend, we'll kill everyone, we'll wipe everyone. The last time we saw this Aphrodite combined with the Zeus, my issue was that the Zeus needs to be peeled for. A lot of times we saw the Zeus out on his own, he wasn't getting that peel. If you try to dive a Zeus with Afro with him, you can kill the Hades in his ult. Not many gods can do that.
Yeah, but the other thing is that you don't have just 2 tanks. Remember, Scream plays a very tanky jungle, especially with Bellona here. You're gonna have CC, you're gonna have lockdown, you're gonna have plenty of damage. I think you're right. Trying to kill the Hades in the ult with Medusa and Zeus is certainly possible.
You're going to have to take down 2 Hades, though. You've got this Morrigan, going to be looking for the secondary engage. The Hades is going to go in, burn relics, make you use everything on him. And then you'll have a second Hades ult to lock down this Zeus. This is going to have to be a masterclass of positioning from Benny Q in this game.
But you're locked into 1 active as well. So, our relic in this case, so the Morgan and Ullr, they're up against Ymir and Medusa. Insane pressure. Are you going to get blinked so that you're safety at level 1, or do you have to get the Phantom Shot? I think you might need a Phantom Shot.
Well, it should be Afro Medusa. I'm pretty sure it's going to have to be Ymir solo lane. So, but I mean, you still need something when that Cherry rotates. Cherry rotates early and often level 5.
Well, 5M's have put on a show. Can they give us a bracket reset, or will Team Risk push us to 5? Let's find out in game with our casters.
There are a lot of ways that this one can still shake out. And a 5M's win, and a 5M's group over here on left, countered by the Team Risk group over on right. 5M's win, remember, this is not a championship point for 5M's. If they win here, we will go to a best-of-1 reset. That's the advantage Team Risk had of coming out of the upper bracket. Team Risk win, we go to a game 5, and the stakes are all the same. Looks like the grouping here, aggro, split out a little bit. Still got to be careful over here in solo. Team Risk hoping to make their impact early.
Joe, watch out. Cherry's going to be in trouble here, potentially. Maybe he sniffed it out.
Backpedaling, looking.
And let's back it up. Yeah, I've got a lot to talk about, I think, in this game in terms of team comps. I gotta say,
Minions have
Risk,
spawned.
we all know that it's kind of cringe. They keep banning that. Right, they have to. I'm a little surprised they didn't take Afro, but I like that they came prepared with for the Aphrodite pick. I think that the Odin for Lasbra is excellent, and I think that the Morrigan support pairs well with it.
Whoa, there's a kiss for Genetics, and guess what? Scream is here as well. Scream will dash forward. It's Genetics slow, but more of a hello than a goodbye for Genetics, who A-okay, but these early rush lurking plays have caught a couple players off guard.
They sure have, but it's kind of bad for Scream because he starts as 1, which is not his ideal jungle clear. It slows down his invade pretty substantially, as Benny's going to try and chase Lasbra off of that Scorpion, probably all the way to his backs. Yeah, I was going to say, this should be kind of awkward, but Lasbra gets enough to hit level 2.
Whoa. Genetics still low, but once again, he'll be okay.
So going back to the overall team composition, I like the Odin. You know, it's no secret. Odin against Aphrodite, you shut down the healing, yada yada. The Morrigan support alongside it. One of the hardest things about playing into Aphrodite compositions is that she makes it very hard to get into the back line and be effective, and she makes it very hard to go on her front line as well. She can kind of, and someone who's great at Aphrodite, like Mike is going to make you feel like you can't initiate onto anyone. But the Morrigan support has been the pick that has impressed me the second most at this event. Hecate mid has been the #1, but Morrigan support, when Happen was playing it for Food Drive for Globe, and when Genetics played it here for Risk, with the aspect that it prevents you from going into stealth when you use the 3, but allows you to switch places with your clone, I think it really throws the traditional teamfight mechanics out the window in a way we haven't seen before in Smite. I think it's really hard to teamfight when you don't know where this initiation is going to come from, that you don't feel like you could really initiate onto the Morrigan, and the transformations this game are pretty solid. It's going to be an Odin cage, and then they Phantom Shell and run out, and then another Odin cage on top of them, or another Hades ult, or even a Bologna ult in order to get in there. I think Genetics has a lot of great options, and I'm expecting big things from this Morrigan support. And to be clear, if you're a Risk fan, you better hope there's big things, because if this doesn't work, I'm concerned for what Risk can do.
And that momentum will be firmly against you, stuns and all of it. Connecting on a Cyclone spin, but there's sustain and damage. Turned back between Mike and Cyclone. This Aphrodite pick has been consistently banned. Against PBM, yes, but a lot of teams. Gets let through, Mike's excited, you see it on his player cam. So there's a lot of weight, a lot of eyes on this pick.
And for good reason. Mike's the best Aphrodite player on the planet, as far as I'm concerned. No one makes this pick look more impossible to beat than him. This is a pivotal game, not just because it's 3-1, but because of how it can play out in the total game state.
Lasbra's here. He has a blink, he has a stun, but wow, the bead's timing from Cyclone Spin works out perfectly. Scream back in, but Lasbra on first blood. Scream, he's going 3v1 because Cyclone Spin can't step forward. It's Team Risk hitting first.
Mike didn't realize that they could just kill him after the fact, but again, the CC is there from Team Risk and a good start to shut down this Aphrodite for PBM, because like I was saying, I just think he is so unstoppable typically on this pick. Getting him behind and making him squishier and easier to kill is going to be huge for Team Risk. Let's take a look back at exactly what went down. Lasbra is, of course, looking for the Medusa, but Cyclone makes sure that he doesn't get his jump interrupted, and it was just an axe from Streak. Afro melee range wasn't ready for it, and the Bologna aspect also came into play a little bit there, Dave, because typically you'd expect a big bludgeon because he could spin on 3 people, and it would have been enough damage to kill Lasbra if he's maxing it without the aspect, but that trade-off of the Bologna aspect of you no longer get bonus damage on the bludgeon slam for hitting gods in the windup played in.
I want to put you on the spot. Was it Bologna with the Afro, picks 1 and 2 for 5M's? I'll hold the thought. You can think about it, because Genetics caught by the Medusa. Odin, though, on the counter gank in, has caged off Cyclone Spin. The Phantom Shell gets him out of dodge for now. Oh, the damage! It flips! Cyclone, you madman! Him and Mike, 1-2 punch for 2.
What's the worst that could happen? It's just Aphrodite support. We could give it to Mike. It's not a huge deal. Body blocks everything. Streak can't get his basic attacks in, and Cyclone just gets to simplify the game. Stand and shoot.
And Ryan, I was asking about picks and bans because Aphrodite plus Uller is what we said needs to be forever banned against 5M's.
Great point.
Aphrodite plus Medusa apparently still works.
It's a great point. Yeah, I think that Cyclone they wanted that objective damage potentially. I still think that I'm surprised they didn't go towards the Uller, but bringing a little bit more team fight presence. This draft for 5M's is unbelievable at team fighting. They've got so much frontline. They've got Afro, they've got Bologna, they've got Ymir, all of them hard crowd control, excellent space control, and then you've just got Zeus ult and Petrify, two really big area of effects that can just lock down Risk and prevent anyone from getting to help this Morrigan. I think that that's one way to really consider taking out this Morrigan support is, yes, she can get access to the back line easily, but can she do it all on her own? Probably not. She's going to need support, and that's where she confuses you, and it makes you turn your head, and it allows the rest of her team to come in and win the fight for them. With things like Zeus ult and with Medusa ult, it prevents that help from getting to the Morrigan. So it isolates her and puts Genetics in a bad spot, and Genetics has been the focus often. They did it exactly to him in Game 5 last year at the Season 10 World Championship in SMITE 1, and it seems like it's been the case again here today. Cut off the head, and the rest will follow has been the plan for 5M's.
We would all be so lucky to receive a smooch from PBM, but Team Risk not so thankful. They have been connecting early and often over in the duo lane. Lasbra had been here early. I wonder if he's maybe turning his eyes elsewhere. Now, a curious topic. This Ymir over in the solo lane, you expect to lose lane. Varieties on the Hades this time. Theeks, oh no, he's jumped on by Scream and opened the gates. Pulls Scream back. But Scream not too concerned. And Ultimate's traded in mid with no blood draw.
That's the difference between something like a Fenrir for Lasbra or a Pele and an Odin, is that yes, the team fight presence is there and the ability to shut down the Afro is there, but otherwise it's not going to be quite as potent in those little skirmishes. Couple cool itemization choices here, Dave. Triton's Conch for Cherry. Bobby and I have been talking about this in between games. This item is so good when you care about both strength and intelligence. It's an aura that provides it to you and your allies. Take a look at the gods. Zeus, only intelligence scaling, but his basic attacks hit very hard, and so strength matters a good amount to him. Medusa, some split scaling. And Ymir, of course, has some split as well.
Oh man, I didn't even realize this was happening. Team Risk, quietly and quickly, pull the first Gold Fury of the game, and that builds up some gold.
And they use Benny Q's pick against him. Genetics transformed into the Zeus. That's the best burn on the objective they can have. And I was gonna go, hold on.
Leap away from Streak. A Petrify forces the beads and the kiss. Countered out. There's still plenty of damage here for 5M's, but it's all gotta connect. But round the backside, Lasbra, Ring of Spears, hits its mark, and the beads now out. It's the ultimate from PBM that gets Cyclone out, but trades out his own life.
Finally, but how did Streak die? Was it Cherry?
I think it might have been. Cherry is here, but Cherry is now gone on the late rotate in.
Yeah, it ends up costing him his life. I think that 5M's, they know they're very strong in duo. And Mike, when he gets on a pick like this, it was Atlas in Game 5 of last year, it's Aphrodite here. He just feels like it's game over, that no one can stop him.
Beaks gonna eat the Lightning Storm. Is this a solo kill for Benny Q? He's done just about everything else this set. That'd be nice. Variety would have a loop around. This is gonna be a 3v1 if Benny Q gets caught going forward. This Zeus is in serious trouble. It's all but who as Benny Q gets taken down by Variety.
It's a tough call there from Benny. I think that he would have gotten the solo kill in that moment if Theeks didn't have the Mez on the AO1. That's an alternating ability on those aspects. Ends up being the Mez, and it buys him enough space and then easy rotation. Variety coming over late. Don't know what he would have gotten if Benny hadn't been chasing there, so a bit of a misstep in that position. The 5M's, I was about to say that duo lane, Mike, when he feels like he's got his pick, is not going to play, for the late game if he doesn't feel like he needs to. He's going to try and make a play happen. And that was a great trap sprung by Risk to survive the initial engage and just know that, hey, they could go in here. This is going to be an opportunity for an easy counter.
Now, Ryan, I mean, it has been a rare, quiet, early game from Scream, who has been all over the map throughout the first 3 games of this set. No surprise, he left to stay back and farm. Saw the Bologna appear once or twice, but Lasbra has just been everywhere. Now over in solo, Shards of Ice doesn't matter, and it's a second of the game for Hades.
Genetics now in, looking for Cyclone Spin, uses the transformation, but not gonna do a lot. That knockback there from Mike and the Stampede being picked up means it's pretty easy disengage.
So Odin's just been everywhere.
The Odin's been everywhere, and this Ymir, again, falling a little bit behind. But Lasbra, I said, not really great on the skirmishes. Still good enough a lot of the time, just the presence alone. And Scream is not on a pick like the Nemesis or like the Pele that's going to get to a point where it can all of a sudden start 1v1ing you. I think that he should start getting involved a little bit more as we head into the time where we would expect to see 5M's group and go for gold as they have previously.
Gold Fury is still a few moments away from respawning. Team Risk carved themselves out a kill lead, but what we saw a few games ago, it's not turned into a gold lead. Lasbra's affected 5 kills, but it's still 1 level down to Scream. And so you still have these footholds across the map that 5M's are able to rely on. We're hoping that when Cherry can get into these fights, maybe he'll be able to make a big difference. Scream over on right. This time won't find variety. The Hades has made its way back to base. Chess match, really fun to watch between Scream and Lasbra now. Who's following who and who's trying to set the pace?
Lasbra has been the one to do so far, and 5M's, I think, realized, like, all right, we got a comp we really like, but we still need to get into that team fighting stage where the comp really comes together. Once Cherio gets a few more items, a few more levels, same can be said for Scream. And check out the Helm of Darkness pickup from Benny Q. Zeus is one of those that can have great burst, and so he can just kind of sneak in there, gives him a little bit of protection as well. I will say, when you're in an Odin cage, being stealth doesn't matter a whole lot. You know, you're somewhere in this zone and we've got enough AoE in order to take you down. If he wanted to go, I mean, he probably doesn't want to just go something purely defensive, but I think something like a Cersei's Hexstone could have been very good for him this game, just to get him out of Hades ult. The problem here for Zeus is that you can position around 1 big AoE ult. You can wait and be patient for Odin Cage to go down, or you can not respect it if Phantom Shell's up. With the Hades ult too, that's a lot.
5M's have just not been here for either of the last 2 Gold Furies. This one being the second is not going to change. Lasbra drops the cage as a separator, and it's actually blinks away from Team Risk to get away from it. And that Gold Fury just equalizes the gold back. A slight farm advantage, countered out by 2 Gold Furies.
And this is very different from Team Risk, isn't it? I think 5M's just don't feel like they need to be on time for Gold Furies because Risk has shown no penchant for being there early and looking for it. I think it's a good idea from Risk to throw this new loop in.
Benny Q may follow up. That ultimate in from Scream lets out a lightning storm, but Lasbra the main target. A-OK, but a Pillars of Agony, oh my goodness, from Variety out of solo. I think it's caught Mike a bit by surprise, and you won't have ult for the remainder of this fight. You need more. If you're 5M's, can you get it? Ooh. No, just shy on Feeks.
Yeah!
Except for Benny Q from downtown. Cleans up Feeks.
Pulls the trucker horn and gets the detonate kill for the Zeus, and that is what I've been missing with the Tegbeer strength. The Zeus build is that satisfying click whenever you press the detonate and get the kill.
Cherio had to dodge that axe, able to do so. Can't dodge the stun, but a double freeze gets him out of dodge. Pyromancer, plus a kill for 5M's. It looks like that'll be all they're looking for here on the right side. Signs of life from the Chaos side.
And that was without the Ymir. That was with the team fight getting a little split and a little bit chaotic. And did you see how hard it was for Risk to get kills in that moment? I mean, Variety had a great flank in. He had a great angle. He gets a nice Pillar of Agony, and it's just Talisman of Purification. Benny Q's ultimate only gets a stack onto Lasbra before he's able to blink out. But Benny just hits that key chain lightning in the right moment, and it gets him a ton of damage and the kill. That's what I love about Zeus in general, is that chain lightning is the risk reward.
Scream is about to be between members of Team Risk. That axe connected. would have been a lot worse. But there's still a stun from Genetics. There's still a ring of spears from Lasbra, and that's what gets the job done. Scream, just a bit out of position, and Lasbra, again, setting that pace, wins the jungle battle.
Very disrespectful from Scream. When Streak misses the axe, you think, oh, okay, he can just go into left lane and be out of dodge, but decides he might want to stick around and see exactly what's going on. Never saw Lasbra coming from behind. The CC chain just too good from Team Risk, and it opens up this tier 1.
Right now, as far as the set goes, 5M's, Team Risk, they're in the same position. 5M's got to win a couple, Team Risk does as well. The Team Risk win here. Tilt the odds back in their favor. Benny Q, you mentioned a second ago, I saw those damage charts. It surprised me. He was at like 14,000. Yeah. Doubling up everyone at 15 minutes.
Your middle tower is
I think
under
the target
attack.
may be pretty obvious
Your
here for
right
Team Risk.
tower
And
is
look who
under
Mike's
attack.
linked to. That same guy just wants to make sure that Benny Q is going to stay alive, and it's becoming a bit of a trend, isn't it? It's like, oh, Hecate is by far the best mage. If you get Hecate, no other mid can compete. Yep. And then it's, oh, well, Benny picked Agni, and it looks really good. Hecate still looks great, but clearly Agni is there and very good. Now it's, oh, well, weird. Zeus is top damage and looking really good. It's looking to me like it might just be Benny Q right
None of those are worth banning, you know, instead of...
No, a ladder. Have to. Yep. Can't let that happen. No way.
Game far from over, though.
Yeah.
Could still pile on this Zeus. Genetics would love the opportunity to do so now. Stealth forward, but Genetics and Mike, or Benny Q rather, and Mike, linked at the hip. Scream like his chances to maybe find a jump in. No, he doesn't. He'll head on back to mid. 16 minutes onward, that looming threat of a fight in a fire giant. The ladder maybe in the horizon here for 5M's, and sets a grouping in a tower as Scream defends the mid lane.
Yeah, I like the idea to group up and make sure Variety's farm pace slows down a little bit. As Scream's just going to trade ultimates here with Lazarus. Seems like a trade that Scream is probably happy to make. Variety level 18, Cherio level 15. You know, Ymir, I was saying I like it more into the Hades because it can keep up better in farm on the opposite ends last game. I think Variety might have been onto something. It just cannot seem to keep pace with the clear speed of Variety's Hades. I will say, I think a big difference between what Cherio was doing last game and what Variety has now is, number one, there's no poly quite yet for Variety, and that's been a pretty staple pickup in that position, but no blink from Variety either. And I think that we saw that blink really come into play a lot for Cherry last game. Chasing down those kills, you know, jump, ult, jump, blink, is just more space than anyone can really easily get away from. Variety might lose a couple of kills because he doesn't have that mobility. The question is, does the bead save him from getting blown up in some of these occasions?
Man, this Pyromancer being looked at by Team Risk, but not fully committed on. I mean, the damage was just a bit slow. 5M's hovering close by. Gold Fury back up, 2 already in this game for Team Risk. So there's additional buffs starting to stack up. 5M's don't want to give too many over for free. Benny Q, in the brush over in mid. If Genetics slightly steps out of position, there's going to be a world of hurt.
They don't
it's
know.
Cherio who's in better position. Cherio will step forward, open the gates. Yeah, pulls one back in, but all this time, Feeks is frozen in the back. Can Benny Q live for now? Yes, Lightning Storm, the great separator. Scream, the big difference maker. And Lasbra blinks out to safety.
Looks like 5M's is gonna get away. What a flank from Cherry. Took all the attention to the back line.
Oh no, the axe! It's caught onto Scream, and that is all she wrote. Streak with that last auto.
But it needed the beads to do it. Streak looking for more. Finds another axe.
Oh my God! Someone stop this man. The blink is what gets it done. No, it's not. Genetics on the follow-up.
Wow, Streak making it happen, man. He doesn't get a lot of kill credit in those spots, but still, those axes were huge. I thought 5M was just out. They expended everything to keep Benny Q and Cyclone alive, and they did just that, but they lose both members of that right-hand side, and Risk show that they can win a 5-on-5 up against this team composition for 5M's. Gotta see that one more time because it was a little hectic, I'd say. I loved Cherry's positioning. This made it so there was no follow-up on this engagement from Lasbra, and the cage was not very, the cage was good, and so was Variety's ultimate, but without
shield.
Hecate damage and Ullr damage, it's going to be tough. But I think 5M just gets a little disrespectful on the way out.
There's a Fire Giant started up in real game right now. This Team Risk get it down to about half HP, and my eyes don't deceive me. 5M's nowhere close by. So it's Fire Giant over to Team Risk. Lasbra steps forward though. Oh no, Cyclone dashes forward, misses it. It looks like for now he'll be okay. Who's out of position? That's now the question. Is it Scream, or is he right where he wants to be?
He's okay for now. It looks like Risk is just trying to get away with minimal loss. Variety might just be an acceptable one.
Oh man, but now is 5M just gonna get enveloped by this fight? Cyclone Spin and Variety go 1 for 1, but there's still something in it for Team Risk. 5M's have to run away.
Scepter of Dominion comes out and prevents the chase from happening, but Streak is undeterred, still looking for more.
Oh, a freeze out of the brush and some damage onto Streak. And Cherio's gonna be the sacrifice. Team Risk come up big.
Man, what a transformation from Genetics. Typically you're on one god and one god only, it feels like, on the Morrigan support. But this time he transformed into Zeus.
Oh my goodness. We're still going round and around and around. Benny Q out of the ultimate that Lasbra drops around his ankles. Streak Up's hit just about everything, and that doesn't stop. Coming apart at the seams now are 5M's, and the momentum's there for Team Risk.
Risk is just hitting everything. Streak Up is just locked in. Lasbra doesn't have to fear for jumping in because the Zeus doesn't have enough damage to really threaten him yet. Cyclone doesn't have enough damage to threaten this Odin. If you're 5M, you've got to slow the pace down now. You've got to try and pull the E-brake and make sure that Risk doesn't just keep running you over, because this front line, it was weak in the last game. This game, it is strong for Team Risk.
It's a Phoenix Siege now for Team Risk. Slow the pace down. You want to speed up those death timers, because right now you're defending your right side with only 3 members, no real defense to speak of, and an easy Phoenix for Team Risk.
Unbelievable. Look at the player damage, Dave. Genetics is second on the Morrigan support. He is doing so much in this game, and going all the way back to running away from that Fire Giant, he transformed into Zeus as everyone from 5M's is chasing Variety. He got a massive Lightning Storm, Chain Lightning combo that made that follow-up fight look way, way better for Team Risk. I mean, this was just absurd. Can't see him, doesn't need to. Yeah, right there, dot him up. Streak Up has been lights out all tournament. Absolutely doing enough to win this thing.
Man, the dynamic shift now in game number 4 would put us on potentially back-to-back match points. Depending on what happens there in a game 5. 5M's reeling a bit now, Ryan. They did not see that same early game pressure, and now it feels like just a bit on the back foot. The farm there, I mean, level 20 hit for some of those priority targets. This gold really starting to make itself present on the map, and some of those pivotal items still a little bit further away.
The thing that Risk needs to still be wary of, though, Dave, is that 5M's backline is going to get stronger, and I don't think Risk can get tanky enough to stop that.
Sure.
Death Metal for Medusa as well. When you're locked in that cage and you've got no choice but to stand and fight, you end up having a lot of damage coming your way because you don't have the choice to run away. Risk can't just afford to assume that they could just kill it whoever they see in that moment.
This would be massive for Team Risk. Up and over. This Lasbra catches Cherio a bit off guard, open the gates. A rare miss from Theeks this time. Lightning Storm, that's a transformation from Genetics. Benny Q still has his ultimate. If 5M's find the opening, instead Lasbra starts us off. Benny Q lives, and he'll go back to Fountain to sustain up. Petrify, no stuns. On the left side, Phoenix, an afterthought.
Really great tank switching there from Risk. They let Genetics go in, they zone away with the Zeus ultimate, and then they allow Lasbra and Variety not to go in to get kills. They know that they aren't there to get kills. They just are there to create space and force 5M's back. They do exactly that. And we saw Doug highlight it right beforehand as well, a Helm of Darkness for Medusa. And it triggers my memory that I believe it also gives you phantom effects whenever you get stealth, right? Yes, you can go through player-made walls. So that's why we see it for Benny and for Cyclone, is they're trying to respect this Odin ultimate and get out of there with Helm of Darkness or Mike's Phantom Shell. They both have the options, but that's the value that something like Odin brings to the team composition is now they've dedicated an item slot, slowed down their true damage items, and still have to be worried about that Odin Surge.
And what a resurgence from Lasbra. If you're just looking back, didn't do much in a pivotal game number 3 from 5M's, has now driven the pace, affected 5 of the 5 kills early here in game 4. This cage, it's really been difficult for 5M's to deal with. Still, here, present, active, that left side Phoenix is gonna cause some problems once those fire minions make it to your base. Maybe what Team Risk just need to wait out.
Exactly, they can afford to wait a little bit in this position because 5M's don't have someone who can, they don't have that Athena in solo, they don't have the Thor even, they don't have the Jing Wei that we've seen from them a lot, that can clear those waves and then come back and affect the fight pretty quickly. Should be fairly trivial for 5M's to get their right side Phoenix back up since they can still be vocal towards the Fire Giant, but that left side is going to become a problem pretty quickly.
So the 5M's choose to position. Bologna ultimate, could find the back line, freeze, push Lasbra back just a little bit. Well, it's got to be wary as well, a genetic stealth, catch you off guard. Smart from Team Risk, right back to the fire.
They see Scream on left and they literally stampede their way to get there.
I'm not sure 5M's are going to be able to do anything about it. The Lasbra cage. Oh man, 5M's are close. Can they get it?
It's immune.
Oh, it's low. The fire lives.
Oh
Benny
my God!
Oh God, Benny gets it done, steals to fire. But can 5M's live? You gotta keep those buffs up because Team Risk want blood.
Variety trying to juke around a huge chain lightning. Benny's got him again.
Benny, you madman. He gets it done on fire. He gets it done in the team fight. He gets it done for 5M's.
What a play from Benny Q and PBM, and now they're linked and looking for the last member of Team Risk. The Scepter of Dominion, Dave, it prevents the Fire Giant from dying, and it was going to be a quick burst and get out from Risk, but Mike absolutely pulls that E-break on the objective pull, and Benny Q, yes, he gets the objective, and that's great, but it was really this chain lightning towards the end of the fight, and right there, right on top of the 2 tanks. He's waiting on that cooldown, and as soon as everyone starts to come in, chain lightning makes the difference. Look at this damage that he gets to put out, man. That is unbelievable.
Unreal. 38,000 damage. That sounds all right to me for Benny Q out of mid. That is a second lease on life for 5M's here in game number 4.
They don't even lose the left side Phoenix, Dave. They don't even lose that.
Right, comes back up.
They can come back. They can come back up. They got the mid tier 2. They get their first gold. It's an Ancient Fury. They get to stabilize the game. And like I was saying, they just needed to slow it down, right? Because now you see the damage that Benny can do and that Cyclone can do, and it's not going to be easy for these hybrid initiators of Odin and Hades to kill them in time before they get killed in return.
Mind you, biggest stage, biggest game Benny Q has played on.
I know.
He has never played in front of a crowd, and Benny
Crazy.
Q has been unbelievable for 5M's on their run back through that loser's bracket. And now Team Risk are back to, okay, we're not too worried about it. Gotta find an answer. My vocal cords hate to see a game 5 coming, I'll tell you what. Hate to see a game 6 around the corner, but 5M's, they keep us guessing. Unbelievable set of Smite between 5M's and Team Risk, and it's what we deserve.
Very intriguing to me, Dave, that Scream's the one who picked up Obsidian Dagger in that spot. I wonder if it was already down and no one had picked it up, and then he came in and got it before it disappeared. But Benny, I feel like, should be the one who has this, right? He's going to be the primary target. And even getting one more rotation of skills from him is the difference between a win and a loss here for 5M. So watch Scream and what he can do. Remember, he was tasked with clearing out that left-hand side and did a good job because it kept their base completely intact. But now, what can he do in a team fight where he's there from the beginning? I think that Scream and what he brings is going to have to show.
Win here forces match point for both teams if 5M's are able to grab it. All 5 over on left. Could be a wrap around here from Variety, from Lasbra.
He's got Helm.
Cherio will step forward. Ward coverage is out now, so 5M's aware where the frontline initiators are. No one from 5M's would be caught off guard this time.
Your left.
Yeah, they stampede. They're looking to catch Lasbra. No, Theeks.
Theeks in trouble. Theeks back, but Lasbra's put a cage. Who's that around? Oh, it's Genetics. It's the wrong Zeus who goes down, and it's the right Zeus who's still alive. 3v5 on the defense for Risk.
Look at this flank. Lasbra knows he's got to try and kill someone, but he's not healthy enough. Benny on the chase.
5M's want more. 5M's want a pivotal best of one, and they are a few moments away from getting there.
They should be in great position. Mike to keep healing them up. They don't need to worry about a big ultimate coming from a
40 seconds.
You got 40 seconds to go, and they can wait for a wave in this position.
Man, 5M's out to Unreal. Benny Q grabs him by the collar, pulls him back through the mud, and bringing him to a best of one. But there's still damage out of Team Risk, and that's caught 5M's off guard. No, we still got some game left in us. Team Risk, they survive.
Streak, what was that damage from him? And Theeks nearly burst killed Benny Q and forces them back. What a defense from the backline plus Lasbra of Team Risk. Did feel like it was coming to the end, and it was just the fact that Benny's ultimate wasn't quite up. I think that would have been the difference maker. But Genetics, man, he's had such a great game on this Morrigan support, but gets greedy with that transformation. Feels like he needs to be using Benny Q's strength against 5M's, but just transforms and gets one tapped off of that transformation. I think that now I'd be surprised to see him transform into that Zeus. I'd expect a Hades, I'd expect an Odin, I'd expect a Bellona. If you want to make sure that Benny dies, contributing to the dive is going to be easier. Yes, it puts all your chips in, but it's about that time to get shoving.
Team Risk. Man, you thought you had a game 5. Still might get there. A couple thousand gold down. Benny Q. Man, unbelievable. Here in game number 4. Has kept Team Risk in, or 5M's in.
Now only mid Phoenix down for Team Risk. And just like 5M's, they need to worry too much about right lane being down. Being down your Phoenix in mid, fire waves there. Fairly easy to keep that wave pushed and still be on time to defend a Fire Giant or be in the positional advantage. This is interesting what 5M's is doing. Instead of setting up in the jungle where it's easy to get split apart by this Odin cage or allow an easy flank, they're stepping up, but Variety is taking a page out of Scream's book. Yeah, and Lasbra's on a great position.
There will be a flank. Lasbra behind 5M's here. No, he's going to rotate back to the left. Fire Giant pulled by 5M's. Fire Giant dropped by 5M's. Team Risk aware. Now left running. It's a split engagement. Zooming forward is Benny Q. Got to be wary though. A stray axe or a spear from Lasbra shuts down your most priority target.
He does have beads, but Mike has no Talisman of Purification. That is big. Benny has one instance of CC immunity, and he needs to make it count.
Team Risk. Now sensing they've got a chance. It's a Helm of Darkness from Variety. He's got to make his way through this minion wave. He's got Cyclone Spin. Benny Q has some options. The weave now spotted, so didn't quite have the angle that Variety was looking for.
Yeah, I think it was just that his team couldn't have gotten in there, but imagine if Variety has Blink in that instance. It could be a 2 Blink into the ultimate.
I know, I was waiting for it.
Yeah, I think that he had the angle, just didn't have the mobility.
Pyromancer, I mean, doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but it's what Team Risk are looking for now. 5M's should have the damage to clean it up if they choose, but you don't want to overextend for a Pyromancer of all things, and 5M's agrees. Mid lane Phoenix soon to respawn. Left side Phoenix, actually I think there might be a minion wave.
Wow.
Yeah, 5M's left side Phoenix goes down all this time, minions pushing, and 5M's either unaware or unconcerned.
Wow, that is huge. Great call from you, Dave, and that is devastating for 5M's. No one from Risk picked up the Runic Bomb. Lasbra isn't either, but look at Cherry, he's stealth.
Cherry walking forward. Who does he freeze? Right now it's Lasbra. Lasbra beeps away, blinks away. He's okay for now. There's a ring of spears to separate him out.
Whoa, Benny is all by himself now, but undeterred. Variety on the run as soon as he sees him.
Is there blood in the water? 5M sure think so. Not liking what they smell, however. 5-man grouping back towards the fire.
The wave is now in the Titan room. Looks like it just died on 5M's side, but Risk, on the other hand, gets their mid-Phoenix up. Great position now.
This Fire Giant stolen away by Benny Q has given 5M's the priority on the next fire. Everyone from 5M's in range. The wall
Genetics
from Cherio. Great. The lightning storm down. Genetics can't get in. Yes, he can. Theeks steals it away this time. No fire giant safe. Scream. He's the same.
Lasbra looking for more. He's got his cage up and ready to go, but a freeze from Cherry might have been good enough.
The FG is cursed. 5M's, they gotta dish the damage on the back foot. It's gotta be Benny Q and Cyclone Spin because Cherry and Scream are gone.
Oh, Benny, don't think he's gonna have Detonate in time to kill Genetics, but Variety, Streak on the chase. Variety, no blink, but able to dash in.
And one more fight maybe here from Team Risk as the right side Phoenix looked at.
Oh,
look at that, the dagger gets him back on the map.
Yeah.
Maybe some respawns in, right side Phoenix, still on the map.
Yeah, 5M's just felt split on that Fire Giant, didn't they, Dave? They dropped the Scepter over the wall, trying to zone everyone away, but then it's just at the end of the day, a coin flip. Scream too late to go in.
One more miracle needed from 5M's, or a game 5 for Team Risk. Mid lane Phoenix is now gone. Team Risk, the ones smelling an opportunity here in game 4.
Benny's ultimate just came up. This chain lightning's gotta be huge.
He's gotta have it, gotta have it. Genetics walks back with the rest of Team Risk, and Team Risk, against all odds, have sent us to game 5.
Just when you think you know what's gonna happen, another Fire Giant goes another way, and it's Risk, who now just need to win one of the next 2 to be crowned your champions here at the Founder Series in Las Vegas. Genetics on that Zeus transformation. I said I think he's gonna go to something different. He did not, and he made the right call. Able to get damage on the Fire Giant. Theeks ultimately steals it away. And it's, again, good front line with a Hecate. That shield makes all the difference. Had Theeks able to put out a lot of damage, but I really feel like it's this Bologna pick for Scream. I felt like he was a complete non-factor in comparison to what we've seen him on these other picks. Late to go in. I feel like if he's gonna go in and try and stop Risk from getting the fire, it was just too little too late. I wanna see Scream on something different. Cherry needs to be a little bit more impactful as well.
I need a breather.
Good news, you can just toss to the break and they
I'm gonna do that. Game 5, either Team Risk or your champions, or we go to a best of 1. There's a lot to figure out here. The SMITE 2 Founder Series in Las Vegas. Let's get those answers right after this.
like sunlight in the black sky. Something starting to grow. 666 feet in my envelope. Your brain another day, enslaved by the mess you made. Tie me down, running energies right to my veins. Take me down, see how low I go. You say there's more, how could it get worse than this? I don't know. Take me down, see how low I go. I feel the rain, something is starting to grow. 666 feet in my envelope.
We have some Smite on our hands, tied 2-2 in this best of 5. And all you need to know, simplifying it as much as possible. Risk, all they have to do is kill one more Titan. 5M's, all they have to do is kill 2 more Titans. Actually, it's pretty easy when you think about the numbers realistically. As they move forward, that is the big deal. Of course, this last game, though, I mean, Wild, you've got everything. You've got Fire Giant Steel. You've got another Fire Giant Steel. You've got team fights going one way, team fights going the other way. A lot of aggression from Risk early on. Hazer, you were pointing out that was kind of rare a little bit for them.
Absolutely. I mean, I had written down from the previous sets that I felt like Risk were kind of chasing ghosts across the map in the early game. They weren't matching rotations. When they did go for plays on one side of the map, they were behind the 8 ball. They were too late on these plays. And in that game, they finally seized the impetus. They finally looked to make plays off of that pressure that they managed to draft in the side lanes. The Hades and the Morrigan. I loved this Morrigan pick for Genetics. I hate to say it because that guy's got an ego the size of Jupiter, but I don't think any other support player in the world could have done what he did that game. The transformations were perfect. The way he engaged was perfect. He was just absolutely outstanding in that game.
And not to say that Mike wasn't also insane. Like these support brains going back and forth are ridiculous. That Dominion play on fire. I mean, we've seen it all over Twitter already. Everyone in chat was going crazy about it. It's just ridiculous watching these guys go back and forth. And I do want to reiterate, these teams already battled. Remember, we saw Risk in 5M's in the semifinals. Team Risk won 3-1. That's the reason that 5M's have to kill 2 Titans to win, because they dropped down to the losers bracket. But think of the adaptations. The games looked nothing like this. Just, what, yesterday? Like,
Look at this Streak
It is
play.
insane how much the adaptations have been made. And yeah, Streak, man on your screen currently, has been having a hell of a set.
I was so happy to see that from his perspective as well, because like we still get to see the Zeus, right? Yeah, he might be invisible, but we still see him in spectators. So seeing it from him, where it's just the camp in front of you. You've got a bunch of walls, like you're screaming into the void. But this time he fought the void fell, and so little moments like that. I mean, it was really, really insane. But like Mini-Q, the amount of damage, like so much about this game inbound, just I don't even know where to latch on to.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to go in a different spot. I think I'm glad Variety played this Hades, and I think it goes well into this Game 5, where now this is like going to be like at least a semi-contested pick, because this is now 2 successful games for the Hades, and Variety has now shown that he plays it, he likes it, he plays it well, and Cherry's done the same thing with it. Cherry went for the Ymir over the Hades last time. The Ymir this game didn't play poorly by any means, but I think the value we keep seeing from Hades, the amount of pressure he can put onto your backline when the game goes late is so strong, and he just farms so efficiently. Like there's just always a 2-level lead for Variety because Ymir can't match it.
Absolutely, and it pairs so well with this Morrigan. I think we will see, we need a sock reveal? Okay, let me see if I can.
I think we've got enough of an angle.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, wow.
We got the number of beers I'm going to drink tonight on my
2,
socks.
3, 4, 5. I guess I see 6 on this side.
Yeah, there's a few more on the bottom. I ain't taking my shoes off.
Wow, 5M's are all smiles. You think that's confidence?
I think it's just comfortability. I think they've been here before. They've been on stage before. I mean, these are both 2 tenured teams. Streak is one that maybe hasn't been as tenured as the other, but he is still a phenomenal player. And honestly, now that I've seen the Uller 3 times from Streak, I saw the Medusa 1 time, I just want to go back to the Uller. I think the Medusa was fine, but he is so comfortable on this character. What he does on it is just phenomenal. The early game is really good. I like how he positions late game. And if he starts heating up a little bit in those team fights, he just runs them over.
Yep, and that's been true through both of these duo lanes, man. You give them a little bit of space and they can absolutely control the Gold Furies as well. These early, like 5-minute Gold Fury pulls have been so impactful. It's just, with the meta that has been created back and forth between this 5-game set, it's hard to keep track of.
You know what's impactful? Picks and Bans, game number 5, Risk. 5M's, Afro Thana.
They went back to the Afro ban even after beating it last game. I mean, it was
Mike was kind of crazy.
It was a very, very impactful play, or it was a very, very impactful god. I do not mind the ban. But now you're either going back to the game 3 bans where it's essentially going to be the same 4 gods, or Aladdin is a possibility.
What?
There it is. Hecate is banned. Hecate's been so good this tournament, it leaves open this Aladdin for 5M's to either ban it here, or it's an open pick for Team Risk. And Team Risk doesn't have to play it, but it is such a valuable character.
Everyone,
I have goosebumps.
Everyone, silence takes over the arena. 5M's. Thinking. Hovering. Genetics said the ball's in your court.
There it is. It took a game 5.
Do they take it though?
I don't know if they take it like yesterday or 2 days ago. Or like
No, don't speak that into existence.
The hover!
Lock it, please.
No! What?
It's Thor!
They give it to Scream?
Scream's gonna play it. Scream
Of course
will
Scream's
100%
gonna play it.
But now, they're like, maybe this is a mind game. Do you want to pick it this early? There's a lot of valuable gods going. They're locking it early. And guys, we finally get to see the Aladdin played. Brand new god. A bunch of different mechanics added. The wall run, the lamp. How are they going to play around it? It's exciting. And on top of that, I want to add in, there's flex potential. Benny's played Aladdin, I assume he likes playing these funkier mid laners. Do I assume Scream? Yes, but there is that flex potential.
Let's not forget that there's no way 5M's prepared for this. You think they did? You think they were like, we're going to get Aladdin tomorrow?
Well, I imagine they must have considered it, you know, and I think that this god is so powerful. I actually have a little bit of insight here. I know that this was played in a scrim between Risk and 5M's, and Scream went crazy on it. He absolutely crushed it, and now he has it once again.
And Team Risk knew that, and this is the composition they wanted. They valued Variety's Thor more than this Aladdin pick.
Team Risk, though, getting that Thor, Uller, Agni. Agni has come up as like that next best mid after Hecte's gone. I like the pick there. We get Streak onto the Uller, and Variety's on the Thor. Like, there's a lot of strength picks on the side of Team Risk. We get a Jing Wei for Cyclone Spin, no more Medusa.
He hovered Medusa and swapped. He preferred the Jing Wei, and honestly, I agree. Not in general, but for Cyclone Spin in particular, his Jing Wei is insane.
And it's also, Medusa's really bad into the Thor. I like the pivot into Jing Wei.
Yeah, the Thor probably going to have an absolute field day here, diving the Zeus, though.
Wait, they have Aladdin now.
They have an Aladdin from the Mori. Has Genetics been practicing it? Does he know how to play it? I don't know. But now we have this Zeus. Last game had the Aphrodite. This game, the dive coming into it, just as scary, but it's going to be so much more difficult for him to survive.
I think it's incredibly important to point out right now, there is only one Aladdin lane. So if you have two Aladdins on the map, and both of them use their ultimate, you bring the squad into the same lamp. Even if you're across the map, even if you're, in Fire Giant and a Gold Fury, the Morgan uses the same lamp tech as the Aladdin.
5M's going back to this Shobek Ymir frontline, one that they dominated with earlier, and they've not gone towards like the Nuwa that Theeks ended up doing. They have this Zeus. So there's a ton of follow-up off of the CC. They have a really strong frontline. Team Risk doesn't have that strong frontline like 5M's do. There's also a lot of damage on the side of 5M's, and they have decent split potential also. But you know what Team Risk does have? They have Genetics on this Morgan, and as Hazer pointed out earlier, he has pivoted this character phenomenally. He knows when to transform into specific characters, and he plays it very well.
Yeah, you would say maybe not one of the traditional transforms you would look for, something like a Hades, but he did go to that Zeus so many times in the last game, and of course, has the potential for the newest god in Smite 2, Aladdin.
I'm just stoked, man.
We get Aladdin.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. You couldn't make this up. Game 5, get your Aladdin, get everything set up. I mean, we are right there. This is a matchup. These two teams, the way they've been playing, the pressure may be mounting just a little bit. I mean, you have to think about it.
I mean, it's heavier on 5M's because Team Risk,
yeah, you still have to win too.
They're a win away. 5M's need to win to keep themselves alive.
Well, we used one wish to get Game 5. We used the second wish to get the Aladdin. I don't know where the third one's going, but to find out, we'll go over to our casters for what could be the end.
Thank you, Des. Thank you, Gormizer. Maybe one more game if Team Risk can grab it. And we are on board. I mean, you can hear it. Everyone wanted it. Aggro, we get it. Aladdin in Game 5.
So excited. Like, what? Hindu Man script writing in Smite 2 just continues to impress, doesn't it? It's a Game 5 Aladdin.
It'll throw me a bone.
We get to see it. Yeah, you were due for a good finals, that's for sure. Man, there's so much to talk about with this pick. It's a scaling pick. I think that's good to establish early. I think it's best in the late game. I don't think that he is particularly strong in the early stages, but something that we're all going to be listening for are the wishes that happen. He gets 3 of them. He can wish for wealth, which is he gets a good amount of gold right away, and then any kills afterwards are worth additional gold. So when he ganks and he knows a kill is guaranteed, I'd expect to hear a wealth wish early. That's the easiest one to use in terms of when you want to use it. Wishing for immortality is also kind of easy. When you die, once per match, you can wish for immortality and you are revived in your own base with a bunch of movement speed in order to get back to the fight. When you die early in a fight that matters a lot, you should probably wish for immortality. The wish for power is the hardest one to use properly. It resets all of your cooldowns and all of your active item cooldowns. So using that at the right time, you could use it early, you could use it late, but you only get 1 use out of all 3 of these wishes. Excited to see how Scream utilizes it, man. This pick is exciting, but it is difficult. It is not easy to succeed.
Now, the desk hinted at it. We're expecting to also see Genetics utilize this pick on the board.
I love the fact that Genetics is getting back to it. I mean, I just think it was so impactful in game 1, and it was so difficult for them to deal with it. Immediately, they might have had 1.
Ooh, it's an axe out. PBM eats it. Streaking Genetic. Now we're talking about genetics, transformations. Remember, good old Morgan plus Axe has been difficult for Mike and Cyclone Spin to deal with. Team Risk on championship point here, if they can start to build up some of that momentum. 5M's and these 2 in a row.
So thinking about the composition holistically for 5M, outside of just the Aladdin, they've got a lot of damage once again. And I like Scream on the Assassins. He's looked so much better on those than on the tanky initiators like Bologna. Building the Thor a little tanky and the Pele a little tanky has worked much better for him because that has just more outright kill potential. I wonder what his build path is going to be on Aladdin. Aladdin deals magical damage but has split scalings. You can build strength for intelligence. It's just if you want your basic attacks to do a little bit more, his basic attack chain is quite good. The genie punches after you use the AO2 that you can use are quite good if you build a lot of strength. But the burst damage from the int build is my personal preference when I'm playing Aladdin. He started with an axe, so it looks like he's going some amount of strength early on. I think a hybrid build works quite well for Aladdin. And it's also that he's got the genie's lamp in his inventory. That lamp increases all of your stats that you gain from other items and other buffs. So when Aladdin gets Fire Giant, he is insanely strong because he gets benefits from both the strength and the intelligence, and then he does a little percentage increase on top of that. Very curious to see how Scream's going to build it.
Genetics, oh, he's going to eat a pluck, but sends him the opposite direction. Lasbra back on the Fenrir. So we've seen Fenrir a couple times in this set. Lasbra's played it, Mike has played it. It's been an important pick. Right now, just putting some pressure over on the left, but jungle matchup, just by default, more interesting because we finally get to see the Aladdin. How does this Fenrir match up?
I think I like the idea of the Fenrir.
Oh, this would be poetic. It's not. Still searching for a first blood and still 0 for Aladdin.
I mean, Lasbra went 5-0 last time he played the Fenrir in the first 7 minutes. He lost that game, but I don't think that anyone can necessarily blame him for that happening. I think I like it. Into the Aladdin, yes. The 2, he has multiple forms of mobility with the 2 and the wall run. Getting an extra, you can follow the 2 very easily. The wall run, not so much.
Good block in from Mike. That's caught Streak. Cooldown should still be there, so Streak will be okay, but it's a rotation in. Now from Scream, what can the Aladdin get done? Needs just a bit more. No ultimate left, or yet, rather. So no lamp, Streak will survive.
Just didn't have the lamp available. Aladdin is low CC. We saw the wall run jump there, and that can knock up on landing. Remember, he has those 2 enhanced abilities.
Oh no, instead it's Benny Q who's being stunned in mid lane. Will send out his ultimate in a Ragnarok. Sets up Feeks for first blood. Scream, still not level 5. So lower follow-up.
So that interaction right there, though, with Lasbra tells me a lot. He doesn't know the sound cue for Aladdin ultimate because he beads, not assuming that it was going. He heard a sound and assumed it was going to be Aladdin's lamp. Not only did he not have it, but they sound pretty different, those 2 things. Immediately a little bit of a concern on matchup knowledge potentially here for Team Risk. But I was going to say the Fenrir I like more into something like the Zeus, where Brutalize just does this. It just simply kills you when you're playing Zeus. That will happen from now, basically until the end of the game.
Until the end of the game. Unless there's some peel for him. So you talk about maybe being lighter on CC. Does 5M's make up for that in other areas? The Aladdin, of course.
They've got the Sobek and the Ymir, and that's a lot, but it's not. Yeah, the chances that any of us can read this novel is absolutely impossible. Throw lamp.
Read.
Yeah, that would even more hurt your chances. TLDR, throw lamp, hit God, go in lamp, brawl. That's kind of it. I could talk about the nuances a little bit when they become more relevant. But the CC from 5M's is good in their front line, but quite bad in their back line. And they don't have great long-range damage.
Oh, Mike. Speaking of CC, takes a bit from Team Risk. Streak Up really heats up late in the game in Game 4 on this Uller. Picks up right where he left off now in a pivotal game number 5. Aladdin up and over he goes, has ultimate this time. Is there a target that Scream is hoping for? There is, did not find.
Yeah, looked for potentially Lasbra, but had that ultimate to use CC immunity. CC immunity does prevent you from getting pulled into the Aladdin lamp. So Lasbra still had an option available to him. As I was saying about the range CC here for 5M's, or the range damage or lack thereof, Jingwei I think of as a very low range ADC. Stepping up to put a persistent gust underneath the Ymir freeze is really risky. Zeus Chain Lightning, only basic attack range, and then it needs to be able to hit other people in that space. If a tank gets solo plucked, Chain Lightning doesn't get a lot of value. So I think that there's a chance that 5M's backline struggles to do enough damage off of something like a Sobek pluck. And that's going to be where how strong Aladdin is comes into play. Aladdin's one does do decent ranged poke, but depending on the build that Scream goes, might not be the focus.
Sure would have loved a little bit more damage into variety, but Lasbra's hovering close by. Haven't talked much about solo in this matchup. We've seen Thor versus Ymir. Talked about how Ymir maybe falls a little bit behind, but Cherio doing just fine in the early game.
And he's gone beads this time. Cherry's gone blink every game, I think, up until this point in this set. And I think that he recognized that, hey, Fenrir Thor gets to kill me when they want if I don't have beads up. Yes, you can blink out of some things as well, but that's a much longer cooldown. I do think 5M's could miss that initiation potential, though.
Sure.
From the Ymir, but we'll see. I think the beads pickup is more for early game stability, but it does sacrifice some late game playmaking.
Just waiting for a little chaos to spring out here in Game 5. A couple Aladdin lamps possible. Instead, Genetics walks forward, stun on a Cyclone Spin. No one from 5M's really concerned about this. Genetics able to delay Cyclone Spin on his way back to base. This Morgan support also heated up towards the end of game number 4. Aside from the Aladdin has some good transformation options. And the Death sort of said it. Not sure many supports in the world could have done what Genetics did there in game 4, and love riding the hot hand here for Team Risk.
Completely agree. I loved it for him in the last game. I think that this pick has looked so impressive, and he's got an option here.
Cyclone Spin. Dashes out, sees Genetics, gets stunned, has the beads. Just a thorn in the side of Cyclone Spin is Genetics, just obnoxious. I mean, you know at that point, Cyclone probably safe, but still getting those beads back on cooldown. Rude.
Surprised that Cyclone used beads instead of airstrike. I think putting the ultimate on cooldown is better. It's just a shorter cooldown, and that's fine.
Wink forward from Mike, and that gets the beads off of Streaks. Now both carries a little bit more susceptible to ganks over on left. Scream was here. Scream no longer here. Solo laners, you start to watch. You may be making your way towards left. No. Mike, however, trades out ultimates with Lasbra. Ragnarok lurking in the waters, both gone. Team Risk quicker on the uptake on the Gold Fury.
Here comes Scream, has that ultimate available. Does he want to split the fight? Doesn't seem to be the case, but 5M's is going to pick it back up. Benny Q has the ult.
Benny Q has Lightning Storm. Genetics could have one as well. Streak steals away the Gold Fury for Team Risk. And Streak has been on it. Now in back-to-back games, first objective to Team Risk.
Very close in secure power between Uller 3-1 combo and Zeus Detonate with 3 stacks, but Streak has the damage edge and uses it effectively there. Great secure from him, and I love the fact that Team Risk is not playing scared.
Scream, never mobile. It's a totally different style of game, watching an Aladdin play. Who the gods we've got. Why everyone's so excited to see it. Number Streak does not have beads, not for another minute, 20 seconds. For now, okay. And Cyclone Spin make things awkward for Genetics here. He's already used his ultimate. Scream steps forward. Scream able to grab the first, but now it's an airstrike away, and there's a lamp fight happening.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, Lasbro. We've been waiting for you all day in here. Scream takes him to the genie and puts him down.
Hits him with the one time, but he's got a world of pain on the other side. Scream back at it. 2v2 in the lamp. You don't see this every day. Up on the wall, down on top. Streak eviscerated, but Variety has joined the party as well, and it's 5M's winning the lamp fight.
This is an exclusive party, Variety. We're gonna have to show you the door. That is exactly what the crowd wanted from the Aladdin. Absolute mayhem in the jungle. That genie's lamp, man, everyone starts hopping in. But it's important to remember that if you aren't the initial combatant, Aladdin, whoever he hits, is the initial combatant. Anyone else takes increased damage from combatants and takes decreased damage from those non-combatants. This was unbelievable. He wished for wealth, or from power there, didn't he, Scream? I was wondering how he possibly got this back. But yeah, let's take a look. Beads, give me that.
Was that his own ultimate again?
Right back in, and now he gets a little bit of health normalization. He's doing bonus damage to anyone who isn't in that spot to begin with. What a play, and that is exactly the type of play that this crowd wanted to see with the Aladdin.
That it is so difficult to follow, but the skill ceiling
unbelievable
on a pick like this. Reset the cooldowns, can only use it once. Yeah. So now Scream does not have that for the remainder of this game, but you mentioned a pivotal point. It's essential. Lasbra goes in and mid. But oh man, there's damage returning. There's a stun from Benny Q. Can Lurking in the Waters execute? No, it can't. And Mike just shy, picking up another one here for 5M's.
Just barely, but still, I mean, Mike uses Talisman of Purification and Ultimate. Benny, not sure if he didn't have it. Variety looking for Benny, gets his beads, good damage off the hammer.
Oh man, they're tower diving here in the tier 1. Oh my goodness, the Team Risk don't want any more. Instead, 5M's, they're back to fight.
Yeah, Genie got used there, the lamp, excuse me, but these were good for Variety. That can be a risky proposition though, tossing someone in the lamp whenever you're outnumbered, because then they can come in and dogpile on top of you. Not sure that would have gone super well for Scream, even if it had landed. But you see the siege that this Zeus is gonna be under this game. Fenrir, not a god I ever want to see when I'm locking in Zeus. No, Thor, not a god I want to see whenever I'm locking in Zeus. The Morrigan, not a god I want to see. Even I think Agni's a really bad matchup for him. Like this, Benny Q has picked himself into a hole. Now, he's been playing unbelievably this whole weekend, and if anyone can do it, it's him. But it is scary.
Scream does not have ultimate, still 30 seconds away. It's gonna be the full brunt of damage from Team Risk. Yeah. Then it's a Ragnarok and Simple over in solo, and that's equalized the kills. Still bitten a hole in terms of gold here for Team Risk.
Yeah, not able to use all that mobility if it's all on cooldown. Scream trying to get some more cooldown rate. Went with the Jotun. Seems like he's going primarily strength. We'll see if he changes his mind later.
Looks like Mike hit a pluck. It's on to Theeks. Of course, can dash away on the Agni. This mid lane matchup. Gonna turn my eyes instead towards solo. Lasbro right back to the solo lane. Does not have Ragnarok. Cherry sends out a freeze. Looks like we'll be okay to get beneath this tier 1. No assistance, however, from 5M's. Cherio will live.
I think that you want to get one of the CC immunities out from Cherry in that spot. I mean, he was in such a terrible position. You're probably not killing him since he had beads and Talisman up, but when you don't hit anything, he doesn't have to use anything, and that's a pretty big boon because those Talisman of Purifications are going to be a high value item for Benny Q in particular in this game with how much dive there is on Team Risk.
It's gonna be a really high powered matchup in mid as well. Yeah, Benny Q pumps the damage on the Zeus as we already know. Theeks can pump the damage on the Agni as well. Got to imagine backline dive, well, it's always important but it's these two mid laners on these two picks. An extra microscope on that aspect of the game.
No doubt. And for how much we've been singing the praises of Benny Q, Theeks deserves a lot of credit as well.
Absolutely.
He's also played excellently. This is kind of what Theeks has done his whole career. Just quietly hit everything and not die.
This would be big for 5M's, pick up their first Gold Fury of the game and extend the gold lead. Objectives have been far from guaranteed. Theeks has range. He'll let out some of the ultimate charges, and Scream gets themselves the second Gold Fury of the game, builds up that gold lead a little bit further, and Risk not really concerned with stepping into fight.
Man, this gold lead's starting to become relevant, I think, Dave. 4,000!
Whoa, this is one way to deal with it. It's find Mike, but Mike disappears in a vanishing act right away over in mid lane, and a lightning storm from Benny Q slows down that fight. Pyromancer, however, and this would be a consolation prize. Yes, Cheerio can waddle his way forward and steal it away and slightly reset, and the variety gets the Pyromancer.
Just enough in order to get that Pyromancer, so Risk, as per usual, always in the right spot.
Benny, though, has beads. He'll live through the initial Ragnarok. Now in a 4 versus 2 in mid. It's actually 5M's dealing a decent bit of damage back.
Yeah, it's Benny Q dealing a good amount of damage back. That was insane damage from Chain Lightning. I thought that detonate might come and potentially even kill Lasbra. It's 5M's, look at this, gonna try and sneak it away, but varieties. Yeah, I played against these guys before. I know how they operate.
Blink, Luck, double wall, potential freeze. 5M's into the lamp now. We're fighting it out, and Scream gets a kill onto Genetics. 5M's playing around their jungler, and it's working out.
They've already got him, and now the other frontliner removed as well. This frontline doing it, Streak making a play all by himself, but almost bit off more than he could chew. Beads and out for the ADC.
Don't have Benny Q, however. He died with lightning storms, not able to get off all of that damage. Maybe slows down the potential for the FG.
Yeah, I don't think without his DPS, it's a possibility now for 5M's, but you keep seeing the potential for this Aladdin. We can see exactly what he did during that fight. As this is gonna happen a lot. We're gonna need a lot of Aladdin replays. Shout out to production who have been on top of it already. Just takes Genetics out of this fight, and with how important Genetics has been, I think that's a great idea. My goodness, that burst damage from the Genie punches are insane. That's my favorite Genie's strength ability too, is the 2 when the Genie just comes in and starts wailing on him for you. I love it.
Good to have a friend like him.
Yeah, I'll say.
Fighting it out. And a great early pick to limit Genetics and the transformations. I mean, goodness, 5M scrapping now here in game 5. They need to win this one and then another. So, you know, recognizing the weight of the moment, but also not letting it get in their heads. Got a momentary breather, you would assume, with both Gold Fury and the Pyromancer down. The 2-level lead built up for Scream. The Aladdin has not disappointed here in a must-win game 5.
3-1 and 3, up 2 levels right now, and I think that there's certainly some amount of risk going. What do we do against that again? You know, I think there's something to be said for getting some experience against a pick like this earlier in the tournament. Could have done something for them, but they've been staunch in their decisions to keep him on the ban list. Finally let him off and had the opportunity to pick him. Decided not to. Scream has certainly made them pay so far, and it doesn't this 5M's team just look so much better when Scream is given this type of tool?
Active.
When he's able to just kill people instead of trying to play this initiator role, play to the player's strengths. Scream has been one of the best junglers NA has ever seen since he came into the scene. When he went to Worlds very early in his career. Why is he being put on these picks that are these tanky initiators? I just don't think it fits his style very well. It doesn't let him power farm like he likes to. It doesn't let him take the 1v1s like he likes to. This is the type of flashy player that Scream is. Give him the tools to create the art that he likes to make.
And I think that point stands regardless of how this game 5 turns out. Scream, 6 out of 6 effective kills. Hard to argue against that. So Aladdin has caused a bit of chaos everywhere on the map it's gone. He might do so again around the goal.
Certainly strong enough to do so. It has that Heartseeker done, which is a huge power spike. Now building into Gargoyle, it looks like to me. So he's going to get a little bit of tankiness. This also just lets him 1v1 a little bit better. And remember, it's not just the silence that it gives you, it also reduces protections whenever you pick that silence. So I like the Gargoyle pickup here from Scream. He clearly's got enough damage right now.
Yeah, I think he's doing A-okay. 5M's first on the Gold Furies. Stolen away by Genetics or maybe someone else. Streak steals it away. Oh man, Team Risk get a miracle from their carry. But now the fight after the fact, terrifying. It's a massive door dog, but what does it matter when Scream one-taps Genetics?
Hey guys, where's the party? Oh, Genetics is dead already. Well, good work, buddy. You did it again. Genetics is trying to transform into the Aladdin inside the lamp, but it's just not doing enough. He's getting one-shot by those genie punches, and it seems like Risk, again, the strategy for 5M's in these games that they've been winning has been heavy CC, take out the front line, play front to back. They are taking it to the next level, literally taking Genetics off of the map, putting him somewhere else, and then taking him out. And while we're watching in the internal, I'm trying to also keep an eye on the mini-map, see what else is happening. Everyone is just backing up. No one is able to step up and help, and Genetics, who has been such a linchpin for this team, you see what just literally taking him off the map does to Risk. It's devastating.
Now that we're gonna see the rest of this moment play out, but Genetics still dead. And it looked like at this moment, 5M starting to push towards the right side. There's a pyro and a fire. Maybe a chance to push some effort here from 5M's.
Possibly, but Genetics is going to be on the respawn fairly quickly. He's fairly low level. The damage output from Aladdin, I feel like on the objectives is probably pretty good with the strength build. Those genie punches probably add a decent amount of DPS to your pull. And you've got Jingwei, obviously a pretty good DPS hunter, usually building some amount of crit. Don't think Cyclone has it online quite yet, though. And then Benny on Zeus, who's an excellent burner of the Fire Giant. It's possible I'd have to get another look at the resources available to 5M's, but even if they just group up and get another tower, get a Pyromancer, something along those lines, certainly all of the momentum is in their favor.
Feels that way after what looked like some early pressure from Team Risk, maybe making the difference here in this game. You know, as I opened the weekend talking about storytellers and gamers, and what an unbelievable story. SMITE 2 Founder Series here in Las Vegas. Go all 5, no matter what, is unbelievable. Getting an Aladdin in Game 5, no matter what, is unbelievable. But if 5M's pull this one out, I mean, in the city of flipping coins and calling your odds, just get the best of one to win the event.
Yeah, it's been so fun, man, and I think that this tournament has certainly delivered. This set has certainly delivered.
It's what we deserve. I keep saying it, but it's true.
It's what the SMITE fans deserve. There is no doubt about that. They deserve to see this Aladdin that they were desperately begging for in all of these sets. They deserve to see the set go the distance one way or the other, and it's been really, really impressive to see what these two teams have done. I think during this time, I'm hoping that Risk is trying to get on the same page that, hey, because it's not even worth thinking about what are we going to do if Scream ults someone else. Let's figure that out later down the line. What are we going to do when Scream ults Genetics in these fights? What's the game plan?
We all go into the lamp.
We all go into the lamp. And if that's the plan, fine. But it feels like Genetics gets taken off the map and everything else just kind of freezes for Risk. They've got to figure out what comes next in that moment. They've got good frontline on their team. They picked this Thor first overall over the Aladdin. It hasn't seen that value quite yet. Cherry has not fallen behind in the lane, so he's been able to be impactful. Feel like we have to see more than just Streak making these heroic efforts. Feeks is a great player. He is a very, very great mid laner who does his job. He is not necessarily a risk taker. He is pretty safe when it comes to decision making. Is it time for him to start dashing in some of these fights? You know, once it starts getting crazy, start trying to make that play. And I think that X factor is sometimes what is lacking. Streak has brought it thus far to Team Risk, but I think I want to see it from Feeks as well.
Appreciate the patience. Back into game number 5 between 5M's and Team Risk. And it is a right side push. 5M's on the Genetics pick. Pyromancer now in their back pocket. 4,000 gold in the lead of 5M's. 7 of 7 affected kills for this Aladdin.
Is that good?
I think it's A-okay.
Yeah, I think
it's ask me.
I think it's looked pretty darn good so far.
And now it, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but starts to raise some questions of of what happens in picks and bans. Should 5M's win this? Are we still worried about the Hecate? Are we now worried about the Aladdin? Do we want the, I mean,
yes,
a chess match.
It's
around
a good point.
pick like this. And it's not only a team risk question, could now potentially be a 5M's question. Should we get there in a best of one? We'll call it a game 6 for now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you heard Hazer talking about it on the desk. Genetics just had to figure out who he's going to transform into and how much Aladdin experience does he have. It hasn't worked so far. He's died mid-transformation almost every single time. Who is he going to transform into in these fights? What is Variety going to be looking for in terms of, is it his job to keep people out of the lamp? Is it his job to go in the lamp to support Genetics? And all of this is under the assumption that Scream's going to play it exactly the way he has for 20 minutes.
Right.
What happens when he doesn't? What happens when he hits someone else with the lamp? I mean, there's levels to this game. There's no doubt about it. And I think that all of the questions being asked feel like they're coming from 5M's side.
Right.
What are you going to do when we do this? How are you going to handle when we do this? And I feel like Risk just don't have the agency that they are accustomed to as they're transitioning into this later period. And it does feel, maybe I'm reading into it a little too much. Maybe I'm assigning some things that I'm expecting. But don't they feel a little trepidatious around this Aladdin? Like they don't, if you don't know what the god's damage output is, what his survivability is, what he can do, it throws your confidence.
No, I don't want to zoom in on one moment too heavily, but think Lasbra's beads early in the game, maybe not, not used to that matchup. Does he have ult? Where does it come from? When do I use it?
All I'm saying is, if I were Scream and I had gotten this pick and hadn't gotten a ton of practice on it, but some amount, but obviously pulled it out on this stage, and I watched that happen, I would think, oh, they have no idea what I can do. Like they're gonna get absolutely crushed by this pick. That would have filled me with a ton of confidence. And Scream is not a guy who's lacking in that department very often, but after this, the way this tournament has gone for him, where he's looked so good or so invisible, depending on the pick and depending on the game, getting that extra confidence boost does nothing but help.
Sure doesn't. Again, appreciate everyone's patience. We'll be getting back into game 5 here very shortly. Now, Team Risk, team that has played back from these types of moments, especially 3 of the players you see on your screen there, Variety, Feeks, Genetics, masters of playing the map in metas of past. SMITE 2, a very different game. 4,000 gold to them, down, no problem. And so you need to start seeing some changes and some proactivity, though, on the map.
No doubt. I mean, I think that this team is so tenured and so ready for situations like this, but at the end of the day, they still have to figure out how these team fights are going to look. And I think that Aladdin is, Scream is building a gargoyle now, but he is squishy. If Variety can try to mark him, it does remove a lot of the initiation potential on the side of Risk, but at least it makes it pretty easy to play off of. That's something to keep in mind. Something else to keep in mind, there aren't 15,000 seconds left on these active items. This is a known spectator bug. It's a game in beta. I apologize. We're aware. We're working on it. Once they come up off cooldown, it should display normal. Same for the ultimates. I'm hoping, or else our job is going to get a lot harder.
We'll figure it out, though, one way or another.
We sure will, buddy.
We'll figure it out. I want to see everyone fighting the lamp and just tee up Benny Q for a massive lightning storm just in the entire arena.
And you can just wait outside the Aladdin lamp, and you can see when they're about to come out, and you can drop the ultimate right there. It was the easiest 4-man Kraken of my life when we were testing.
5M's getting aggressive here around the Fire Giant. With all of the bad mojo that's been happening around these objectives, I am curious that 5M's are feeling this good about it. Oh no, a stun has caught out Mike on his dash in. For now, it hasn't cost him, but there's an Anvil of Dawn looking for a target, and its target is the backline. Mike, the first casualty. Benny Q's the second.
Cherry so low, as is Cyclone Spin. Scream has not been here in this fight, was all the way underneath in the side jungle, and Team Risk just take their opportunity when they see it. Genetics once again transforming into the Zeus brings the damage that Risk felt like they might be lacking otherwise. Check the player damage charts once again. It is Morrigan support on top.
Still a massive mountain as far as the gold lead to climb here for Team Risk. More of a molehill maybe, but a slight journey nonetheless. Team Risk now 5v2 advantage.
They're contesting
around this Fire Giant. I mean, Scream is strong. Cherry has a chance. There's a Pyromancer bomb, but it's in Cyclone Spin's back pocket. It's not here. Flip a coin. Who grabs it? It's Team Risk on the Fire Giant. But for now, Scream gets out alive, but they're gonna brawl it out. Scream gets that health infusion. He's looking for Lasbra. Will he find it?
Lasbra's got boys coming though. Aladdin outnumbered even with the rest of them, but he wishes for immortality. Scream right back onto the map. And I'm not sure he needed to here, Dave. I also don't think 5M's needed to contest that fire. Yeah, it stinks. We lost 3 members. They're going to get Fire Giant. But you've got to take your medicine sometimes. You just have to give up that fire. I think losing Cherry, losing Scream's immortality wish. Imagine a world where Risk is pushing for the end, and then all of a sudden Scream can all in, immediately wish for immortality. He wished for immortality to get back, push the wave. And look, it's easy to get caught up in the moment. Oh, I can do this, but you got to make those wishes count. He made the power wish count, without a doubt. That one was a waste for Scream.
How about that initial fire pull from 5M's? Because, yeah, contesting, interesting after the fact, the 5M's went for it all on their own when we were 5v5 on the map.
Well, 4v5 on the map, because
the
Scream wasn't there. And that's the problem. That has been the problem for this team. Scream, for all he brings, has got to be there to bring it. And whether that's 5M's, you know, we say it all the time, 5 people following the wrong call is better than 3 people doing the right call, or vice versa. If the right call is to do fire, but Scream's not there, doing fire is no longer the right call. And it wasn't the right call there for 5M's.
Well, now this gives Team Risk massive advantage, massive gold infusion, and that molehill now headed the other direction. That's a 5,000 or 6,000 gold swing right on back up here for 5M's. Where do you defend? What do you look for? Can you defend? Can you look for anything?
I think you can. I mean, Fire Giant's a very potent buff, but 5M's hasn't lost a 5-on-5 where they're even strength.
That's true.
The question is, do you consider yourself even strength when the enemy team has a Fire Giant? I'm not sure. Beads cooldowns for Scream and Cherry are critical. No sense in trying to fight before that. Risk wants to keep the pace high so that they don't have a choice.
So you get those beads back, those ultimates back. Tier 2, no real chance. Lasbra lurking and looking with that Ragnarok. Team Risk sensing they've got an opportunity here. One more win, one more Titan kill marks them the champions here of the SMITE 2 Founder Series. 5M's have been resilient, however. This is a team that has fought back in a swath of different positions. Might need their jungler, their mid laner, who is 0-3, but well underway in his build. The rest of that front line to carve a path.
Needs to. The back line's got to do a little better now for 5M's. You're right. Benny 0-3. That's kind of the Zeus MO, but got to let him do it. And Cyclone has got to get some damage out. He has been outperformed again by Streak. And it's not to say that Cyclone's playing poorly. It's to say that Streak is playing unbelievably well. But there is a difference in the output of these 2 hunters. How can 5M's facilitate for Cyclone Spin? You know, can he and Benny play a little better off one another and creating space for each other and trading damage? Because Zeus is always going to be the priority target, especially when it's immobile Zeus who just stands there and walks away kind of quickly if he pops his 2, or Jingwen, who has Airstrike, who has the Glide, all of that. So obviously Benny is going to be the target. How can Cyclone Spin use that in order to be a little bit more effective?
5M's look like they're going to get away with all their Phoenixes here on this defense. Fire Giant 10 seconds away. This is going to be pivotal. Get Cyclone Spin a little extra farm. Get him back to that FG. Ward coverage a bit lacking on the backside of the Fire Giant pit right now. Easy to get caught off guard here by Team Risk. And we are at the point now, remember, without the wish for immortality, I mean, it's a small thing, but potentially a big thing.
Yeah.
Will not happen.
No.
You lose a team fight, you lose this tournament. If you're 5M's and you lose it convincing.
Cyclone nearly full build. Scream is nearly full build. Something else about the Aladdin lamp is that you just get to full items faster because you already have one in your inventory. You can sell it, and he could now that all the wishes are gone. Like, once you sell it, you can't get wishes anymore, but he's already used the relevant ones. I assume he wished for wealth at some point. Some didn't hear it. So Scream is now full build. That means there is no reason he doesn't arrive to the fight on time.
Nothing to farm.
Yes, I'm aware you can stack 3K pots now. There is no reason for Scream to be late to a fight.
Lasbra's about to be behind Scream. Lasbra
Got
double
his jump.
stun. Lasbra, Ragnarok. The Brutalize gets him out, gets him alive. Beats and Ragnarok off of Flash.
That's huge. And I don't know if Scream used the ultimate. It might just still be on cooldown from before. It looks like he did. Hard to say. Yeah, it is. Okay, thank you. So 30 seconds or so until that ultimate's back up. But no beads and no ult makes it hard for him to get in there and do what he wants.
Big moment. Massive moment. Potential championship moment for Team Risk if they're able to get this fire, win a fight. This 5M's roll the dice. You're out in Vegas. Do you like your odds? You're not going to be asked the question, not just yet.
We saw we missed Mike blink plucking Variety and got his bead. So now Lasbra and Variety, the two primary initiators for Team Risk, are now beadsless. And that means they have really got to be careful about stepping up into the range of a Sobek pluck. Genetics could assume the role of Engager, but he hasn't at any point with this Morgan pick. He has used it to transform into Zeus almost every time when it is an option. Gotta be careful now if you're Lasbra or Variety. Same can be said for 5M's. They are just one big team fight away from having their dreams get ripped away.
Looks like Team Risk aware where 5M's is here in the jungle. Couple of Team Risk over on the left side of mid.
This is where ward vision matters a lot, because if 5M's realized that the two initiators were in mid or trapping left, they could have just absolutely...
Lasbra, no beads, has ultimate. Oh goodness, he lives. And that ultimate gets him out of dodge. What do 5M's do on the backside?
He's got to reset. Hard to say if he's got a teleporter charge up and available or if it's on cooldown, but this is a 5v4 for just a little bit.
Goodness gracious. 5M's, are you now pulling the fire giant? You lost a fight here a moment ago. Pluck onto Variety. Cheerio in. He separated Genetics. Now it's a wall, but where does the Anvil of Dawn go? What has happened to Benny Q's health bar? Variety deletes the Thor, and 5M's have life.
That damage from Scream and Cyclone was enough. Now Benny is TKO'd. He's got to go back to base, but the rest of 5M's is awfully healthy here, Dave. I feel like they can stick around and make sure this fire giant doesn't go down. Variety not up for 45. He should have his ultimate up right around the time that he respawns and is in relevant range. This is going to be another fire giant pull for 5M's, but 2 bombs for Risk, 1 bomb for 5M's, and it's Cyclone, so he's got to be in a dangerous area to place it.
In one streak up still on the map, Genetics has not found what he's looking for, and it's Cyclone spin on the kill.
That's going to be it for Risk. They were going to back it up. Genetics just too far forward without support from the rest of the carries. You see the difference that having the Thor there makes, right? It's such a big, pivotal part of being able to separate the team fight. Variety goes down and the front line just collapses for Team Risk. Now what can 5M's get done? They've got waves pushing here on the right-hand side and still 25 until Genetics is up. I wonder if this is a concession of the right side Phoenix. StreakUp's trying to solo this, and Lazarus gonna try and 1v1 Scream. I doubt
your right Phoenix is under
attack. These pivotal moments just will not stop. We're gonna see a lamp
1v1
streak towards left. Maybe this time Scream aware, however. He is going to rejoin the rest of his team over on the right side. Jungle will not be caught out alone this time.
Scream with the Obsidian Dagger as well, so he's got that potential to make some plays. And remember, Aladdin Ultimate, now that it's got a lot of points in it, now that it's maxed, it resets his health and his non-ultimate cooldowns to a really high level. That's going to be really tough to kill Scream. He's basically got 3 lives because he can get in there, he's going to ult, it heals the enemy up to 40% of their HP, but he heals up to 80% of his HP. So he can get low, dagger, get low, ult, mix up the order however you want. Scream's really freaking hard to kill. That's the bottom line.
Could be hard to cast as well. We're looking at lamps, 1v1s, brawls, daggers. No, we got it. It's fun nonetheless. 5M suddenly surging back in game 5, hoping to force the best of 1. Winner take all, best of 1, if they can win. Now them winning one more team fight.
And like I said, Aladdin is best in the late game. His damage output is obscene. Like, it is gross.
You're there.
Everyone yelled at Pon every day for months about his damage output, and it's still really good. He's got Fire Giant, he double dips on it. Like I said, the Aladdin lamp is there.
Mid lane, a couple members of Team Risk maybe seeing what they can get. Remember, Ancient Fury, it's like taken by Team Risk a few moments ago. Lasbro's gonna usher some minions into the mid lane, just exposing that left side Phoenix. That's the goal here for 5M's. Still a minute and a half, however, on that Fire Giant buff.
Still plenty of time to get some stuff done, but good use of offense to play defense there from Risk. They put enough pressure on the mid wave, and that's also bad wave management from 5M's that allows that to happen. Even with Ancient Fury, it would have taken the Risk a while to backdoor that mid Phoenix. If 5M's were a little more attentive to their mid wave state, they could have prevented that from happening and instead still been on full offense. Now, they get a tier 2, they open up left side Phoenix. It's still not a whole lot, and this right side has not been pushing super far for 5M's. Got a Runic Bomb. It feels like this tier 2 shouldn't be a defense from Team Risk. This tier 2 is more or less irrelevant to this game state. No reason to lose a member or two and set yourself behind.
Man, how important are the Runic Bombs?
Scream's out here, and they know it.
Scream over on the right side. Pushing it out all on his own. That's a defense now successful, as 5M's never really went on the offense. Maybe another minion wave. A Scream finally getting the minions pushed up over on red.
That will be the tier 2 tower.
Wall and freeze. But no one gets caught out, and it's a tier 2 tower. 3 open Phoenixes in the Team Risk base.
Scream still pushing on that right side, putting pressure. Lasbro's here to mark him and make sure that he can't loop around and get in easy.
Scream and Lasbro have been mirroring one another. And have not seen those true 1v1 yet. Gotta imagine Scream feeling A-okay. About a 10 seconds on the Fire Giant buff. It will fall off and will reset once more.
And let me be clear, no one can 1v1 Aladdin at 6 items. I just don't think it's possible. The dagger wasn't able to be used for Scream, but if he had it, again, we covered out with the extra life, but the power buff, because it's strengthened in, doubles down on Aladdin's incredible split scaling potential. Does make a difference. Aladdin, he actually did sell the lamp, which is intriguing to me. I thought he backed with 3K gold. I thought it was just going to be buy a 3K pot and that's it. But Scream did sell the lamp. I haven't run the numbers enough to know if that's the right call. I just know that percent increase on stats from items is really good.
Tends to be good.
That's a really good item, typically. Yep. But Avatar's Parashu is also an insane amount of strength. It's the highest strength item in the game. 100, plus you get 25%. So you still get some percent increase from it. You just don't get as much benefit from a Fire Giant buff as you would with the lamp.
Team Risk. A team full of theory crafters. Strategy builders. Now down in gold by about 5,000. 5M's get their second. What strategy did the Team Risk craft? A 5-man grouping around the back side.
Never
Fire
bad.
Giant pit.
Never bad. Lay the trap in the bush. Never bad.
No way something like this comes down to one pick.
Oh, it always does. Dave. That's the thing, and it could be Cheerio, but he was ready. Stampede as well.
Ooh,
Last
big.
Yeah, just uses the ultimate and gets absolutely nothing for it.
How aggressive are you now if you're 5M's?
I mean, losing Ragnarok is big, without a doubt. It puts a lot less pressure on Benny Q's beads. It allows him to be much more free with using it on something like a Thor wall to prevent some pokes. But it's not easy, necessarily, for them. They have to be worried about Risk, their minions wave state, because all Phoenixes are debuffed.
Oh, a freeze. That catches genetics.
Good damage on Cherry.
Man, Cherry loses half of his health. Would love the Fire Giant to sustain back up. Enough poke. Theek starting to really stack up some of that damage. Anyone caught out on the front line's in danger.
It Scream still. He's got to be close enough to affect the fight, but he doesn't want to just be running at the enemy team, of course. That's not what an assassin likes to do. He likes to find those alternate angles to get into the engagement, but it's going to be hard for him to do so.
Whoa, double wall, double stun, double damage from Theeks. Now Mike is the one who's low. These two frontliners for 5M's have just had to trade out positioning because of that poke damage. Mike will have to go back and reset. That cedes some of this map pressure to Team Risk.
It sure does, and I wonder if Risk has the DPS to burn down the fire before Mike gets back. 2 bombs in tow, they might.
Whoa, Scream is spotted out, so they know where Scream is. Beads used by the Aladdin. But in the meantime, this Fire Giant is dropped. Team Risk back away.
It's tough to say if that trade is worth it, Mike, or Dave. I mean, Mike is coming back, so Scream needs to put a little pressure and again, it's ward coverage. I feel like the ward coverage from Risk has just been better in this set, and it's made all the difference. Scream loses his beads, but in the process, pulls Risk off the Fire Giant.
Scream. Not with his team yet, but I imagine he'll join short.
I don't know what Cyclone is doing here. I mean, I think farming purple right now is pretty criminal, if I'm being honest with you. It's maybe he could try and maybe they're trying to set a trap and pick someone who's coming in to clear this, and actually could work. Maybe they're going to try and backdoor the Ancient Fury debuffed Phoenix.
Cyclone Spin.
Oh, he's got Nagas. Oh,
Sets out the Nagas. This should be a Phoenix for Cyclone Spin. And should be able to get out alive, get out quickly. Left side Phoenix, important. And left side Phoenix grabbed for 5M's.
Okay, now I see the vision, Cyclone. I apologize. I was not familiar with your game. He'd had the Naga charge, and it's an easy backdoor with that Ancient Fury debuffed Phoenix.
Whoa, that's a big pick. Oh, God, you can't lose, Benny.
Oh, man.
We are an inch away, but an Anvil of Dawn could finish it. Is this Team Risk's moment? Variety lands behind Benny. Lasbra cleans up the kill, and 5M's scatter to the wind.
That is huge, but look at where Scream and Cyclone are. Immediately Risk is trying to stop the backs, but they've got a wave. They might be able to get
way.
This Phoenix is dead.
Mid lane Phoenix now an afterthought. These split pushes have not worked yet, but this time you're gonna trade Benny for 2 Phoenixes in the long game.
Huge. I mean, what stings here for 5M's is they didn't need to trade Benny to get that Phoenix, I don't think, but at the end of the day, they make lemonade out of the lemons they were dealt and get that mid Phoenix, and now the map pressure is excellent. And now, I was saying Ancient Fury, you know, it's only 1 Phoenix typically in this position. It doesn't really feel worth it. With the pressure that 5M's has put on the map, maybe it is. Cyclone and Mike, they're cooking something again. Maybe trying to trap,
death
but
timer.
It sure is.
That is a long death timer. That could open the door
Scream
to Team
going
Risk.
again.
Getting this Fire Giant, it's low. It's fast. Can Cherio make a miracle happen? Cherio's in. Holy shit! Scream steals it away, and he goes into the lamp, and now he's gonna brawl against 2. Can he turn it around and find the kill?
Oh, he's got backup, baby! Scream's got shooters coming here in Vegas! Both members of Risk down!
Now 5M's, they got it all. What do they look for? A momentary pause, and maybe the pyro.
What happens there to Risk? They get so split. It's Mike and Cyclone that forces the DPS off Risk, but they just need, you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound, Dave. Stand and finish the fire. Instead, everyone else leaves. I think it was Genetics there trying to finish it off all by himself. No chance he can secure that easily over Scream. Scream getting the fire is just the cherry on top. It was really the kills after the fact.
We are 1 fight away, 1 moment from a winner-take-all. Game number 6. 5M's, that is unbelievable. Scream drags him in. Cue it up. 1 more game.
Consider your bracket reset. 5M's coming out of the loser's side. Smite fans have been begging for double elim for a long time. You've gotten your wish.
That's one of the Aladdin wishes.
Sure is. 1 game left to determine who's gonna win here at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Scream got up and adjusted the glasses. The main character moment there for the jungler from 5M's. You think he's getting Aladdin, Dave? Because I sure do not.
Well, now the desk has their hands full, because what are you giving back to 5M's? What are you giving back to Team Risk?
They beat the Afro. They beat the Afro already. You know, it felt like you couldn't give them both. Surely you got to give them 1. They beat the Afro. They lost to the Aladdin. That's pretty simple math to me.
Pardon my French. A moment ago on that steel bar, I took a trip to the Eiffel Tower. I don't know what came over me. A haze fell over my eyes. And I'm just caught in the lamp. Did they fight in the lamp?
Sometimes there's only 1 word in the English language to describe what's going on.
Bram is happy I didn't use the other one.
It's true. You were due for that too.
I was.
We got 1 more game, brother. Anything could happen.
Anything can happen. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got it. A best of 1. Winner take all. Game 6 here at the SMITE 2 Founder Series, Las Vegas. I'm gonna go drink some water, and we'll be right back to find us a champion.
I've been used by the useless. My whole body's covered in bruises. bruises, consumed by the clueless, so full of lies and excuses. I've let you take enough from me. I'm jumping ship to watch you sink. When you look back and I'm still standing. Remember every time you tap me, it makes me stronger than before. When you tap me, it fuels the fire even more. So give me all you got. I can't wait to watch you rock. If there's one thing you should learn about me, don't ever tell me. Now you're gone with no traces. You might as well have been faceless. Exposed all your weakness. I'm getting back to the basics. The smoke is clear, I'm seeing red. I will stop fighting till I'm dead. When you look back and I'm still standing. Remember every time you tap me, it makes me stronger than before. When you tap me, it fuels the fire even more. So give me all you got. I can't wait to watch you rock. If there's one thing you should learn about me, don't ever tell me. Now you're stuck treading water in the ocean alone. Let out light for apologies. How about a rope and a stone? Take enough from me. I'm jumping ship to watch you sink. When you look back and I'm still standing. Remember every time you tap me, it makes me stronger than before. When you tap me, it fuels the fire even more. So give me all you got. I can't wait to watch you rock. If there's one thing you should learn about life, don't ever tell me. Don't ever
Well, to paraphrase Dave Olsen, holy cow. A really, really, really insane day of Smite. We've got a game 6. We are going all the way there. And of course, we still have, and it'll come up in a second, a little bit before we get into it. But actually, just straight up, Bobby wanted to yap. That's literally, that's literally what it is. He wanted to talk about it.
We talked so much just like watching the game. There were so many things that were pointed out to us, so many things that we saw. And I mean, starting out, I'm pretty sure we all have to touch on the Aladdin first.
Right.
It's not getting through again.
No.
Point blank, period. There's too many interactions with that character that are very hard to understand. There's a lot of difficulties playing against it. You don't understand a lot of it. You saw a few times with like Lasbra's beads under the middle tower.
Yep.
Maybe another scenario or two, but the Aladdin was too powerful. It's not getting through again. Maybe that Aphrodite, as Agro said.
A guy like me understood all of them, but I could see why, why Team Risk has to ban.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You're different, though.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it just makes sense.
Worth mentioning up front, as we go forward, because this is the full reset, there was a coin flip. Team Risk won said coin flip, but they still have a lot of time, a few minutes, I believe, to decide whether or not they want to be first or second.
And I'm pretty sure Team Risk has had first pick every single game of that best of 5, and every single time 5M's was that second side. And the bans were rather consistent. I mean, Afro, Thana, Aladdin, Ymir, maybe Yamoja sprinkled in. Obviously, last game, Aladdin wasn't banned. We got to watch Scream put on a performance with it. I expect Aladdin's going to be banned. I expect the Thana's going to stay banned. The discrepancy, I think, is going to come with the 2 Y supports. What are they doing with Ymir? What are they doing with Yamoja? We've now seen Cherry play the Ymir a couple times now, and while it doesn't look great in the laning phase, his use of actives, Stampede, Gargoyles, Helm of Darkness, how he maneuvers around teamfights and sets up teamfights, it looks so good with the Ymir.
Yeah, I just feel like he's always where he needs to be, right? Sometimes you see him right at the front of the team fight and he seems to be in the perfect position to hit that wall, hit that freeze. And sometimes you see him peel back and be there with his carries and he keeps them alive against the dive. Cherry has really warmed into this. I think he's one of the main reasons that 5M's are able to compete against Team Risk today, whereas they were not yesterday.
I'm just watching back the Aladdin hat. Sorry, guys.
It's so cool.
That was the play where he stole it, immediately pops the ult. Honestly misplayed by missing the wall run, but it didn't even matter. You just got to stall and wait for the boys. And that's the fun part about the lamp is as long as you survive in there, your team can join you. They can help you out. It's a little bit of a weighted 1v1 in that case, and the coin was heavily in 5M's favor. But forget everything you just watched. Forget it all, because we're back to even territory. Winner takes all, best of 1. Do you guys think that Team Risk changes up and goes second pick? Everything that they've done so far has, really been about them getting that first selection.
Yeah, I wonder if they could go back to second pick. We've just heard from production that they have opted not to change anything. They're going back to first pick one more time. Last time out, it was the Thor.
No, he said 5M's.
5M's is first pick. Sorry. Never mind. They've switched it up. They've switched it up.
The opposite of what he just said,
It's a good decision, I think. I think that might mean that they're more likely to be able to leave things and maybe get the better end of the trade. Hecate is maybe the one I'm looking at. Maybe they can risk letting that through and try and get Aladdin second, third pick. I don't know. I expect it to be bad.
Refresh my memory, though. Has 5M's valued the Thor over the Hecate? Because I'm pretty sure...
No, I think they first picked
I'm pretty sure they swapped at one point. We're like, okay, we need to get Benny on this pick. But his Zeus has been looking great. It's not as if the Ag, he's like, Benny's God pool is deep here. The Hecate is still disgusting. We don't want Theeks to get it clearly. That's probably in their mindset. But at this point, they've beaten the Thor. Yeah, you're right. Conte's got to be the top pyro.
The only time that they managed to pick the Thor, they picked Hecate at the same time. That was when Risk first picked the Ymir.
Right.
The Hecate and the Thor came through, and they picked them both in that top 2 spot. So they value both very highly. I have to say, though, I expect the Hecate to be the first choice.
Right.
And that was the first game of this set where Streak got the Uller, and I actually thought Cyclone outperformed him. I liked him a lot more on that Jingwei than the Medusa. The crit capabilities on Fire Giants, I mean, what do you got? What did you like about it?
My point is that I was calling for it. He hovered the Medusa, swapped to the Jingwei, because even though Medusa's better early game, there hasn't been that many early picks just by nature of early damage. His Jingwei, his positioning is great. He gets out in sticky situations. He can do more things. The split push he did where he got the left side Phoenix, Medusa can't do that. It's at that level of safety. They're like, oh, let's just kill her. He's got a dash. He can ult over the wall. There's just so much more.
Well, they got their reset. It comes down to one more. So, for now, we're going to throw it down to the stage where we've got the coach for 5M's, Kabam, standing by.
Thank you, Gordon. Of course, I'm here with the coach of 5M's, Kabam. Now, Kabam, obviously the first question I'm going to ask you, Team Risk don't ban Aladdin. They had banned Aladdin every single game up to this point. So when the pick came over to you, they picked Thor. Were you guys automatic? You're like, yep, Aladdin instantly to scream. He's like, that's the one. That's the one I want. Or did you guys have to think about it for a second?
You know, I made a wish for a 6th game and they gave it to us, so.
They did say in the pregame interview, Genetics did say he was going to win it in the best of 1, but I got to know, it was game, I believe, 4. You guys were up. You had a chance to win. Scepter of Dominion drops on the Fire Giant. You guys take the Fire Giant where Team Risk were winning. You flipped the game. You still weren't able to win it. I want to know, what's going through your head at that time? You know, you're not on the keyboard and mouse. You're not playing. You got to watch your players play. And, like, how are you feeling in those moments? And what are you telling the team afterwards when they couldn't pull it off?
It's really stressful. I think some people that are sitting over there have seen me, like, slam the desk a little bit a few times. We've lost, like, 12 objectives in the past, like, 24 hours. So, it's been a lot of going to them and saying, hey guys, it's cool. We're still able to get them sometimes, so.
Are you keeping track of every objective loss? Like, are you just like going to Mike like, hey man, what was that today? You lost like 20 objectives?
I just say unlucky.
Fair enough, that's all he could do, he could say. Now, going into the best of 1 bracket reset, you guys need 1 more game to get it done. And so, the crowd is obviously extremely excited about it. You got a lot of fans out here. So for this best of 1, for you as a coach, when it comes down to it, you know, what are you telling your guys the mental in this situation? Obviously, you have a pretty storied roster, but also Benny Q not winning a tournament yet. This could be the one that he actually takes home. So what are you telling the team in this moment for their mental?
All 5 of my players are unbelievably intelligent. They have been working through the drafts themselves. It's me focusing on keeping their mentals in check more so than anything and make sure they don't contradict themselves when they're talking. I have full faith that they're going to be able to pull through in this game. I don't think they're worried about it. We've kind of gotten the nerves down after 3 sets of like panicking. So I think we're good.
Now, no more panicking and all chill. I like that, Kabam. Well, thank you so much for the interview, man, and good luck to you and the team here in the best of 1.
They're there. They're ready. You can tell mental's in check, calm after 3 sets of panicking to finally be maybe in the zone as we get into, I mean, a very, very serious moment for him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is end all be all. You win, you done it. You don't, you're gone. And so, of course, we saw a little bit of how all these players were going to spend earnings.
Their hypothetical money.
Except Lasbra, who didn't say anything about the money, just what he was going to do if they won.
And we better hold him to it. If we do see Lasbra winning, he doesn't go in front of the crowd and dab, then he's just a liar.
Yeah, and Sam better go to Turkey 3 times. Side by side.
Yeah, what was it? He said the hairline, nose, the veneer.
I gotta be blinded by those teeth on this return.
But they've got their focus, and I guess we have to get back to the gods at hand. Maybe the gods that won't be at hand, because I feel like there's going to be, and there's no way, 5M's, if they're on the first big side, there's no way they ban, right?
I think that's going to be their most proud character. I think if it even makes through it's going to be insta-locked. I think it's valued over Hecate. I think it's valued over Afro, because on top of, you know, what we've seen from like the next up junglers, I think what we've talked about with Hecate being the best mid, the next best up mid is not, you know, too great. I think we've seen enough from the Agni, enough from the Zeus, where you don't have to prio Hecate over, you know, a god as strong as Aladdin. I think Aladdin has proven he is the god that you want no matter what. And just giving the option to the enemy team to pick it if it is let through, I just don't think it's wise. Yes, you have not seen him play it, but it is so powerful. You have to be playing that god.
Well, there's only one thing left to do, and it's to get this show started, jumping into it, picks and bans for Game 6. I don't think I've ever gotten to say that phrase before. As we jump in to 5M's and Team Risk. 5M's again, first pick.
Yeah, they really don't like this Lasbra Thanatos, huh? They don't want him to have it.
You gotta put some respect somewhere.
And I think it's a good ban. I think Lasber has looked phenomenal on it. Team Risk banning away that Aphrodite. Thor banned by 5M's. Few valuable characters up. Both Ymir, Yemoja, the Hecate, and obviously Aladdin is still available.
I mean, it's got to be banned Aladdin pick Hecate, right?
Yeah, I don't think you
Wow,
ever
why are they
trade
thinking
here,
about it
do
so
you?
much?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Aladdin goes, we got our one. The boos still
They
ring
want more.
out. But this has to be a Hecate first picture.
Yeah,
I
you-
can't see it being anything else.
I'm gonna be honest, Vegas. You guys should be happy we saw it once. Like, we should clap for that alone because we got a heck of a first showing. Hecate makes a lot of sense. Yemoja, Ymir.
And both of those Y gods are on my mind. It's Ymir right here. Ymir, I like even pairing it with the Hades. Just don't give it back to Cherry. I've not liked how Cherry's been able to do so much on this Ymir.
Yeah, this means that we're not going to see the Morrigan from Genetics one more time, though. I think he's looked very, very good on that pick. It pairs well with the Hades, but this time opting to deny Cherry a pick rather than go towards what he might perhaps have preferred.
In times of past,
You can't see the chain around my ankle, obviously.
I'm wondering if Mike even goes to this Yemoja or if he swaps to the Baron. It's just, it rings so true in my head that in times of past, in Game 6 situations, he prefers the Baron. It's not going to be into a great matchup like the Yemoja, for example, but Ymir doesn't love it, especially if you're able to get some movement. But we'll see. I mean, Athena could go either way. It's been played a few different roles at this point, but could also be in that support role.
I just want to see Mike back on an aggressive character. I think Mike on the Fenrir and Mike on the Sobek in this set so far has dictated a lot of what 5M's want to do. And I think Athena can kind of play like the Ymir did that Cherry had. And I think you can pair that with that Sobek. I like that then pressure in duo lane. They can play with the Athena ultimate coming on over. And then they have a free farming mid laner.
But we can't forget the gripes of Uller. Doing Fire Giant with carries like Uller and Hecate takes a while. Agni and Jingwei, that's a night and day difference. Fenrir picked up. In times of past, we assume that went over to PVM, and Scream would take this Athena, but we're gonna have to see one more to really lock in these roles.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like this Athena could also go to Cherry. I think he
it
could
is.
slam that in solo, and Chak comes through. And to be
Chak
honest,
solo.
between these three gods, I am not 100% sure where they're going. I would guess Athena jungle, Chak solo, Fenrir support, but I feel like there's a few different iterations that could definitely work.
I'm echoing that same sentiment. I do think that's what's going to be. I think we haven't really seen Chalk in the jungle, but I have loved Mike on this Fenrir, how he's been able to dictate it, how he's been able to play it. And Loki last pick, Lasbra, not played at this tournament. I'm nearly positive he's not played at this tournament. Still a very, very high damage character, but so far, Lasbra's played these Athenas, these Fenrirs, these more engaged characters. Loki is a hyper carry. Team Risk is almost switching their style going into the 6th game.
But Lasbra has that X factor. In games of past, there's been times when he just pulls out something new, when everything is on the line, and pulls off a hard carry performance, and Loki is exactly that type of character. This is it's going to be full damage in Ymir, right? That seems to be what Team Risk has gone for here. You can try and set up with an Athena Tom, but if we beat it and just kill you, who cares? If you're Ragnarok, you pick up one of us, we have more damage to kill you. It seems like they just want a W key here.
Absolutely, and if you look at the comps here, it feels like whichever one is on the back foot is going to be in a bit of trouble. It feels like both want to be going forward, both want to be going at you, and it feels to me like 5M's is going to have an easier time gaining that advantage. They're going to control the early game.
Right.
They're going to go into the mid game with a lead if they play it right, and they might come into these team fights controlling the pace.
The thing that I like about Team Risk's comp is I have loved seeing this Hades in solo lane, and Variety for the most part has gotten consistent and solid leads versus Cherry. Cherry's now on this Chalk where it kind of does still play that same style, that little engaged style, but I have loved Variety on this Hades.
Well, the chips are down, the cards are dealt. It's winner take all as we jump into it. It's Game 6.
That's right, Gormizer and Desk. One more game separates 5M's or Team Risk from being your first SMITE 2 champions. The SMITE 2 Founder Series has been unbelievable. A Game 6, a best of 5, a reset, best case scenario. For those at home, those here in venue. And honestly, Aggro, for me and you, I love doing this with you, buddy, and this has been great. We got another good one laid out for us here, winner take all.
If I had to wait another 6 years to cast another one like this, I'd do it.
1 year per game.
Yeah.
That's the rule.
I would do it happily. What a set it has been. And I got to echo a lot of what the desk was saying. I think that the way that this composition works for 5M's is phenomenal. I agree with exactly where they put all three of these gods, all of which could have kind of flexed into different roles. I like Scream not going with the Athena aspect. I think him having Defender of Olympus to help out Benny Q and Cyclone Spin on Lasbra's Loki dive is critical. Lasbra's the X factor. Trelly said it. I hope it was Trelly, but he's getting credit whether it was or not. What is Lasbra going to do on this team comp? What can he do in a very stylistically different pick? And you see the impact of this composition from 5M's immediately. 5 beats for Team Risk. And you think they're not going to be getting 1 or 2 extra talismans of purification, you're crazy. They're going for it.
Scream has had to play a lot this set, this weekend. Got the slightest glimpse of Aladdin. If you can call that a glimpse, that is a whole full show that we got in Game 5. No more. And now onto something like the Athena. No freeze yet from Genetics, so I think Mike's okay, yeah. Now we're gonna see the Athena from Scream. No aspect, so he'll be joining his teammates. Can he do what he did? It's different, it's not Aladdin.
Yes, it's not Aladdin. No one can do what Aladdin can do, that's for sure. This is risky here.
Oh, double
on
freeze.
both. They're level 2.
It's a great start for Genetics. And the duo lane. Double freeze, Mike just gets away. One more auto would have done it. Mike avoids it.
Not even close. Easy peasy for PBM. That is going to lose, of course, both the backsides here for 5M. Scream's on the rotation over, though. They're going to try and collapse. I mean, Uller Fenrir is uber strong, even if they're a little bit weak. This is all a bait from Cyclone Spin, but it feels a little telegraphed to me.
Yeah, it's beads for Genetics. It's going to be a 3 versus 2. Scream forces the beads, gets the taunt, and it's a brutalized in from Mike. First blood in Game 6 to 5M's.
In a rare mistake for Streak, but a very meaningful one. Uses beads way too early, ends up getting taunted after the fact. If he would have saved the beads, maybe there's a world he lives. It's doubtful, but possible. Man, absolutely brutal start for this duo lane because Fenrir Uller from ahead, I don't care how safe you are, it feels like a nightmare for any 80s.
If Mike now can play a bit more aggressively, he did in this moment. Those early beads, well timed by Scream.
Scream just nice and patient, waits it out, gets the taunt, and it's an easy kill from that position. Scream has started with a gem, and now it's going into Killing Stone. The other Athena jungle players, notably Lasbra and Johnny, who I think have played it best by far, have gone Hydras first, a little bit more strength-oriented. This is going to make Scream's abilities hit harder, but all of those players were playing for reach procs and making sure that those did the maximum amount of damage. This could be something, like, he could be going some in and then into a poly, and then reach is still hitting hard, but then his abilities hit a little harder outside of just reach procs, but interested to see where his build goes. I feel like that Hydra's build looked awfully good to me.
Now can 5M's continue to rotate this Athena around. Remember a moment ago, a slight highlight of it, Benny Q used his beads, it was pressure from Lasbra and Feeks. So Lasbra on the Loki making his impact known already. About a minute left on those beads. Lasbra's still level 4, so watch out for that Loki, that assassinate. Benny Q's got to watch out in mid.
Exactly, that's the one with no beads. Now no open the gates either. He is a sitting duck, so he should be communicating to Scream, yo, I might need your ult quick. Make sure you're paying attention and ready to go once he gets level 5. Should be off of this red buff anyways, I imagine, so won't be too far behind.
Mike was so far forward there, I thought I got the map flipped around. But he'll be A-okay. Rest of 5M's and Team Risk. Gonna farm up their side of the jungle. Level 5 for Lasbra. And the only beads that were on cooldown for Team Risk about to come off of cooldown. Cost streak early. Now get the second lease on life. Still pressure mounting up against PBM and Cyclone Spin over in this dual lane, and Lasbra's here to help.
Need something to make sure that you aren't going to get bullied out. Mike just now hitting level 5, so he is a little bit behind despite getting the first blood. Those neutral camps going Risk's way pretty consistently has put Genetics and Streak in a better position. Streak's got beads now, so it's not the end of the world that he wasted them early.
Freeze, that's used by Genetics. Is he gonna need it? Dash in from Scream, and a taunt is there, but a wall goes up. That keeps Genetics' health bar mostly full. Mike has Ragnarok. Wander out of this fight okay as well, man. And there's just a tension building in the jungle. Every little camp fought over. Oh, full commitment from the teams.
Definitely a shame for 5M's they don't get any beads off of what should have been a double taunt. Scream was in a weird spot. Speaking of weird spots, Cyclone potentially caught out and left.
Wow, Mike takes the portal forward, and Scream is going to join the mid lane. Do they have the damage? They sure do. There's a taunt on the Lasbra as well. 5M's now having to run away from Variety. All that, but you do get a pick.
He got the beads from Theeks, and he thinks he's fine, but this 5M's team has been the best at using these portals from open the gates creatively. Yeah, you're underneath your tower, but I get to skip 10 meters of this distance and close that gap. Theeks just watching this giant dog coming to him, knowing he has no beads and no possible escape. Nice, aggressive play.
That caught me off guard, I imagine. Theeks a bit surprised this. I'm like, no way he's going back in, but he sure did.
Yeah, got the portal, easy peasy. Got the beads out from Benny Q as Lasbra came in with the assassinate. Thought Variety might try and drop the ultimate here. I think he could have killed Benny Q in that spot. Maybe it would have been close. I just doubt that they would have had the damage on 5M's to kill Variety if he was in Pillar of Agony. Decided not to go for it. Potentially a little bit of a missed opportunity. I think you're seeing how comfortable 5M's looks in this scenario, right? I mean, they're active on the map. They're still thinking with portals, so to speak. Whereas Streak, a little bit of an awkward beads. I think that was a missed opportunity from Variety to at least try and get something in that spot. Risk feels like they're playing a little tighter than 5M's currently.
Can Team Risk find that opening, however? Genetics, always liable for a wall and a freeze. We've seen a couple from this Ymir. Variety also has already made an early rotation. Out of solo lane, didn't do much over in mid, but still active on the map nonetheless. Now aggro, while the picks and bans were going on, speaking of solo lane, really liked this Chalk pick. Last pick, Chalk. You enjoyed it here for Chair.
It's just such great space control, man. I mean, we saw what Globe and Happen were able to do with the Chalk Morrigan combo, but even just one Chalk ultimate is really, really impressive.
Well, Variety wasn't concerned, but maybe now he should be. Pillars of Agony, dash, cancel, taunt, kill. And 5M's notches their third. Scream is everywhere, all at once, and there's a fight to
PBM picks up Genetics, gonna bring him back to Cyclone Spin. I don't think they've got the damage here though, Dave. Just able to try and get the Stampede out. Genetics good patience on the beads, but a lack of patience there from Variety. Maybe he thought that Scream would taunt into the CC immunity of the Pillar of Agony. I'm not sure if he would have channeled it, if it would have made a big difference anyways, but maybe he buys time for Lasbra to get over there. Either way, just an excellent gank. And how many times have we seen Cherry with 2-level leads this set?
Ever? Once.
Once.
Right now?
Right now, when it matters. Cherry with a lead on a pick that pushes leads very well.
What if that also caught Variety off guard? His abilities to sustain up. Lasbra here on right, Scream, halfway to his ultimate. I mean, a masterclass in that mobility. Benny Q caught out, open the gates. That's actually flipped spots with Genetics. That's looking A-okay.
Yeah, no, I go there, you go here. That's how this
Well, no, but there's an assassinate in mid. It's still a set of beads for Benny Q. Lasbra pulls something out of an otherwise lost situation.
Yeah, this should open up another neutral camp engagement. Scream and Mike, 2v3.
2v3, three-man taunt, but I mean, what's he doing? Not taking any damage? Team Risk not liking their odds? Seems like now just a jungle invade, though. Genetics has a slightly larger reinforcement pool than PBM and Scream do. Looks like nothing more here on the right side jungle.
Yeah, it wasn't poly early for Scream off the Killing Stone as expected. It's a Gem of Focus instead. I gotta say, I'm not a huge fan of this. Gem of Focus on characters with low cooldowns feels good, but Athena's cooldowns are pretty long, so it's gonna be hard for him to keep it up.
Taunt starting to connect. Taunt starting to make a difference, and a stolen Queen Naga by Team Risk. Mike wants some payback. Ragnarok right at the end. Oh, he blinks. Back under the tier 1 tower. You need more CC. You need more damage. And 5M's got both. And now Scream's in the fight.
Cherry as well zoned off the backline, and they have left Variety to the proverbial wolves. 5M's again, the front line from Risk chopped down, and Risk sent running with the Fire or the Gold Fury on the sights of 5M.
And this is really going to balloon this gold lead up a little bit. 5 kills to none, but only 1.7K in gold. Add a Gold Fury into the mix, and you're really starting to feel good.
And Mike kept trying to do that combo in his last Fenrir game where he would blink with someone in his mouth. It's just that extra little bit of trickery that players, Genetics thinks, okay, he can't get me in tower range, no one's really close enough, I don't need to be. Just holds him. Mike at the last moment blinks him in to the tower, and then even with Stampede, Genetics not able to get anywhere far enough away. Cherio able to zone back Lasbra and Theeks very effectively, and Variety, who was expecting help from Lasbra and Theeks, is instead completely left hanging out to dry.
Man, 5M's playing with momentum, and it feels like they just have been all day long. You drop game 1, game 2, suddenly the wind in your sails. Team Risk sneak one away. Uh-oh. Cyclone Spin got to sneak away from this one, used the beads. But now he's got help from PBM. Nothing going right here for Team Risk, except you're getting the beads off Azula.
Yeah, that's meaningful, but this is a different looking Cyclone Spin, isn't it? How many jump ins have we seen from him this set? 0, it feels like, during the laning phase. And that's because of the lead that he has, the character that he's playing, and the fact that he has Athena ultimate backup that allows him to play more aggressive. Like I said, Cyclone Spin, one of the most calculated players there is, does not feel like he's losing out if he's just safely sitting underneath the tower. But if you give him the tools to be aggressive, he's got the capability to hit the gas.
A little bit of a lead there for Cyclone Spin as well. Pyromancer is up, so the first neutral objective over to 5M's, the first 5 kills to 5M's. How chaotic, how worried are you about making a play here if you're Team Risk? You're a little bit down, the momentum's not on your side.
It isn't, but Scream can get something here like Assassinate. That's a pretty big difference in the potential for the team fight. I think that as long as the solo laners aren't involved, it's not too bad right now.
Mike has been unstoppable. PBM plus Scream. It's been the dynamic duo making a difference here. The winner take all. Game 6. Guess is what we'll call it. Team Risk have just not had the answers, not just yet. Beats felt like they've been on cooldown. And you imagine there's just a momentary respite for Team Risk. We know Mike's blink is down, we know his ult is down. We can stand up a little bit, but what can Risk now do with that space?
Just try and catch up, I think, in XP on your side lane. I think that Variety being down is a huge concern. Variety was the difference maker in their set win against 5M's yesterday. He, playing Thor, controlled the entire pace of the game, did it all for this team. And this set has been a near non-factor, I would say, particularly when he was on the Sobek, and I believe on the Hades pick before, it didn't end up doing too much. He's got to get involved one way or another. If Risk is going to win this game, Variety is going to have to do something in order to make a big swing in the team.
Risk trying to make that swing now. Everyone on the left side of the map. Cherio still over on right. Charges up the dash, taunt. A little bit short of Genetics. Maybe that was that opportunity. Team Risk send everyone over towards left. It's smart from Cyclone Spin and Mike not to be too far overextended.
Now checking in with the builds once again, I love where Cherry's at. I love the Screaming Gargoyle first, gives him that protection. I think the prot shred that it had made the difference on that one kill when Variety tried to get underneath his tower. Glad Shield into some more cooldown with the Gem of Focus. I love how Chalk scales with that int if you're not going for the full strength Heartseeker build that Globe was doing in mid. I think this build is excellent. Still not a fan of what Scream's doing in the jungle. I've said that roughly 55 times in my casting career. This is not anything unusual for Scream. You have to imagine that he understands the power spikes that this build affords him, but just really loved the builds that I saw coming out of Lasbra and Johnny when they were playing this in the jungle. The key for this build is to see, is that shield wall dealing relevant damage in the fights? Because if not, it feels like this Gem of Focus is a real waste.
Cherio leading the way. Pyromancer is back up on the map. He's starting to build up that build as well. We know what this Agni can do. A stun and burst damage can catch you off guard. Set it to taunt from Scream. That's on to Variety. He'll dash away. Oh my goodness. The damage is massive, but not big enough to fully clean up the Hades.
Still got his beads, forces ult. Hades is now an irrelevant god on the map for the next minute
Mike
or
wants
so.
to go so bad. He's got Blink.
Yeah, he's irrelevant already. You don't need to do anything else to take this Hades out.
Well, instead, he'll turn his eyes towards Genetics. That'll buy space for the tier 1 tower over on right.
Enemy tower.
Now over on left, Lasbra proxying out a little bit, hoping to just get some map pressure back, but aggro everything going right for 5M's.
They're in a great position now, and that's exactly what Hazer was saying on the desk. If they get the lead that you would expect with this type of composition and come into the team fighting stage, how does Team Risk handle this amount of engage and this amount of crowd control that 5M's brings? Talisman of Purification was used by Genetics. I really dislike him using that talisman over his own personal purification lead. He hasn't used them yet this game, and that's you versus the rest of your team. I really think that was a pretty potentially costly mistake.
How about Genetics losing half HP? It's an axe and a little bit of burst. Cyclone spin. Team Risk, their fans, they need some hope here, Ryan. They need to build up some farm, and we've seen crazy picks, an overextension, a head-scratching play. You're hoping that's not where Team Risk need to go, but we may beat it.
No, it's not that dire quite yet. I think that Risk still has a lot of tools in these games. I mean, Streak is in a good position. And he has been the most impressive player outside of Genetics for Team Risk. That is a benefit. Genetics is not super behind in this game, like he has in some of the other ones that they've lost. That, I think, is a benefit. I'm worried about the right side of the map here for Risk. There's no doubt about that. What can Lasbra do? What can Variety do? I think those are valid questions to have if you're Team Risk fans. But overall, the core of where they found their success today, at the very least, is still stable right now. It wasn't the core of what found them success yesterday, which is why their victory was so impressive, but I still think that they're in a position to get what they need. They just can't afford to bleed out on these objectives too much.
The objective now for 5M's second Gold Fury of the game. You are bleeding out a bit if your Team Risk. No contest around the second Gold Fury, Cyclone Spin, and Cherry. Combined for that 5K gold, 15 minutes. The gauntlet has been thrown down. Team Risk yet to pick it up.
And 2 Gold Fury stacked up now for 5M, so they've got those extra beefy minion waves. Now, honestly, Risk doesn't have the best wave clearers among them outside of Hades, and Agni just needs to use a few too many cooldowns, I think, to deal with tankier minion waves. Jingwei obviously struggles when the waves get a little bit tankier, so that second Gold Fury bonus could become relevant on little poke trades in mid that I'm sure 5M's is going to want to take. They've got that Athena dash engage.
Beaks and Genetics in mid. A rare miss, honestly, on the taunt from Scream this game.
Yeah.
I mean, that has just been on point. Force a dash away, however, from Feeks. Hasbro's just not found those openings to be vision clear. I always get a little tense when
Especially
I see
with them.
It's right with 5M. I get a little tense. And the Fire Giant is as well, rotating around, watching Cherio leave the pit. A risky call in a game where you can't afford to give up too much. Taunt, damage from Scream. Forces some questions out of Streak.
Here comes Lasbra on the support though. Cyclone's gotta be careful, but Streak's might already begin.
And it looks like Cyclone Spin. Oh no, Lasbra! He's out of the jungle! Cyclone Spin jumps forward. Cyclone Spin shuts it down. Lasbra with a little bit of hope, but immediately scattered to the wind.
Cyclone leaves him dizzy, but PBM's gone too deep. No, can't get out with that open the gate portal. Little bit of a misstep there from PBM, but still, you gotta feel good if you're 5M's after Cyclone just 2v2s with Scream in that position. That is the type of play that we saw from Cyclone on 5M's meteoric rise to the top of the Founders Series. Knows that, yeah, Lasbra could be coming, but my damage is just good enough. Pre-beads, doesn't waste his time, spaces the airstrike return nicely. Absolutely zero hesitation on the jump in. Unbelievable.
And that is now a couple of kills finally stacked up for Cyclone Spin over in duo. So that's a runic bomb in the back pocket.
And now, what I was saying a few moments ago, where it's okay for Risk because Streak, who's been a win condition, has been more stable in this game. Now it's an uh-oh situation because 2-level lead for Cyclone spin. Cyclone is feeling himself, I'm sure, after that play. Uler's such a rhythm character as it is that letting him get hot on this god is already going to be scary. And Streak now no beats for 60 seconds against Athena, Hecate, Fenrir, Uller, Chalk. Not fun.
Nope. Slight lead for Theeks over in mid. Benny Q right there on his heels. They're very stable, 5,000 gold. Another Pyromancer over to 5M's. So, not a Fire Giant a moment ago, but those runic bombs stacking up, that damage starting to build up. And we are maybe getting to the point where Risk are going to have to wonder where they're going to find this fight. Theeks steps too far forward, it's going to be over in mid.
The thing about having 5 beats on your side is that you just don't have a combat, relic. It helps you stay alive, but that's all it really does. And so not having something like a Shell or a Blink or a Sunder to throw the course of the fight for the more members of your team, it's really bad to be with 5 beads when you're behind like this, because it just doesn't afford you that much. They don't need the CC to kill you anymore.
Cheerio leading the way yet again. Cyclone Spin was back on fire, but no real threat. Not while the fight looms. It'll be the first big 5v5, and Lasbra potentially has a wrap around the back of 5M's. The initial onslaught should be there for 5M's, and it is, but can Lasbra find himself an opening? No, he can't, because it's all there for Benny Q. It's all there for 5M's.
Oh, Streak came back. I don't think he meant to come back.
Oh, no!
Not like this, Dave. He came back with the airstrike, and now it's just 2 members alive. Lasbra looking for his moment, and he never finds it. The front line is just shredded once again from Team Risk. This is going to be a guaranteed Fire Giant for 5M's.
And it is simple, and 5M's happy about it. No drama around a Fire Giant for once, please. And this time it pays off. Now we're starting to sweat it a bit if we're Team Risk. You'll lose 3, and 5M's a momentum, a crowd-based team. They got all the wind in their sails.
We're beyond sweating. We are in like hot yoga territory, basically.
We're at Dave's armpits right now.
That is where we are at. Lasbra has to run in the 2v1. Cherry is the raid boss.
No way.
No way. He's got Blink, but no way he goes for it. But this is what I'm talking about, Dave. What does Beads do when you just insta-die?
Over on the right side of the map, Team Risk able to defend out some of those waves. I mean, Cherry, 204 in that fight. This Chalk, no answers yet from Team Risk.
He's been untouchable. He's been untouchable. He just creates infinite space on this pick, and then the Athena comes in. Helm of Darkness now. It's going to be hard to see him coming. Risk is absolutely reeling right now. You've got to hope that all this farm that Lasbra's been cultivating can be put to good use. He has got to one-shot Cyclone or Benny. That's the only out. And Cyclone isn't a great option because he's got Obsidian Tag now. Right. He's got to try and do something to take away the damage and hope that 5M's front line can't just solo kill the back line of Team Risk, but I think they might be able to with the Fire Giant.
However, Risk can now not step a toe out of line. We have seen a pick turn into 2, turn into game, especially with longer death timers now at 23 minutes. 5M's need to control those emotions, though. You have got everything in your favor, because as much as we've seen comebacks, it also means we've seen dropped wins. And 5M's has done that once or twice, but they are in such a commanding position here. 12,000 gold is about as commanding as we've seen, and Streak drops first.
His beads were on 2 seconds there, Dave. 2 seconds. Oh! He got
my God! Oh, he gets pulled back! Is this the moment from 5M's? Can they get more? No, it's only the 2 for now, but it could be a mid-burn.
Benny pulls back Genetics. Genetics didn't have his Talisman of Purification.
Oh my God! Are 5M's going for it? They got 3 members left alive. They got eyes for the Titan.
Gotta watch out for Lasbra. They're checking him nicely, but they might just have the damage. Cyclone still has that Obsidian Dagger.
The Smite 2 story has started. Chapter 1 is maybe one of the best we've ever seen. And 5M's, forever champions, forever the first, forever enshrined, your Vegas champs.
It wasn't easy for this team. They didn't breeze through the bracket. They dropped down onto the loser side, and they looked 4 games in the face. And at the end, they get to do that.
And every single one of them deserves to lift that trophy. An unbelievable team effort. In 6 games, to keep your mental, ridiculous.
Cherry gets to lift his first as a player, and you can see what it means to him, man. Unbelievable.
3 letters, 3 rings. That's Mike, baby. Wins it again. Back-to-back tournaments for him. Mom and Pop, BBM down in the crowd. You think they're breathing a little bit now. That is unbelievable from 5M's.
Just complete dominance there. I mean, wow.
And how about skewed expectations for Benny Q? First time on land in front of fans, goes all 6. But one of the most talented mid laners we had at this event, and massive for his team.
We've got some MVP votes. I know we're gonna go to it. I'll spoil mine right now. It's going to Benny Q, man.
You
He
think?
played absolutely lights out.
I think so. One of the pictures of consistency for Benny Q. The pictures of consistency in the mid lane. Congratulations to 5M's, your SMITE 2 Founder Series champions here in Vegas.
Let's make a little bit more noise for 5M's. Well, Dolson said it at the end. What a way to start the story of SMITE 2, and isn't it kind of fitting that it starts with Polar Bear Mike. Now, PBM, I don't know, man, going into that game 6, did you know at that point going into that game 6 that that was it, that you had it?
Yeah, you know, I was just feeling it. I just think we had a lot of mistakes earlier in the tournament. We calmed down and we fixed what we were doing wrong. And yeah, I mean, I didn't practice Fenrir once, and I had to get the Ghost Redemption games. You know, I needed it.
Hey, Scream. I was gonna say, I'm a Pele fan, so I really enjoyed watching all that Pele you had today. But that Athena at the end, also super impressive, and they're shouting your name out there. What does it mean for you to have so many fans out here that are just cheering every single time you pop off and this place erupts?
No, I mean, it's awesome. I mean, thank you all. It was amazing all weekend. It's amazing every time, so thank you a lot.
And Kaban, we had talked a little bit afterwards, but just tell me the emotions right now.
Another day, another dollar.
You got a lot of dollars there. Absolutely, and of course, you can't tell the story of 5M's without Cherry. Cherry, you had played an excellent solo lane all Founders Series long. You continue to do so here. What does it mean to be up here with the rest of your team and to take the first SMITE 2 LAN victory ever?
I'm just really proud of all the team. I've been trying to do this for a long time, like actually win as a player, and this is my first time winning as a player, so it's just a real feeling. Thanks to Omar for being here. Thanks for my rocks at home. Kat and Ellie watching me, I appreciate it a lot. Thanks for the boys for believing in me at the beginning of the season, even giving me a shot as a solo laner.
And of course, also the first crowd LAN for Benny Q. They're going nuts out there. Now, for the SMITE 1 into SMITE 2 journey, being able to be on LAN in front of a crowd, being able to play, what was this experience like front to back, actually being able to play in front of a crowd for the first time?
I mean, anytime anything happened, I just felt the energy. Any play I made, I like got chills.
Yo, I got chills. And then Cyclone Spin, of course, you had some clutch plays there at the end. And listen to the crowd out here, they're absolutely loving it. You're one of the longest tenured veterans that are on the stage here. What does this win mean for you for the new era of SMITE, for the first LAN here in SMITE 2?
It feels amazing. It shows that the old veterans aren't actually that washed.
A shout out to all the old heads out there. I'm one of them. I'll live vicariously through you on that one, but absolutely amazing stuff from all 5 and all 6 really of 5M's. Really turn it around. 5 W's. Let's go back to the desk.
You're going to want to make sure you stay tuned because we're going to talk a little bit about what went on. There's still MVP to be crowned, right? A lot that's going on, but guys, I mean, 5M, obviously emotions are going to be incredible, but realistically, and I think I can speak for a lot of people who've been watching Smite for a long time, especially because like I was casting Benny Q in like the Challenger circuit, like even prior to that, seeing him get a dub in front of a crowd, seeing Cherry finally get a win as a player, it's insanely, it's special.
They're an easy team to root for, man. Yeah, I've been watching Benny back since the Winter Dogs. Of course, everyone, PPM, that's a name that is just synonymous with Smite as a whole. Starting off Smite 2 Esports this strong, a 6-game banger. I mean, what more could you have wanted?
And I think the story of how this team came together, where they had the 4 and they were looking for that mid laner, and they just talked about how Benny's grinding in the rank scene. He's the one that's putting in the work. He's playing a lot of ranked. He's really committing. It shows that like hard work really does pay off, and that's something Aggro actually referenced earlier. It's awesome to see Benny puts in all the hard work, and it's good.
I have distinct memories of that guy playing carry Blink Artemis. So like seeing the dichotomy of that to what we just saw this tournament is so different, Acer.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a picture of growth. For Benny Q, unbelievable amount of growth in the mid lane. He played the meta stuff and he played it better than everyone else. I feel like that's his big evolution. He's put in the practice, and this team have seen what he's been doing, believed in him, and picked him up, and I think he's paid them back in kind. This victory, definitely a big part due to him. And Cherio, he has to switch roles, switch games, but he finally gets a win as a player. Outstanding stuff for him. I mean, you've got to say commiserations to Team Risk as well. What a battle they put up. What a set we got to watch. I mean, I don't think it could have been any better.
I got to agree with you. Team Risk put up a hell of a fight, as you would expect. They kind of took the role of the villains, banning Aladdin every time, and all the crowd just booing them because they had to do it. But man, it couldn't have been this level of a finals without them. I'm just blown away.
Well, good news, you can potentially get blown away one more time. So we're going back down to the stage to tell you who is the MVP.
Y'all ready for who the MVP is? Everybody contributed, but there's one player in particular that helped put this team over the edge. His support said it himself. It was his tournament. Give it up, MVP, Benny Q! Now, Benny Q, your first LAN crowd tournament, you win, and you get the MVP. I mean, that's an absolutely insane stat to collect here at the start of SMITE 2 Esports. And I'm not going to ask you a bunch of questions. Just want to ask you one question. You know, I want to give you the floor to shout out, thank whoever you want to about the journey that you got here to this point. So shout out anybody you want here. The floor is yours.
I just want to shout out my teammates for believing in me. They played excellent the whole weekend, and I'm grateful for everyone else that's believed in me, because I've had, I'd say, a rough few years. But, I mean, we made it here, and we made it happen.
You absolutely made it happen. What an entertaining start. The SMITE 2 one more time for Benny Q.
Thank you, Jorby. Guys, give it up one more time for 5M's. Man, when we started on this SMITE 2 journey, we could never have predicted that we would get here and have this to share with you all at this point. To have this be how the SMITE 2 story gets started. Thank you all so much for being here at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. If you're watching at home, for being a part of the start of our journey. Give yourselves a round of applause. You deserve it. This is for you. We make this game because we love it, and we know you love it. And we're gonna continue to work as hard as we possibly can to make Smite 2 the game that you all deserve. This is the tournament that starts it off. But it isn't the end of Smite 2. No, we all know it's just the beginning. I want to give a quick shout out to all my fellow Titan Forge devs, all of them who are here with us in Las Vegas and who couldn't make it. They've all been working so hard to bring this to you, and we're glad you love it. It means the world to us to see the player count continue to rise, the support, and we hope that we can deliver the best game possible, because that's what we're trying to do. Give it up one more time, 5M's, the winners of the Las Vegas Founders Series. Thank you so much for watching. Go download Smite 2, and play some games. The game's really freaking good. Thank you so much. We love you all. We'll see you next time for Smite 2 Esports.
Conversations in the mirror with somebody else. Only looking for the flaws I'm holding. Taking shots and I keep reloading. Shine a light, help me find myself. Pulling away from my emotions now. Feeling changing, my devotion now. I feel like I'm crumbling under the pressure. Just like me to 666 feet in my elbow line.